One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess, the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some.
What a moment!
Last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Wenjun await their challenges, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
Round 2 ended with 8 draws, but the candidates did not stand still. We have Caruana, Pragg and Sindarov still sharing the lead in the Open, and now 2 of them meet head-on in round 3. In the women's candidates, the table remains completely level, but the tension is already there. Chances missed, escapes found, and the feeling that every half point is going to matter a lot later on. Today is not about who's leading, it's about who can turn control into momentum. The early pace setters now have to prove that they can stay there, and the rest know that the first win can change everything across both sections. This tournament is starting to come alive. Welcome to the broadcast, everybody. My name is John Sargent. My face still resembles what happens when you take on F7 without calculating. And I am here alongside International Master Anna Rudolph and International Master Tanya Sachdev. Welcome to round 3 of the FIDE Candidates. Tanya, first of all, welcome to the show. How are you?
John, honestly, after seeing that, I think I should be the one asking that question to you. What on earth even happened there? Was it the F7? Was it recommending some dubious opening to perhaps one of the candidates? I got to hear on that, but I'm super excited to join for round 3. I've been watching you guys do a fantastic job. I've been on Chess24 India channel where we've been rooting for the Indians, so it's nice to be here for this broadcast for a big day of chess.
I mean, we've been rooting for them as well. And yeah, this is clearly don't recommend the London system to the wrong person. But jokes aside, it had nothing to do with chess. It was a self-inflicted tennis injury yesterday morning. So folks, these are the dangers, unfortunately, of playing sports that aren't chess. Just make sure you stay at the board where it's nice and safe. Ada, good to see you again. How are you doing today?
I'm fantastic. I'm always happy to be here. But now that Tanya is joining, you know, it's a girls' day. I'm loving it.
It's going to be great, and we have some fantastic action. I'm particularly excited to potentially break the deadlock in the women's candidates as well, especially after Divya Vaishali gave us such amazing fireworks. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. To set the scene and see what things are like on the ground today, we've got Fun Master Mike. It's Mike Klein himself, live from Cyprus, to take us through what we can expect here at day 3.
And here we are, moments before round 3. I decided to take the time to show you a little bit of the outdoor life in Cyprus. We are just outside the lobby level of the Cap St. George. It is a beautiful sunny day, 17 degrees Celsius, 63 Fahrenheit. And just behind me is the island of Geronissos, or maybe it's Geronissos. I'm still working on my Greek. But let's talk about the action today. In the open section, interestingly, all 4 men that are playing white have lifetime winning records against their black opponents. Now, that is highlighted by Nakamura's +5 against only 2 losses against Anish lifetime. They do have 27 draws. Now, interestingly, Pragg also has 5 wins against 2 losses against Sindarov, but they only have 6 draws, so they've played a lot more fighting chess. Now, the most dominant score is Fabiano Caruana's 3 wins against 0 losses against Wei Yi. He surely pegged this game as white against Wei Yi as one of the ones that he would like to win, and if he does, he will maintain at least a tie for the lead. Over in the ladies section, of course, there's been 8 draws in 8 games. The only beneficiary of that has been Ten Zhongyi, whose percentage chance to win has gone up from about 15.5% to 18%. That's because she drew with her 2 opening games as black, so she's going to enjoy more whites going forward. She gets her first white today against Kateryna Lagno. And the largest head-to-head advantage is Alexandra Goryachkina, who has got 3 wins against 0 losses against Divya Deshmukh. So we're going to see if any woman can break through. and get to the lead. We're going to see if any of the men that have 1.5 can maintain their share of the lead. Let's get started for round 3.
Thank you very much, Mike. It's certainly well poised heading into round number 3. These are the standings, the beautifully equal standings, the largest possible traffic jam here after round 2 in the women's section. And Tanya, let's go to you first. Obviously, Divya Vaishali was just an absolutely amazing game to watch. But the question now today is, once we've reset, who's going to break the deadlock first? I feel like that could be the story here.
And I think one player who's really frustrated right now, who hasn't done it yet, has to be Zhu Jin, right? With 2 positions where she had some real chances, especially yesterday against Lagno. We were expecting her to take the big point, and she would have been the early leader then in the women's. And I don't know about you, but for me, it's actually quite surprising that in the women's section, there hasn't been a single decisive game so far. Traditionally in chess, you know, everyone expects the fireworks to come out of the women's section first. So I'm hoping today that curse gets broken and we get some bloodbath on the board.
It certainly has to change at some point, right? We've got some very juicy pairings today. There's going to be a lot of fighting chess on the board, that is for sure. Now, the situation looks a little bit different when we go over and take a look at the open section. We still have the same 3 early leaders, Caruana, Sindarov, and Pragg. But Anna, crucially, 2 of those 3 are playing each other today. So there is the possibility of a sole leader after the end of this round.
I think that's exactly what will happen, but I'm not sure if it's gonna come from that matchup, Praggnanandhaa against Sindarov, or will it be Fabiano Caruana who takes the sole lead? As we have heard it from Mike, he has a really good head-to-head score against Wei Yi, and he's got the white pieces, so I'm sure that the world number 3 will come today in a very fighting spirit against his opponent, Wei Yi. It's going to be an incredible round to follow.
Oh, let's ask you a follow-up on that, Anna, as the players get sat down. Wei Yi, even though he's playing with black, he just feels like a wall that even the world's strongest players fail to break down time and time again. It's going to be quite some result if Caruana manages to score convincingly today. If anyone's going to do it, it's probably him. But Wei Yi he's just so formidable in defense.
Yeah, absolutely. That's very true. And we, of course, heard from Fabi about his team. But I'm also curious, how many seconds does Wei Yi have on site? We have been counting the players who has the bigger team. Fabi has 2 seconds there on site in Cyprus. But I wouldn't be surprised if Wei Yi is also working with a larger team. And maybe he has the entire Chinese Olympic team on his side for his preparation.
I would not be surprised. The players looking pretty relaxed now as they sit down at their boards, getting ready for the start of this round. Are there any boards in particular that you folks in chat want to focus on today, or any players where you think you might be getting a decisive result where we get a full point? Let us know who you are supporting. Let us know where you think that big decisive result starts. Tanya, back over to you to talk about decisive results. Where are we most likely to see a full point today, do you think?
Well, I'm going to say, I think in the open section, this is a very exciting clash. You know, it's the style of play, these 2 youngsters. For Pragg, it's his second candidates. For Vachier Sindarov, he's making his debut in Cyprus with the candidates. And I just think that, you know, both first round winners, Pragg has shown that he's got some really interesting opening surprises lined up for pretty much the first 2 rounds. I wonder what he shows in this game 3. I'm expecting quite a firework of a game in this one. And I think in my head at the start, I would say that draw is the least likely outcome in this. And I think in the women's section, I will say that as we get underway, that I think Zhu Jin will finally, you know, get that full point today, although she's playing a very tough opponent.
Excellent stuff. Well, it's a phrase we all love to hear. We think a draw is the least likely result. That's delicious to hear, Tanya. Fingers crossed we see some fantastic results on the board today. As you mentioned, the openings are now in progress. Let's go ahead and pop back to our games live. Over to you, Anna and Tanya, for where you'd like to go first.
Thank you so much, John. And I fully agree with you, Tanya, that on the board between Pragg and Sindarov, the 2 youngest participants of the Candidates Tournament, both of them are only 20 years old. They definitely are coming to this event very ambitious. And I also believe that there is going to be a decisive result. But what I do not know, Tanya, is how long it will take for Pragg to make his first move, because he is in the zone. He's flowing, meditating, getting ready spiritually for that starting push? Which pawn will it be, and when will he make that move? What do you think?
Oh, look at that, Anna. He is completely locked in right now, and he knows that this is a big round. I think with the white pieces, Pragg's attitude is to really try to push and create chances. I'm still expecting the king's pawn to move forward, but usually when I predict, I set myself up for failure every time with my predictions, so I could be wrong. Meanwhile, Anna, on all the other boards, we've got action on already, as Sindarov also looks on, waiting for Pragg's decision there.
And your prediction was almost right. It's the pawn next to the king's pawn, Tanya.
And I'll tell you, my second prediction of being wrong about my first prediction, at least that one got right.
We do have a move, d4 and d5 immediately played by Sindarov on this very first board. That is the clash between the two leaders of the tournament. Also leading, of course, is Fabiano Caruana, who has the white pieces today, against Wei Yi. We could take a brief look at the opening choices on each board here on our bird's eye view, Tanya, if you would like, before we zone in with a more in-depth analysis of the games.
Yeah, let's do it. So we've got the 4 boards of the open, the 4 boards of the women, and I see we've got a couple of d4s happening and the knight coming out early, while on one board I do see the e-pawn has moved forward, e4, which has been the last move. So actually in the open section, Anna, we didn't have a single king's pawn opening today.
That is surprising. I am really surprised by that fact, because most rounds, well, the 2 rounds that we have seen so far, not too many rounds, but we always have had a good balance between more openings and the closed positions as well. So the king's pawn opening usually leads to more open structures, but today it is a mix of d4 openings or the c-pawn being pushed, for instance, in Fabiano Caruana's game. Let's take a look at the women's section as well, briefly, in terms of opening choices, Tanya, and what can be observed there.
Well, in that, I think we pawn openings, you know, women going for the best by test here right now. On the Divya board, I think Divya yesterday, with the miss that she had against Vachier-Lagrave, I think she really tried to push in a seemingly equal game, but Vachier-Lagrave finding that brilliant queen sacrifice on move 40, which ended in a draw. I think for Divya also it's been tough because she's had 2 good positions. She's playing against the world rapid champion Kateryna and faces the Rossolimo of the Sicilian. That's the second board on the bottom row. Next to that, we've got Vachier-Lagrave against Anna Muzichuk. And this to me feels like it started with the king's pawn opening and a Gaikok piano with the knight coming out early on c3. Meanwhile, we've got Sicilian on the next board by Bibisara against Zhuzhina. And Tanzangi capturing the center with the pawns moving forward against Lagno.
That has been a very well chosen opening, I feel like, when it comes to controlling the center. But I bet that Lagno didn't just give up the center for nothing. It will be interesting to look into those games as we are getting into this first stage of the openings of round 3 at the Candidates Tournament. Where would you like to go first, Tanya? Because there's so many interesting opening choices. What takes your fancy? Where should we head?
Well, let's start with the open section and then just go around the horn and then go on to the women's section as well. I would love to start with the leaders of the tournament. I did say that Pragg will start with 1e4 because that was the opening of choice by him, Anna, against Anish. He had prepared the Grand Prix attack. And I was wondering if he'd sort of rely on that first move again. But a different start. And maybe we take this from the top. And while we do that, I'm going to throw a question to you. Because this is my first day on call with you here, Anna. We're in round 3. What has impressed you the most, or which player has impressed you the most so far?
Wow, that's a tough one. Because I feel like on day 1 especially, we have been impressed by everyone, because the fighting spirit, the ambition, the going for risks in such a high stakes event, I think that has been impressive as a mentality, as an approach, as a mindset by every single player in the Candidates Open section, as well as the women's section. So the fact that all the players are ready for a fight and want to risk so that they can get chances, I think that's admirable as a whole. Yesterday was a more quiet day, but it wasn't without a fight. So it's hard for me to highlight one single player. I'm gonna ask you if you have names in mind, because I feel like you might have an answer, a better answer than mine.
You know, I'll be honest, I mean, so far from Team India perspective, I'm glad that we haven't had any big disasters. But I think the one player who I've been really happy to watch hold a solid performance has to be Matthias Blue Bomb. With 2 draws, we might be looking at a Blue Bomb sweep of 14 draws. He might be the new Anish on the block. I don't know, but I'm just happy to see him hold his own and not really come into any big problems in the first 2 games. And I wonder if as the tournament progresses and, you know, the others try to push more against him, will that play out to his favor? But I think so far, Blue Bomb has been doing a fantastic job at the candidates.
I agree with you that he has been very solid. And I'm expecting that he will win a couple of games. I would think that he is
really hot take by Anna there.
Yeah, no, I think he's gonna upset some of his opponents. I would not predict him going for all draws. I think he is a dangerous opponent himself. Everyone at the candidates is that's why they are there. They qualified for a reason. And when it comes to this game, because when you asked me, now that I had a bit of time to think, like, I was so impressed by Pragg's first game, the first round, how well he played against Anish Giri, and his opening choice going for the Grand Prix attack against Anish Giri, and then slowly but surely outplaying someone who has been playing at the very top of the chess world, an elite player, very established, very well prepared opponent. And yet Pragg made it seem very easy in a way how he converted his advantage. So that was really impressive. And Sindarov being the youngest player and now also leader of the tournament, I think this game is going to be really fun to follow. I wanted to ask you about their opening choice and what we have on the board now, because it started out as a Queen's Gambit decline, and this is the current moment after D takes c5 and bishop takes c5.
I love it. Let's talk about chess now. And it's got Queen's Gambit declined, as you said, on the board is the opening. And here, Anna, I think we're going to find out what is the ambition that Pragg has come with. And as I say that, he has made a more ambitious move than capturing in the center. There are 3 big choices that White has in this position. And it's an opening that I will say that we did study as Team India for the Olympiad as well. So I'm going to try to put those ideas into play here. You could either capture the central pawn as White, which would lead to mass trades. Black captures with knight. There's an isolated queen's pawn eventually, and that pawn can often get to d4. Knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, and that pawn will advance to d4 in the middle game. Usually, you know, with a slight push for white, but not enough has always been my feeling. The other 2 approaches, instead of easing out the tension in the center, if we go back to our live board, Anna, where Pragg did choose the move a3, is to go either queen c2, preparing the long castle, or pushing that a pawn 1 step ahead. And usually the move order on these 2 can be interchangeable. The idea of a3 is that you stop the bishop from landing on b4, you're threatening your own b pawn moving forward. And very often, when White goes for this approach, we might be seeing Pragg go long castle. So that's going to be really fun if it does happen with queen c2, and either the rook sliding over to d1 or the king finding safety on the left flank.
I would love to see an opposite side castling game on the very top board for the first place. You know, these are the 2 youngest players, so ambitious, so aggressive, going for risk, not fearing anything. And you want to see this. You want to see this. You're so rooting for this. And it's not just we are rooting for it. It's happening. It's happening because they are going for this really sharp position. There's going to be blood on the board. You called it, Tanya.
I love the excitement that you have for a potential opposite side castling, because I completely agree. It just means that it's going to be a fun day of chess between, like you said, 2 very hungry, ambitious candidates in the tournament. Now, what Sindarov has stepped up, by the way, this is all pretty much in theoretical territory right now, and Sindarov is responding with his own idea. We spoke about long castle. Black wants to get e5, d4 in. So that's what he's just prepared from his last move, getting the rook there. It gets really complex if Pragg was to go for long castle. I will, though, point out one thing. And Anna, I want your take on this. I think this is the one opening where Pragg has taken maximum time in the first 10 moves.
Yes, and I was wondering about this same fact, that what does that tell us about the preparation and who surprised whom? Pragg has the white pieces, but Sindarov is the one playing with barely any thinking. What do you think happened in terms of the preparation? What does this tell us, the time management?
Wow, I mean, I can only speculate on this, and I know that Pragg is there with Grandmaster Vaibhav Suri, who's been the coach for the Indian team, as well as been working with Pragg personally as well for the last few months, and he's sort of behind all these big opening ideas that Pragg has been playing in the first 2 rounds, including the one with Anish, which worked out to perfection. I think Sindarov is showing confidence. He's prepared. I think Queen's Gambit declined is something that we've seen him play right now, and I'm just wondering if Rook E8 is one move that perhaps is not the most played move in this position, because there are other options that are there, usually interchangeable. You know, there's another very interesting idea that Black can have, which is to land the queen on A5. I love that you're highlighting that. It stops B4 because the rook on A1 is pinned. You have ideas of sliding your own bishop over to B4. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the most played, or at least the main line that one would prepare against. So the first tiny interchanged move order surprised by Vachier, I would say.
Yeah, and there's quite a big difference when I'm looking at the database on how many times has this been played. Queen A5 versus Rook to E8. Queen A5, as you called it, is the main move for Black, and there's over 1,000 games in the database for Queen to A5. But Rook E8 only happened in 93 games. That's a big difference, you know, 1,000 versus 93. So I think you're right that this is what caught Pragg a little bit by surprise, and he needs to compare the position to what he knows about the Queen A5 positions, and what does this tell him about the situation now with the Rook on E8 and the threat of the pawn pushes that you highlighted, Tanya, with E5, D4.
I'll just point out that because the queen didn't go to A5, instead of long castle, it gives Pragg the opportunity to think about the B pawn moving forward as well, pushing the black bishop away. So I think he's kind of just figuring out what the differences are. For me, the 2 main moves here would be long castle or B4, continuing with the strategy. And Pragg goes with a third option. He preempts the E pawn moving forward and first slides his bishop over, which is basically denying Sindarov the opportunity to expand in the center. Now, if you go E5, D5 becomes super tender.
I'm so curious if he still knows this, because yes, he has spent longer Pragg with the white pieces. He was surprised, but bishop to G5 is the move that has the highest win percentage for white in this position against Rook E8, and was played by, among others, Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. So maybe Pragg was caught a little bit by surprise by the Rook E8 move, but I feel like he still knows what he's doing.
Oh, what can I say? These young kids, you know the games to follow, know the masters to follow. So Pragg, we'll see how this one develops. One thing's for sure, Anna, I think we're setting ourselves up for a really fun battle in this one between these two. Do you want to move on to our next leader, perhaps? Fabiano Caruana, the only other player to have a win in the candidates so far in the first 2 rounds. And, you know, I don't know if this has been mentioned in the broadcast before, but statistically, Anna, whoever has gone on to win the candidates has actually had a win in the first 2 games, I believe, at least in the last decade or so. So that does bode well for these 3 players. There was this whole shout out to the Chess Base India team. They had done this entire write-up on this, and these stats were out there, and I was amazed by it. So if you win in the first 2 rounds, apparently that is a good sign.
Wow, I mean, we were thinking, of course, it helps, you know, you start with a win or 2, a good streak, boost of confidence, you're feeling good about your chances, and also it shows that you are in a really good shape for a very important tournament that you showed up to. But it's interesting that there are even statistics proving that even though this event is really long, 14 rounds, you would think that if you go on a, 3-win streak at the end of the tournament, maybe that's still enough if you are on a good score. But very interesting statistics there. And shout out to Chess Base India for going through all the data to provide for this very, I think, very insightful. I'm still like trying to wrap my head around this. So if someone wins in the first 2 rounds,
yes, the winner in the last previous couple of candidates, at least dating back to about a decade, has had a win in the first 2 rounds. And Anna, as we switch to Fabi's game, because you know he was also a game 1 winner, so I wonder if that means anything. We'll go to his game. Do you want to hear another fun fact? A fun stat?
Yeah, please. I love these. Tanya, please spill the beans.
So another stat that did come out with research was that anyone who's gone on to win the candidates has either been leading at the halfway mark or at least in the second position. Gukesh was second in 2024 when we reached the halfway mark, and nobody who's been on an equal or a minus score by the halfway mark has actually gone on to win the candidates. So just saying, just putting it out there.
That's really interesting. And now I'm thinking of what Hikaru said in one of his interviews, how he feels like, you know, that with the candidates, I hope I'm quoting this right, but I feel like his assessment was that if you are in the top half of the field heading into the final rounds, that's a really good chance. But maybe there's a difference between, you know, top half, is that at the very top, or are you on fourth place with +1? So I guess... Yeah. We'll see. Time will tell, but these are really interesting statistics.
The thing is, it's sports. So while we've got stats and numbers don't make the moves on the board and don't determine the eventual result. But it's interesting to see that there are these patterns that have gone on. But Anna, coming to what we have in front of us right now, Fabi versus Wei Yi, Fabi playing with the white pieces. Let's take it from the top one more time, as he started with the knight coming out, and a sort of a very symmetrical opening happened. You know, there was a little bit of a copycat chess that was played. We had c4, we had c5, we had the g-pawn moving forward, we had the g-pawn moving forward. And then the other knight came out, and then finally Wei Yi striking in the center with d5, a break here, and we see the trades happen and the bishops getting fiancatoed. What strikes to me in the current position that we do have is that, well, both players haven't, especially Fabi, I think he's taken a little bit of time. He does get the bishop on g2. I mean, this is a very cautious approach by Fabi. I think this is going to be a long game. The ideas often here are you go short castle, you put your queen on c2 or on b3, then you start pushing your central pawns. I wonder what Fabi has in mind here. There's so many different approaches in this opening.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised that it has taken him so long to make these first couple of moves. This is still very early in the game. They have played only 6 moves, and Fabi has already spent 17 minutes of his time to get into this opening with the white pieces. So he chose the English opening to play against Wei Yi today, but maybe he didn't expect the Wei Yi to play for this symmetrical variation, or not exactly this move order. There's always such subtle details, nuances that might be the difference between his preparation and what he got. Because in a way, this is what we saw on board 1 as well, that Pragg has spent more time. He's got the white pieces, but it's Sindarov who got in a bit of a surprise. And here it seems like Wei Yi managed to choose a response to the English opening that's not exactly what Team Fabi predicted.
You know what surprises me, Anna, here is that I would think that short castle was sort of like the automatic move. The fact that Fabi's thinking at this moment, and I'm trying to, trying to get into his head, a very tough job for a player of my level to do, but I'm going to try my best. And I wonder if he wants to instead put pressure on that knight on d5 by bringing his queen out early on b3 and force a decision on that knight. It's the other thing that comes to mind. Or will we see something completely chaotic early on, Anna? Never a bad time these days to go h4.
Oh, wow. I would love that. I'm looking at the database as you're calling out these moves, and castle kingside by far is the most played, but h4 happened in 17 games with a really high win percentage for white. So maybe this is it. Maybe he's taking a bit of a risk assessment. That is it time to push the h-pawn and not castle. He has a really good head-to-head score against Wei Yi. And as Mike already said it at the start of the broadcast, all the players in the open section who have the white pieces today are the ones who have a really good personal score against their opponents. So is this a must-win in a way for Fabi? Would he approach it that way, or he's more pragmatic, that he just wants to get a good playable position and then see? What do you think might be going on his mind as he's assessing castle or other moves? Or is he still maybe just getting into the game as well? Sometimes it's, players are tired, have just woken up from a nap. I'm not sure. I'm just going and wild guessing here. Why is Fabi taking so long?
And I think you're not the only one. I saw a feature chat there being mentioned as well, that why does Fabi sit on the clock for so much time with white? Has he forgotten his prep? I would be very surprised if that's the case. I don't know if this was the exact position that he had in his prep this morning. Maybe it's something that he's looked at before. He's trying to understand exactly what you said, what his approach is. Does he want to get aggressive with a move like h4? Let's not forget that the knight has moved away from f6, which means that h5 really does become a possibility if he's allowed to do that. Or does he want to go for a more strategic fight as with castle, bringing the queen out, pushing that d pawn forward, bringing the bishop out as well? I don't think Fabi wants to strike in the center with d4 early on. I think it's too many trades too quickly. I would be surprised to see that. Coming to your question about must win too soon, Anna, this is such a marathon of an event. Being on +1, it's amazing. It's an amazing start already for Fabi. I don't believe he's going to try to create, those really complicated, risky positions unnecessarily. If an opportunity comes to push for an advantage, I think he'll do it. But I don't think he'll necessarily take the fight in that direction where both players can go wrong and it's those complicated battles.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. And especially against Wei Yi, he is such a dangerous opponent. Wei Yi's immortal game against Lazaro Brusson and against many other players. We know what Wei Yi is capable of, the precision, the tactical vision. You do not want to give those chances to Wei Yi.
I think any of us, any one of us who's played competitively or as a commentator, whenever we speak of Wei Yi, that's the one game, the 2015 battle against Bruzon, that comes to mind, where he sacrificed on f7, pulled the black king out all the way, which had to go all around and eventually getting checkmated. And chat, if you haven't watched that game yet, it is Wei Yi's. He's played many masterpieces after that, but I think that is one attacking masterpiece that's gone on to make it space in every single chess book on how to attack. So definitely a beautiful finish. And you're right. Then is that the player you want to take your big chances against? We'll find out. So far, I think a slow opening start, Anna, which means we continue perhaps with our run through. Chat was talking about Hikaru versus Anish, and they said that perhaps, I did have my eye out on it, that maybe this is the 4 knights and headed towards some sort of a symmetry. But I look at the position and I have a very different feel about it. I don't think this is symmetrical at all. And I actually think Anish Giri is potentially setting up for a long castle, and it's time for an excited Anna about it.
I will absolutely get so excited if we get multiple games with opposite side castling today. We will want to see fighting chess as it was on day one. Yesterday was a bit of a more quiet day, but I think maybe every second day, the players are ready for taking chances and risks. And I'm all in for these opposite side castling games. And a Hikaru versus Anish Giri game is always a treat. So when it comes to this opening choice and their time management, I'm hoping we can also see them on camera, because I'm curious, for instance, if Hikaru must be at the board now that it's his turn. But we also have a bit of an insider information from Mike. Thank you so much to our very own Mike Klein, who is in Cyprus delivering all these beautiful start of the show reports as well as the interviews for us. And he said that there are screens in the playing hall which we cannot see from our camera, but it's interesting that some of the players like to spend a good bit of time, especially in the opening, looking more at the digital screens. Oh, well, wait a second. You can see the digital boards from here. That's beautiful. So it's more for the spectators. It's on the side of the tables, right? You can see below the boards, there's also the digital boards. And it would be mostly for the spectators, but some of the players like to use the digital boards for observing it, especially in the opening phase. I'm curious, Tanya, you as a competitor and very experienced player, what is it like? Do you think that helps if you have been mostly reviewing your opening choice and your preparation for the day on the computer, on a laptop, on a digital screen? Does it help a bit to look at the digital boards rather than the physical board, or does it make no difference?
Anna, I'm such an old school person like that. Whether it comes to chess or writing as well, I still need my paper and pen. When it comes to preparing in chess, I do need my chessboard. I like feeling the pieces and going through the lines on that. That's just how I've always done it. I've grown up in those times where we didn't have access to, a digital board like that. So I think it's a completely different animal now, chess, compared to when I was playing competitively or, what I consider was my biggest time as a player. I do love the idea of preparing over a board, I will say that. And you've got Hikaru on the screen as he's doing that thing he does where he's looking at the ceiling, trying to remember his opening. And I think this is going to be a fun one. And I think we've got fun John joining us for some updates. John, exciting, interesting openings all around, potentially opposite side castlings as well coming up.
Exactly right. I feel like the stage is being set for the fireworks later on. We haven't quite got there yet, but I like that the tension is bubbling under the surface. People have decided that, you know what, we had 8 draws yesterday. The time for being conservative might not be now. Let's see if I can get my opponents out of prep. Let's see if I can prepare something particularly juicy to take into the middle games today. And I have a funny feeling that we are going to see some delightfully decisive results. Still plenty to play for here, though, as we head into our first break. The openings have been decided, and the scene has been set for battle, but who is going to strike first? We will see you fine folks in chat for more from the FIDE Candidates 2026 after this.
You also had that really long final round in 2024 when you famously drew Nepomniachtchi in 109 moves when the draw helped neither of you and he apologized in the moment. Do you still think about that game at all? And if so, how do you get it out of your thoughts for a big event like this?
Not too much anymore. I mean, it's been 2 years. Yeah, of course, I did think about it a lot at the time, and it was a big opportunity. It wouldn't guarantee me anything, but it would give me, I guess 99 times out of 100 I should win that game, and then it gives me a match. However that match goes is completely unpredictable, I think, but definitely I have a chance in that match against Gukesh, and I would relish the opportunity. It could also be that I would win that game and then lose the match to Gukesh, and we would be in the same situation. Yeah, I look back on it with of course some regrets. I try not to blame myself because it's not like it's an approach issue. I mean, I didn't come there with the wrong approach. It's not like I gave up mentally or anything. Just time trouble phase, and I screwed up in a major way, winning position. But yeah, what can you do about that? You can kind of kick yourself. Happens all the time. That you think, okay, I'm 100% to win this game, and then in the moment some things happen. You can't really explain it after the fact, but chess is also a difficult game, not only from the difficult moments, but also from the easy moments.
On your podcast, you said that playing in the St. Louis Masters gives you still about 2 weeks of solid prep, and that was enough for you. Seems like you're a little bit more of an active player in that sense. So why do you think that activity is more important than rest and preparation?
I also had this moment. I played the Bundesliga before that, and it had been 5 months that I hadn't played a classical game. Yeah, I played a lot of events, the World Rapid Blitz, the freestyle events, and so on. But I hadn't played since the US Championship. So I played that final round game against Levon. And then I had this really long period. That was in October. And then I sit down at the board in Bundesliga for the first time playing classical chess, and I feel like I'm playing some other type of game. It feels totally foreign to me. It really takes time to get back into the habit of thinking over your moves, not just, trying to basically play very often as fast as you can. not always having to watch the clock from the start of the game. So it's just kind of different, and I think you can prepare all you want, but it's good to at least get in the practice of playing classical chess. If I hadn't played a single game for like 3-4 months, I would feel a bit rusty at the start. It might not matter for the first games, but it also might, and I'd rather just get a little bit of practice in.
Welcome back, everyone. This is round 3 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. As promised, fighting chess up and down the playing hall. And I think it's only fair to remind our viewers that we're here. Tanya, I can't remember if it was the World Championship or the Olympiad. I think it was the Olympiad. Whenever we were on the same broadcast, we would get so many opposite side castling. It was absolutely fantastic. And I feel like
John,
that aura... Was it the Olympiad?
It was definitely not the Olympiad. I was playing it.
Yeah, it can't have been the Olympiad then. Where was it then? That's a really good point. In fact, your games might have gone there. It might have been Tata,
I think it was
but
Tata still. Yeah.
I definitely remember whenever you're on a broadcast with Tanya, expect opposite side castling. And I want to steer us gently towards Hikaru Nakamura's game because we are potentially threatening with Anish Giri with opposite side castling here. Obviously, both options are open, but I would love it if that was the case here. Over to you guys to tell us what's going on.
Thank you, John. And Tanya, if this is the case, can we have you on each and every broadcast? Because we want to see fighting chess. We want to see sharp attacking positions. So Tanya, to be on every single broadcast. Maybe we need a clone of you because I don't know how you're going to cover every chess tournament, but I'm voting for that.
You know, Anna, either here or at Chess24 India, no one's keeping me away from the candidates. I mean, this is my absolute favorite chess tournament. At the end of it, it's candidates in World Championship, which just means something different. And I think, you know, like we say, no one ever became a world champion until they made it through this one. And it's the one tournament where only first place matters. The difference between the first and second and last, it's massive, right? So definitely going to be on the broadcast one way or the other. They're talking about long castles. I love it. Love to see it if it does happen, especially when you're playing against a player like Hikaru. But let's deep dive into this game, Anna, because as you can see, it's sort of like a reverse Sicilian Sveshnikov structure that we have, where white is kind of playing like black in some ways. So which means the dynamics are going to be all around that central square. I don't know if you can highlight it in every single color possible, but in all these structures, it is the d4 square that really, really matters. If white is able to break free with d4, white is super duper happy. If black is able to get a strong hold in that, in this position, then Anish will be a happy camper in this one. So long castle kind of fits in with all those ideas. How surprised are you that Hikaru, once again, he's not making the automatic short castle, which means that something else is going on in his super brain right now. And what do you think that something else is?
I was wondering about that, so I checked the database because it's not usual to see this. You are right. He has been thinking for already over 20 minutes, and this is only move 8, queen to d7 by Anish Giri. But then I realized the reason why Hikaru is thinking is because queen to d7 by the Dutch number 1 is a novelty. It has never happened before. Queen d7 is a completely new idea. Only bishop e7 was played in the other 2 games that reached this position. So we are in a completely new territory. Bishop e7, maybe with just a solid approach of castling kingside, or at least keeping both options in mind. But queen d7 is clearly showing that, oh, castle queenside is very much an option. So queen d7 is completely new. Bishop e7 happened in the game between Ding Liren and Zhu Jiangju last year. And that might be the game that Hikaru is aware of and he knows. And I think that explains why he is trying to figure out the difference. You know, the bishop is not developed yet, it's still an f8. And the king is possibly not going to the king side, but will castle queen side. Very big difference from what has been played before in this position. He castles king side now after 20 minutes of thinking.
And I love that you bring it up, the stat that you just mentioned on the queen idea. But you know, Anna, because you said it, I checked, and actually this Anish's idea, sort of in new territory, goes a bit back. Do you think we should do a quick action replay? And I just want to show, I think, where Anish probably had his opening prep start. And of course, it goes on from here. We had the knight come out. And if we just go on, it becomes an English with e5. And this is where you see the makings of a reverse Sicilian already in the English opening. You know, usually white is the one who plays like this. Just imagine colors reverse, and suddenly you'll be very familiar with these kind of dynamics. The knight gets pushed back and the bishop comes out. And I think right here, this is the big moment, Anna, because usually the move of choice for black has been bishop to c5 and the other bishop coming out, and not the one that Anish chose. Again, the ideas are similar, that you want to keep control on the d4 square, but bishop c5, short castle, and then, you know, you have that same game with same side castling. But I would want to think that there's, according to my database, one game with the bishop coming out to g4, that perhaps this was Anish's grand plan for this opening. It sets up what you mentioned, right? Queen coming up next, and hey, guess what? I'm not getting my king to the right flank. I'm taking it all the way to the long side and basically taking the dogfight to Hikaru in this one. In the next move, we saw the white bishop come out. Again, it's all about that d4 square, so it's obvious where you want to place your pieces. After bishop e3, queen d7, so Anish continues with the plan, keeping it flexible, and now short castle. So will Anish sort of show his cards by getting the castle going on the other side, or do you think he's going to keep Hikaru guessing by continuing developing the other bishop right now?
I'm extremely curious about this, Tanya, and also the preparation in the candidates tournament. Every single round we see novelties, really,
yeah, I love that,
beautifully analyzed variations. It's so hard to come up with novelties in chess, Tanya, with millions of games in the database. It's really not easy for the teams that are working for the players, but Anish Giri in this round is the player who is delivering a really interesting novelty. And you are right, it started with that bishop g4 move, only one game in the database, followed up with queen d7, and now he's taking the knight willingly. He's not even waiting for Hikaru to attack that bishop, to provoke the bishop. He's willingly capturing the knight, giving the pair of bishops to Hikaru, but that's the knight that was guarding the d4 square, so he's eliminating a really important piece for the fight for the central squares.
This is such a good thematic strategic idea in this position, and I know I am biased towards a bishop pair, but the makings of this position, that light squared bishop with which Hikaru will be left with, as we can see, really doesn't have a massive bright future, at least anytime soon, because of the pawn structures of d3, e4. Meanwhile, Anna, you're totally right. I think the next move, or maybe the next move, that black knight will find itself on d4. So what Anish has done, given itself up, the bishop up for the knight. I'm still hoping to see a long castle. So I hope queen d7 did reflect what we are hoping for. And of course, Hikaru, he comes back. I don't believe he's going to take it with a pawn. No one does. Don't try that at home. Not even if your name is Hikaru. He takes it with the bishop, keeps the structure intact. And now you could jump in with the knight to d4 immediately. Wow, did Anish already make his choice? He did.
And it is knight to d4 indeed. He immediately made the move and stood up. There is, by the way, a bigger display. I was wrong pointing out the digital screens on the side of the tables. That's too small for the players to admire. But there is a huge screen with all the 8 games ongoing where the players can observe their games without having to sit at the board because it's such a long round. I think they all like to stand up a little bit, stretch, get some refreshments, walk around, fresh air as well if they can go outside. I'm not sure like how the playing venue is exactly here in Cyprus for the candidates, but in terms of the opening and what we see on the board, I think the opening fight was won by Anish Giri. How much that matters and how much will that throw off Hikaru is the question. Of course, it's still a very balanced position. The evaluation bar is sitting right in the middle. It's just saying like, is this equal?
Yeah, early days as well, but I agree with you, Anna. I think it does at least visually and optically look that Anish is doing well out of the opening right now. I want to ask you a question before we move on to the other game. I saw about 300 tier lists being made before the candidates. Did you have one of your own?
I did not, but I watched many of the other tier lists because I find those hilarious. And I love that the players themselves also had to rate their chances. I like the fact that some of the players wanted to rate their chances and others were more conservative and decided not to put themselves on their own list. We have, of course, also the world #1 Magnus Carlsen with his tier list, which I thought was really interesting, that he puts Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura as the 2 favorites, but also named Praggnanandhaa as a potential winner. So curious to hear your thoughts, Tanya, on the tier list that you have seen or watched, and do you have your own list?
I was hoping you'd say you have one that you made yourself, and that would be the next one that I would check out for sure, because I'm an absolute sucker for tier lists. I love to watch them and see what people think about who's going to get where. I'll tell you my favorite, though. I think I really enjoyed watching Alireza's very lazy tier list. I think it was the most nonchalant of all the ones that I watched, where basically everyone was S tier, and then, Blue Bomb was right behind everybody, just, slightly maybe less of a chance. But he said that this is one of those candidates, Anna, where everyone has a shot to win. And I think, while it looks lazy, there is some thought to it. And I think it does make a lot of sense, because in my head, if I had to make one, I would maybe put Fabi a little ahead of the others. And, somewhere there's this conversation, is Fabi the strongest player on the planet not to have a world championship with him right now? But I think this truly is anyone's candidates, and the start that we've had in the Open with 3 decisive games in round 1 goes on to show that, the mix that we have. So I would say that I think Alireza's candidates tier list was the fastest, the shortest, the quickest. But to me, it made me think about a lot of stuff. So I kind of like that one.
I agree with you that was a great one. I also liked when Anish forgot about Pragg as a participant, and maybe Pragg will be the one with the chances to win it, and then Anish Giri just forgets about him and he loses to Pragg in the first round. So maybe he shouldn't have forgotten to name him.
He definitely forgot about the Grand Prix attack, or preparing for it, as he said that the Grand Prix attack in that game 1 came out of nowhere. So yeah, it's really interesting. I wonder if chat, what they think, what was their favorite tier list, and what would be their tier list in general, who would be S tier for them. We'll check on that a bit. But Anna, with this position, I think we've broken it down for now, at least, that Anish, it's all about the d4 square. He's given the bishop pair, and he's taking his time. Actually, I have one more question, one more thing to kind of discuss with you. Hikaru's sort of been on top of several tier lists as well. As Anish walks back, by the way, takes a sip of his water, waiting for Hikaru's next move. Hikaru's been one of those players we've seen as, of course, a huge fan favorite as well. What in your head has been his form in the first 2 rounds? How do you feel about the chess? I know he lost, the first game, but what do you think about what we've seen from Hikaru so far?
I think he probably is disappointed so far of his tournament, and he wouldn't be happy with his performance and how the first 2 rounds have gone for him. Not just for the result, for having lost the first round against Fabiano Caruana, but also the form, because in both games he was on the defensive. In both games he was the one who had to struggle for hours. He was always the one leaving the playing venue the last. And even yesterday against Andrei Yesipenko, he had to be on the defensive for so long, and he had to fight really hard to achieve a draw. So I don't think that he would be thrilled with how the tournament started, but he's also the player who has played the least amount of classical chess games among top players at elite events, because of course he had to complete a certain amount of games. He had to play a certain amount of games to qualify through the highest rated spot, but those were open tournaments. It's not the same to play an open tournament as to play in Norway Chess, which was his last top event, and that's June 2025. He did play a training match with Awander Liang just before the candidates, but that's 2 classical games. So I think he definitely is lacking the same amount of practice training territory at top chess events as the rest of the players. The rest of the players have a lot more active last couple of months in comparison with Hikaru, I feel like. So that's, I think, something that he has to somehow overcome, that he didn't play too many top events recently, not in classical chess at least. But maybe he's still warming up. This is a long event. So what I do think is good for Hikaru is that these first rounds were really tough, but it's definitely getting him into the swing. And he's one of the most experienced players, if not the most experienced among everyone.
And he's one of the most exciting players as well. I just hope that, I think Hikaru hasn't yet found his Hikaru beast form yet. He's also had 2 blacks, and that's never an easy start as well. So yesterday he had a difficult game, but held it. I want to see him in the race till the very end. I think every tournament, fans love it. Every tournament gets more exciting with that. So for Hikaru, he needs to bounce back with a win, I would say, before the first half gets over. We'll see what happens in this one. Anna, by the way, crazy things are happening in the women's section. I know we have to check the blue bomb game, but maybe, as we pull up our bird's eye view, take a look at that bottom row. The second board from left, right there, Zhu Jin versus Bibisara. Jin has given us so much excitement in the women's candidates so far. Crazy, crazy games. Sacrificing a knight in round 1. F4 was stunning. Yesterday, 2 pawns up, playing a brilliant opening. And then we had Lagno strike with rook takes pawn. A lot of fire on the board. And Anna, this one as well, with Bibisara going g4. Do you think it's going to be Asubayeva who's going to be lighting the board on fire today?
I'm trying to take in everything that's going on here, Tanya, because this is not your traditional solid opening that you would see. What is happening? What opening was it? And how did the pawns end where they are? What's a black pawn doing on b3, the white pawn on g4? The black king is stuck in the middle of the board, not ready to castle at all. Can we maybe just take a quick action replay and see how we got here?
I think we have to. We don't have an option. A position like this, if you have to make any sense of it, head or tail of it, you have to start from the top. It was the Sicilian defense, and I believe it was the Rossolimo, which makes it even more surprising, right? This is where it all starts with bishop b5, that it's considered such a positional strategic line usually, kind of killing all the dynamics of Sicilian. But let's not forget the live board that we just saw. So, okay, h3. I think this gives me a little hint that at some point, Bibisara thought she's got the hook. She's not committed her own king, and that h-pawn eventually set herself up for the idea of lining up the rook against the white king and ramming that g-pawn ahead.
I love this in spirit, in terms of the fighting approach, not caring that this is losing the chance for her to castle kingside. If she wants to castle now, it's only castle queenside that's possible. This is such an aggressive move, rook to g8, not even caring about development. That all the pieces still, or at least the majority of the pieces sitting on the back rank, but she's going for rook g8 to push g5. In this position, there's still plenty of games, but rook g8 only happened in 13 games because the main move is e5. Over 100 games have seen the pawn push e5, which is a great grip in the center and very solid structure. But rook to g8 is so brave. And I think Zhu Jinier is ready for the fight because she pushes d3 to open up the diagonal of her bishop, h6. Now, insisting that she's gonna get to push g5 no matter how many pieces are guarding that square. With h6, black is now finally ready to push g5. b4 by Zhu Jinier. b4. The square is covered by 2 of black's pieces and none of white's.
Before the madness, I want to say, I mean, what on earth is this? Black is setting up a whole g-pawn push forward towards your king, and Zhu Jinier just simply sacrifices a pawn on the other side with no development. It's reminiscent of some sort of a Benko idea where you want to open up the A and the B lines by pushing your pawn. I also want to point out, Anna, the clock situation. To me, it implicates that how much of a prep is this, or is this over-the-board inspiration? Because both players have taken a lot of time to play these moves. h6 reinforces g5, and Jinier completely ignores it. She's going for counterplay, but in a very dynamic manner. She wants to go b4. She wants to put her bishop on b2 on the long diagonal, maybe even open up the lines of a3. I mean, I thought rook g8 was the plot twist, but I spoke too soon.
Yeah, I'm really puzzled on who surprised whom and how much they know of this, because this is still a move. This has been played 3 times in chess history, not many games, but there are 3 games. The top game is Arjan Tari with the white pieces against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So with the black pieces, Bibisara's compatriot, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, has had this in a game in 2023. Are the players aware of this? Is this a preparation maybe that Bibisara is aware of? Could be. But also Zhu Jinier, I mean, b4. You don't push b4 without knowing this move, do you?
It's very interesting. And you bring up a really cool fact on that Nodirbek has played this offbeat idea. And we know Nodirbek and Vachier teammates. How much is he in on this preparation? And Vachier Bibisara, they're very good friends. So I wonder if there's some correlation to that Nodirbek.
Very good friends, Tanya. I think according to Grandmaster Peter Leko, they're a bit more than friends.
That's a different kind of a show, Anna. We'll discuss more on that later.
Dating gossip here by Tanya and Anna.
But this is really interesting because rook g8, like you said, barely any games played, but played by a certain Nodirbek. So very well could be part of a prep, because you don't just make a move like rook g8 and the candidates over the board. It has to be something, no matter what the clock might say, is something that you've looked at. And then it just almost feels like Jinier was ready with her response, because similarly, b4 is not something that you just sort of explode in the position without having any pre-knowledge. It doesn't stop here, Anna, because I see the live board has had some more moves. So let's continue to see what happened, because b4 was taken. It was grabbed, the pawn sacrifice. Bibisara says, show me where the money is here. And then this is the classic idea. When you give up a pawn, you want to open up your lines, pace up your development, you sacrifice a pawn. And I've noticed this about players from China, especially, Anna, that it's activity over everything. They rely so much on piece activity. That's the thing that they aim for in most of their opening choices. So Jinier not caring about the pawns. And a very interesting move here, I believe, by Bibisara. She doesn't take the pawn, allowing a free flow of the pieces. Instead, she counter-sacrifices to keep the files closed on the queen side.
I think that's a great reaction. I definitely feel that both Zhu Jinier and Bibisara are the type of players that would rather be down a pawn or 2 if they have the initiative. So that's what's happening. They are both ready to go for aggressive moves. They are both ready for a fight, and they don't want to be pawn grabbing. They don't want to be greedy. They want the initiative. They want the attack. So Bibisara is giving the pawn back in order to not allow the A file to open up for Zhu, in order to not let white's pieces develop that easily. B3, I think, is a great way to react, and it still follows following that Nodirbek Abdusattorov game against Aryan Tari. So I am really curious if the players were aware of this. Knight to d2 is apparently the new move in the game of Abdusattorov after b3. Let me check quickly what happened. c4 was played. c4 was the move that Aryan Tari played instead of developing the knight. So this is where we deviate from the Abdusattorov game and what we have on the board. Excuse me, I went too far ahead, but after b4 and the pawn push, knight to d2, Zhu Jinier is really insisting on giving up the pawn.
And it's really fascinating that both as a response in the Nodirbek game against Aryan decided to go c4, and to this one as well, Zhu Jinier, both these players not capturing on b3. So clearly prioritizing open lines over winning the material back. So knight d2, and the fun's just getting started, Anna, because after knight d2, Bibisara ignores everything that's happening on the left flank and just continues with her initial plan. The g-pawn moves forward, and now Jinier returns the favor by ignoring everything that's happening on the right flank and, goes with traditional chess wisdom that your opponent plays on the flank. What do? You strike in the center, especially when the king is in the center. She goes d4, literally not caring about any threats of g4, and Bibisara says, I will take it on. And she went ahead with the g-pawn.
This is such an exciting game to follow, and the mentality, the approach of both of these ladies. Like, I want to congratulate both of them for bringing on this show for the spectators, for us, and that they are fearless. This is an absolutely incredible game, and anything can still happen. The computer likes it more from White's perspective, but I don't think that the evaluation bar matters much here. When the G file is opening up toward the king, now that the pawn is taken, you can take on G4 with the knight, with the bishop, or intermediate move, capture on C2 first if you want to keep your pawn advantage. So this is a very rich, very exciting position, and I think there will definitely be a decisive result on this board. This is not the one going for a draw.
Absolutely. I think that is the most likely outcome. I will though point out, as the moves are coming in, nobody is even noticing there's a black pawn on b3. The players are just pretending like that one does not exist at all. I think if I had to take a guess, Anna, why the evaluation bar in a seemingly dangerous position for White seems to favor White is because White just has an incredible development. All the chess principles have been followed, where you've got control on the center, your pieces are out, the white rook lined up against the king, and notice that bishop on f1. It's a beautiful defender to the white king, just keeping g2 under control. So there's this feeling that when White goes e5 at the right time, or maybe d5 and then e5, black might be the one sort of looking for an escape route for the king. Meanwhile, yes, g5, g4, very flashy, but at least for me, it's hard to see a follow-up for black as an attack here. Maybe ideas of knight h5, knight f4 to try to put more pressure could be something on black's radar.
I agree with you, fully agreed that it's the more developed pieces, the control of the center, and the fact that it's going to be the black king that's more likely to struggle when the position opens up, while it's exactly what you said about the kingside attack, that, yeah, you do have that open file, but how do you proceed with the bishop on f1 being such a good defender? It's an incredibly useful piece here, and it's still part of the attack in a way. It could end up on b5 at some point in the right moment, depending on the circumstances. It's not just a passive piece, but very helpful that the knight and the bishop are here, even if the h-pawn is missing. You don't really see a way for black to suddenly bring pieces to that open h-file. It's only the g-file, and the g-file alone is not really a way to get into White's camp. It's very well protected. So I agree with you that Zhu Jinier, she's handling really well the tension here on the king side, not caring about that b3 pawn. Neither player cares. I wonder for how long, I would love a prediction in the chat on both Twitch and YouTube, for how long will that pawn be on b3 with neither player doing anything about it? White could take it, black could take on c2. It has been there already since move 10. This is move 14. It's already been there for 4 moves. For how long will that pawn it just exists?
I love that question because that's exactly, I think, what's running in every player's mind here. I mean, the two players who are playing it as well. Do you take on C2? Do you allow the development to free flow? But I would be actually worried if I'm Bibisara right now. D5, E5 just looks a lot scarier than anything going on the G line. By the way, a lot of scary things are going on in the open. And Anna, I think I'm going to take us there directly right now because one of our early leaders, look at our bird's eye view there, just a quick roundup, crazy things happening. By the way, what a day to join you. Because look at the openings that we've had all around here, Anna. Pragg
It's
versus
you,
Sindarov.
Tanya. We need you on the show for crazy, exciting games. John called it already.
You know, John said it, and I'm here with you guys. I could not have picked a better day to be here, and I absolutely love the action that's brewing. So Praggnanandhaa is facing the D4 move that has been played by Sindarov. Very exciting, and I think we'll go to that. But before that, look at the FIDE Wei Yi board right next to it. FIDE's king in the center, Wei Yi's king in the center. There's FIDE's queen that's gone all the way to A5, attacking A7. Apparently in chess, no one cares about pawns anymore because Wei Yi simply slid his bishop all the way over, stopping castling from happening. Hikaru Giri, a more strategic fight in that center all around the D4 square. Meanwhile, Blue Bomb, Esipenko, it's a classic opening, classic case of the isolated queen spawn for Esipenko. All minor pieces on the board. And usually that means for Blue Bomb, he's going to try to set up ideas against that central black D pawn. And with that, we go over to where there's fire on the board. Anna, before we deep dive into this, let's back up to where we left it last and do a move by move.
Sure. So this Fabiano Caruana Wei Yi game is something that we definitely will be going back to always because it is such a crucial game. Fabi being one of the leaders, and he's playing against someone who is a very strong opponent, but Fabi has a really good head-to-head score against Wei Yi. In fact, I believe he has never lost a game, if I recall the statistics correctly, but I'm not very good at that, so please correct me if I'm wrong. Fabi with a good score against Wei Yi, that is for sure, and he has the white pieces today. We left it earlier after having seen the opening moves. I believe we started with the symmetrical English opening, and instead of castling kingside, you called this, Tanya. You were like, wait a second, Fabi's spending so long. Why is he not making the obvious developing move? Castle kingside is such a natural move. So, of course, he goes for something that is slightly different to the usual path. There's a lot less games for queen a4 check. And after knight c6, he now plays knight to g5. The knight on d5 is under the attack after this discovered attack. The knight jumping away opens up the diagonal of the bishop. The knight retreats to chase the white queen away. And this, I believe, is a new move. I think no one has ever moved that knight away for some reason. E6 is a move that has been played in 14 games, including by players such as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Anatoly Karpov. So, wow, this opening goes way back, even this specific variation with the knight on g5. But interesting that no one has ever tried knight to b6. And Wei Yi, look at his time management. This is his preparation. He barely has spent any time. Like, he's still in the books. He still knows what he's doing. This is still home cooked.
That's incredible, and it better be, Anna, because if we move forward, actually, Wei Yi sacrificed pawn after pawn in this game. So finally, when the knight did go back, hitting that queen, we saw a trade, and this is where he loses, I believe, the first pawn in the position, but not the last one. There was a check. Wei Yi blocked the check. And the queen, I believe, grabbed the second pawn as well, defending the rook. Queen takes pawn and chases the knight away, then chases the queen away with rook c8, and Fabi puts the queen on a5, and it's clear he's had to think on every single move because he's down to about an hour on the clock. He went for the third pawn, and I cannot agree more with you. Wei Yi, the speed with which he's giving up all these pawns, he really just is going for, as I'm looking at it, I'm trying to take in what he's going for. I'm still trying to make up my mind on it. It's clearly to do with stopping white from castling and making sure it's not easy to finish developing, because Bishop h3 comes with a nasty threat. You want to go bishop g2, attack the rook, take away all rights to castle, and maybe even give up that bishop for the knight and plant your queen on d3. That would be such a stronghold in the position. Also notice how he's kind of made it difficult for white. I just realized queen a5 explains it's not just attacking a7. it was Fabi's idea to be able to push d3 or b3 so that there's no rook takes knight sacrifice in the air. So it kind of also defends the knight, allowing for development of the bishop. This is such a complex, complicated battle. Fabi down to an hour. I can only imagine how nervous he's feeling. I mean, checks, captures, threats. I think one of the first moves that Fabi is considering is queen to b5, giving a check to the black king. But it doesn't really solve your development problems here.
It does not. And this is so fascinating to see. Again, a game with a novelty. Knight to b6 is a novelty. And no wonder no one played it before, because that move is giving up 2 pawns. 2 pawns. You are sacrificing 2 pawns, playing with the black pieces against the English opening. You're facing the world number 3, one of the top favorites for the candidates. And you, with the black pieces, decide to go all in and offer 1 pawn first, a 2nd pawn immediately. This is force. You can't even just no, this is 2 pawns immediately. And it continues with bishop h3, giving up a 3rd pawn. 3 pawns is the equivalent of a minor piece, a knight or a bishop. That's huge in terms of material, Tanya, to just go for it. It's so brave. I'm loving this.
And the question to me is, it's brave, it's gutsy, and the speed puts that much pressure. How brave is Fabi feeling to go for that 3rd pawn? The only piece that's out for Fabi, I mean, yes, the knights are there, but the queen dance has been predominant, right? Your rooks are not developed, the bishop's not developed, the king is in the center. Is Fabi gutsy enough to just get super greedy here? Will he be a pawn grabber for the 3rd pawn and then really force Wei Yi to show what he's got for this material deficit? Because 3 pawns down, Anna, if you're not checkmating white's king, you're kind of dead lost in the game right out of the opening. And it also plays mind games. By the way, Fabi makes a decision and he does go for the check. It did feel like the more human approach, right? Queen takes pawn.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll just quickly check what was the issue with it. Or maybe, Anna, if you can tell, I'm going to have to switch on the engine, because I don't really see the refutation immediately for queen takes pawn in this position.
Oh, Tanya, this is very simple. Chess is so easy. The computer says that if you do end up capturing the 3rd pawn, black is refuting this by castling kingside. There is nothing going on immediately. Black is now 3 pawns, but black is better.
I mean, everyone would play this move, right? It's got to be this idea. What else can it be? That is amazing.
Wow. This is incredible. To be down 3 pawns and the engine approving being down 3 pawns for nothing concrete. There's nothing immediate, but simply long-term ideas, such as bringing the rook to c6, then the queen to c8, then you can bring your other rook out. Black can improve his pieces, while for white, it's really difficult to develop for the fact that you mentioned that white cannot castle, white cannot push neither the d pawn nor the b pawn because of the knight hanging on c3, and there's tactics. If we just show for a second how difficult it is for white to develop, these are some of the issues. Having 3 extra pawns but not being able to develop your pieces is the reason why it's okay to be down so much on material, but you are the one developing and making progress in the position. You are the only one with the black pieces who can do that. Wow.
And I'm just going to follow this line a little bit just to make sense of it, because I had to. Because, 3 pawns is not 1 pawn, it's not even 2, it's a lot of pawns. And everything that you explained, to double down on that, the problem is white just cannot really finish development. If you come back with your queen to a5 to play b3 or d3 and also survive any queen traps that are possible once the black queen gets out of the way, I'm pretty sure Wei Yi, I don't have a very strong engine, and Wei Yi would have prepared this with an incredibly powerful engine. But mine suggests a simple move like queen d6. You're not threatening any checkmates, Anna. You're not threatening any killer blows. You are playing against white's inability to make moves. The problem is that if you, for example, make a move like d3, you say, you know what, I need to get my bishop out as quickly as possible, the most human move. Rook takes knight wins the game on the spot. Rook takes knight.
Wow.
Pawn takes rook. And the other rook slides over to a8. And there's no good way for the queen to stay connected to the c3 pawn, and you're going to end up losing that rook on a1. So basically, Fabi could not have grabbed that a7 pawn because long-term, he cannot finish development.
That is incredible. What a tactical pattern that even if you protect the c3 knight with the queen to try to develop your pieces, it's still not working. This is such a huge novelty in this variation, I feel like, because this is posing problems to white. you would normally see pawn sacrifices from White's perspective, all the gambits in the opening, going for the attack. But no, this is insane. This is giving up 3 pawns to paralyze White's position and not let him develop anything at all. No castling, no development. Everything is stuck on the back rank, and that's the reason why Fabi decides not to grab the 3rd pawn. Tanya, as you said, it's somewhat a better approach to not go against the engine and give this check, because that at least forces either the bishop back or the knight to d7. The bishop, of course, wants to stay on h3 to not allow White to castle. So knight to d7 is the move that will cover. I think Wei Yi hasn't made a decision yet, but I'm expecting that he will go back to d7 with the knight so that he can castle next move. Wow.
Fantastic call there, Anna. Just as you mentioned it, you finished your sentence and Wei Yi was like, I agree with everything Anna's just said, reached out for that knight, and he's put it blocking that check on d7, knight d7. But I think the fireworks are far from over in this one, because again, Fabi has to solve his opening problems. And I don't think we can overstate psychologically what a difficult situation this is for Fabi, right? Knowing that his opponent is in prep, has sacrificed his pawns. The king is stuck in the center. I think Black simply wants to go short castle and continue getting the queen out, queen c7, rook b8, chasing, just making sure that there's no d3 or b3. As long as Fabi's king is in the center and the bishop on c1 doesn't get out, Fabi can't breathe. Basically, Wei Yi is 2 pawns down, but all over Fabi's back in this position.
I 100% agree with you, Tanya. This is such a sharp position to face, and knowing that this is the preparation of your opponent, because Fabi has already spent an hour of his time to get here, and he knows that he's up against an engine and the entire team of Wei Yi who prepared this variation. This is so tough, a very tough spot to be in.
You know what's crazier, Anna? One guess for what the engine evaluation is in this position. At a low depth, but what do you think is the engine evaluation? 2 pawns down in this position.
0, 0, 0. Is it the complete draw? As we know, everything is a draw. Oh, God.
I mean, this is just incredible, right? But I'll be honest. If it's 0.0, I would want to be Black side of 0.0 in this.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes. And you're Miss Tactics, right? So I'm guessing you'd love to be Black as well.
I wish. Sopiko needs to rub a bit more of the tactics on me, because all I know is grabbing pawns and not sacrificing pawns. But I'm very brave as a commentator. You know, I give up other players' pawns.
It's a good skill to have, makes it more exciting, Anna. But I have to say that, I mean, the 0.0 every time in this kind of a position where really draw feels like the least likely outcome, because 0.0 can be achieved if both sides play super accurate engine moves. And it's clear that Wei Yi still has an idea of that direction. But I think for the American Grandmaster, for Fabiano Caruana, a huge favorite in every single tier list that we've discussed so far, this is a tough spot to be in to navigate this opening.
It's really tough. And for him to add up all these factors and be the player that's sitting there as such a high stakes event where he is one of the favorites, if not the top favorite. And this was his really good chance, or is his really good chance, to maybe take the sole lead. But now I think from what we see after this opening novelty by Wei Yi and the nature of the position, I think it's Fabiano who really needs to work for a draw, even not for what the evaluation says. This is an equal, supposedly balanced position. But if we add up the surprise element, if we add up the psychology, if we add up the time management, if we add up all the factors, this is a lot tougher game for Fabi. It doesn't matter that he's the one with the white pieces and he is ahead of Wei Yi in the standings.
Absolutely. This is a fun opening choice by Wei Yi. And the thing is, with the black pieces to make this statement against, Fabiano Caruana, the only player in the field, by the way, to have had won a Candidates, to have had played the World Championship title, it's really, really something. Now, as I look at this position and all the problems that we've discussed, I would be so tempted to push that d pawn forward to d4, blunting the black bishop, Anna, just making sure there are no tactics in c3. And I'm also saying I want to finish my development as soon as possible. For me, this feels like the most human move in the position.
I agree with you, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what Fabi is considering to follow up with, because now that he has given the check and the knight is on d7, that's blocking the d file. So earlier it wasn't that easy for white to do anything like that, with the queen having an eye on all of these squares on the d file. But after the check, with the knight blocking the way of the black queen, this is exactly the moment that he can use to open up the diagonal of the bishop, as you said, Tanya, grab the center and also try to develop his pieces, block this bishop at the same time. Multi-purpose move, and probably the best move here for white to fight for development. Usually white doesn't fight for development. It's so funny, isn't it?
He doesn't, but at least Fabi's got 2 extra pawns to show for it. So it's a trade-off. And our life is a trade-off. You get something, you have to give something. So I think in this case, it's kind of really tricky, because if Wei Yi doesn't prove his compensation or isn't able to keep it, Fabi might just be winning in the next few moves. But if Fabi, every move for white, I think over the next 5 moves, is a high responsibility move. It's going to be very costly if you go wrong if you're white in this position. Black might still have a few choices. So going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. I think d4, get that bishop out, is one option I see. If there's something else that you're looking at, Anna, would love to hear it. But there's a lot of action on the other boards as well. Do you want to bring up the bird's eye view?
Yeah,
or you want to show this line with
one
bishop
last
f4?
thing. Is that okay?
Sure.
Sorry, I just wanted to show one more thing. Apologies that I'm just like, oh goodness me, because I was curious. I played out this move just out of curiosity. What happens if white plays in the most natural way? After pushing the pawn, you want to develop your bishop, and this bishop is looking at the BA square. Everything looks fine. I'm ready to maybe even like castle. I don't know how crazy is that to bring your king here, but it looks like I might castle at some stage. But the problem with this bishop f4 move is that black can just go pawn to g5 and chase the bishop away. And if you want to keep the bishop developed on e3 or d2, then rook b8 is a problem. Picking up the b2 pawn, it's not just about the pawn, but the rook on the second rank. The knight will no longer have a defender. Suddenly white's pieces have an entry access toward the white position. So this is really dangerous. And suddenly the evaluation bar no longer thinks it's a draw.
Wow. It's incredible, right? You make the most natural looking moves and you find yourself in so much trouble. By the way, Fabi, after a long think, took another decision. He played against the idea of the bishop slide over and taking the knight. He says, I'm vanquishing my ability to castle for the rest of the game. Rook g1, taking control of g2. And I think d4, hopefully next. But yeah, this is just such unnatural, non-standard chess position. We had the 2 chairs staring at each other. Wei Yi now comes back. I don't know how quickly he'll respond to it. That'll also tell us how familiar he is with this position. And as Wei Yi takes a think, I want to zoom out of this one because we'll definitely be coming back
Just one more thing. I'm so sorry,
Please do it.
everyone.
No.
This is terrible. But
never
I saw
apologize,
what the
Anna.
computer says. I saw it, and we might be heading toward a draw if this is the case, because rook to g1, according to the computer, is the best move, and there's a repetition of moves that might be where the game is heading. Like, who would think, that this could be close to a draw? But rook g1 is threatening to lock in the bishop with g4. So now Wei Yi is kind of forced to move the bishop back either to g4 or to e6, for instance, and head elsewhere. But if you move the bishop away, then the king can finally move and is about to sneak to g2. So if you want to stop that, then you go back with a check, and the king goes back, and then you move your bishop back again, and we might see a draw. So sorry.
I think
so sorry.
chat, wherever you're watching from, that analysis deserves an applause. Anna, if that happens, I will do anything that you want me to. And I think there's a massive chance that might happen, because you mentioned 0.0. You mentioned that, this is Wei Yi's preparation. We're also being told, by the way, that it's 100% accuracy by Wei Yi so far. So if this is the best way forward, Anna might have just predicted the future, guys, in a crazy, crazy line. Bishop g4, king f1, a bishop and king yo-yo. I shall tip a hat, which I'm not wearing then, to Anna, but I will put on a hat.
Don't take off your hat. Don't, Tanya. He played something.
This is real hair, Anna. This is not my hat.
Your invisible hat should stay on, because Wei Yi doesn't want to repeat moves. He doesn't move the bishop back. He castles and he ignores the threat of g4. So he gets a question mark for it, but I think our engine is not as strong as the computer that they use for the preparation, and he still must be in his home analysis. So crazy game. I will go back to the bird's eye view. I apologize for having brought us back so many times, but this is an absolutely chaotic game.
And we live for this, right? This is what we want, the candidates with so much on the line. And I think with so much at stake is exactly why players are incentivized to bring on this chaos, this crazy opening preparation. And are going to be really exciting to see if Bishop G4 King F1 does happen. There's so much excitement that I think you and I really need to take a little bit of a breather right now. Let's bring in John and ask him how he's feeling with all the action that we're seeing. This is crazy stuff, John.
That's not fair, Tanya. You guys want a break. I mean, my heart's been pounding just watching it, and I'm not even the one on the mic. Absolutely insane lines. Anna absolutely loved that analysis, and chat was going crazy for it as well. The possibilities here are insane. The fact that this is all within prep as well is absolute madness, and that, of course, is what's giving Fabiano pause for thought. He is properly in the tank now, nearly 50 minutes down on Wei Yi, and that gap could only grow. So even if the evaluation bar is showing 0, so many thoughts must be going through his head on how to strategize his way out of this game. Absolutely incredible stuff, folks. We are going to have a breather. We probably won't miss any moves as we are deep in the tank. But speaking of tank, if you happen to be a fan of Shark Tank, the Chess Up team has returned with the Chess Up 2. If you've watched the program, you've seen it there. It's the smart chessboard that combines the best of online and over-the-board chess. It's got built-in Wi-Fi and chess.com compatibility as well, so it carries the convenience of gaming online, but it also gives you access to the millions of players in the online chess community without losing the experience and the feel of playing chess over the board. We've had over 1 million chess.com games played on the Chess Up 2 board so far, so get 10% off your purchase for a limited time with the code CHESS at playchessup.com, or use !ChessUp in chat to unlock this offer. Otherwise, for goodness sake, fill up your glasses and get strapped in while I try and get my heart rate down slightly, and we will check back in with Caruana Wei Yi right after this break.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Who do you think will be your biggest, toughest opponents or biggest rivals in the candidates?
I mean, there is like 2 very big opponents, Fabiano and Hikaru. They played a lot of time in Candidates Tournament, and they have a lot of experience. So, of course, they're very strong. So I think against them will be very hard matches.
Hi everyone, I am Women International Master Ajelen Martinez, and today I'm super happy to show you a really fun game between Tan Jeonji and Kateryna Lagno from the 2024 Women's Candidates Tournament. Tan is playing with white and starts with knight f3, g3, and bishop g2. After a few normal moves, both players castle and develop pieces as usual during the opening, and things looks balanced, but then Tan plays knight to g5, so now they exchange some knights, bishops, then there's a check to send the king to the corner, and suddenly the position is super sharp. The white pieces take control of the open files with the rooks and put the queen on c7, trying to cause some trouble in black's position. Kateryna pushing on b5, kicking the knight to e5, the bishop goes to f6, rook c5, and now it's Kateryna's turn to shine, so she can play an incredible move here. Can you find that move? Well, the move is pawn to f4. You sacrifice a pawn to open lines and have an incredible attack in the king side. For example, after e takes f4 comes e3, opening more lines, and after f takes e3, then the one and only brilliant move, queen to h3. You sacrifice the bishop on d5 for now, but you have a lot of checks that could end on checkmate or taking some material back. So it's a brave idea, but Kateryna had in mind to play instead bishop takes on b3. You grab a pawn with the discovered attack against the rook on d1, but it's actually a mistake. As you can see, Tan has everything calculated, so she swapped rooks, then her quick takes on a7, which is the best move here, and now the bishop on b3 is under attack, so after bishop d1, the knight goes to c6, which is the best move again, with a hidden huge threat, nothing more, nothing less than checkmate on g7. So after swapping bishops, the queen goes to d7, and guess what? It's the best move again. And it's super annoying. You're attacking the rook, you're attacking the bishop, and you're attacking the pawn, and it's impossible to protect everything at the same time. And the game continues, and that makes it really hard for black to defend since the queen and the knight are a killer team, and it's actually the dream team here. So then comes the final combo, queen f5 check, queen f8 check, and the final last amazing move, the quiet king to h4, and that's it. There's no way to stop the checkmate on h8, and Kateryna resigns. So a beautiful win by Tan Jeonji, sharp, smart, and super clean in the end.
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates 2026. Look, on short notice, on only a couple of minutes, the three of us were all going to swap wigs, but we just don't have time for that now, chat. We have to get back into the chess. It is all fire on the board. We might be seeing a decisive result in the women's candidates as well, which is very exciting, but I don't want to go there just yet. I was going to suggest we do, ladies, but fortunately, let me correct myself. We've had a couple of moves played on the board between Caruana and Wei Yi, and we absolutely have to go back there first. I didn't think we'd be playing multiple moves this quickly, but it gives us more to cover. So back over to you guys while we focus on this game.
Wow, John, I think we didn't want to go on a break because the board is on fire in this very crucial game between the tournament leader, one of the tournament leaders, Fabiano Caruana, and China's top player, Wei Yi, who has given up Tanya 2 pawns, a novelty to unleash a 2-pawn sacrifice that was actually going to be even 3 pawns. And what for? Well, to not let your opponent castle and not let Fabi develop his pieces. That was it. You give up 3 pawns And what you get as a compensation is that your opponent cannot develop his pieces. Fabi didn't want the third pawn. He's going for this g4 pawn push. But we were talking about this threat earlier. The computer wanted to prevent it because it looks like Black's bishop is trapped. White is threatening rook to g3 to win the bishop. That is more than 2 pawns. You cannot be down 2 pawns and the bishop, right?
I completely agree. I mean, for anyone who's joining us right now, you've potentially missed what is the opening prep of the year so far. If Wei Yi is able to capitalize on it, sacrificing 2 pawns is making sure none of Fabi's pieces find a way into the game, I want to say.
Whoa,
so far,
smooth.
So far, done it well. But Anna, let's just show what happened when we went to break. You know, while I was convincing you on break that, no, this really is my hair and it's not a wig, Anna, or not a hat that I'll be able to tip. But when rook g1 happened, you showed us this incredible line, which could have actually ended the game on the spot, stopping g4, and then Fabi deciding to develop and improve the position of his king, and then stopping that with a check, and then this yo-yo dance ending with a game, ending immediately. But instead, Wei Yi took a pause and said either he didn't like something about bishop g4, or he's still in familiar territory, but he got shot castle. And I think what Fabi played next, brilliant, but this had to be exactly what he set up with rook g1, right? He traps the bishop on h3, and a threat is rook g3, winning that piece. But the first question that comes to my mind is what happens if Wei Yi continues to put pressure onto that pawn? Because you're completely right. You sacrifice 2 pawns, Wei Yi, you can't give up a bishop, right? So a move like knight f6, attacking that pawn. And then the question is, what does he have in mind after knight to e5? Because I defend it, I'm renewing the threat of rook sliding over, winning the bishop. And I'm just wondering if, you know, he had to listen to Anna, if Wei Yi had to go the Anna way right now with bishop g4, because suddenly it looks like tables are turning in this one.
Yeah, this is looking scary that the bishop is logged in, and the only way to get it out of harm's way would be to perhaps push this pawn to h5, which will be opening up the g5, and that's where your own king is. So it's looking scary, but maybe this is the only way forward, and that will keep the bishop safe, but it does open up a g5 for a rook that's already standing there. The knight is looking scary on e5. And white is up 2 pawns, so it's not only about the attack, but if I get to trade queens, which now would be an option because I can attack your bishop on h3 and at the same time offer a queen trade. So it doesn't matter that my knight is hanging because your bishop too is in the air. Suddenly this could be a bit tricky. And I'm surprised, Tanya. You know, we said earlier, this is a novelty by Wei Yi. If we go all the way back to that moment, just as a recap, that knight to b6 has never been played in chess history. There's millions of games in the database. No one has ever played this. But this is the preparation of Wei Yi. It gives up 2 pawns willingly. So until which point did he prepare? Because it feels like until here for sure, that knight on d7, like this has to be his preparation, right? But rook g1, when you prepare a variation like this, you look at the most forcing lines. You don't miss something like rook g1, right? Because this is forcing. It's threatening to trap your bishop. Like this has to be still his preparation, I would think. But then you look at his time management, and it's not really screaming preparation anymore. So I'm confused, very confused.
To me, it's screaming that this is the second time in the game that he's had to think, because I think even when you go back before castling, he had a long think, right? He took his time to make that move. So he kind of worked his way into that. And now again, so I think the preparation part is over, Anna, most likely. And also, let's not forget, the players are looking at so many different openings. This is just the tip of the iceberg, what appears in front of us in these tournaments, right? He's had a check on so many different lines, so many different options. So did he check rook g1? Did he see queen b5? Or was his preparation queen takes pawn, losing that third pawn as well? It's really tough to speculate that. And again, what we see being played out is just a small part of what lies beneath the water. So it's going to be interesting to see how he responds to this immediate threat of rook g3. By the way, it is insane what's happening across the table, across our playing arena. You spoke about not giving up a piece. Anna, On the board of our two other leaders, a piece sacrifice has already happened. Take a look at our bird's eye view. Let's do a quick roundup before we jump to that top board on the left right there, Praggnanandhaa, Sindarov. We'll deep dive into it, but overall, the bar somewhat level. But guys, Sindarov has sacrificed a knight, is giving a check to Pragg's king. Fabi, Wei Yi, crazy stuff happening. We've spoken a lot about that. Hikaru versus Anish, it's a lot more strategic in nature. The bar is level and a lot more understandable. With Anish having control on the d4 square, I think he solved all opening problems as black. Mathias blue bomb, will he have the blue bomb sweep of 14 draws or maybe even a couple of wins thrown into that? I have to say that I like Esipenko's position here. It feels like the pieces are more centralized, Anna, and pawn structure symmetrical. We might be seeing a third draw here by Blue Bomb. In the women's section, we see Goryachkina with an advantage against Divya, Zhujina with a huge advantage against Bibisara, and that's a crazy battle. We'll jump to that in a moment. Tanzongi also pushing against Lagno, who, by the way, has survived two very difficult games in the first two rounds. Goryachkina against Divya also looking really fun, but I think, Anna, we have to go to that top left board. When there's a piece sacrifice out of the opening, a check on White's king, you're about to either decide whether you step up on e2 or d1. And I'm guessing the sacrifice happened on that b4 square just a moment ago. Maybe we back up and see how we got to this whole position, because it looks like all of this is over the board inspiration.
It's absolute chaos, and we are all in for it. We love to see that both of them are playing such fighting, risky chess. The opening choice already was quite a fighting spirit one, but what happened after was even more of a let's get a decisive result, whether it's a win for white or for black, but someone will win this game. Because now what we see on the board is the knight jumping to e4, attacking the queen. The queen went to f5, pinning that knight. And after b4, which looks like is a way for white to gain space on the queen side and push the bishop back, guess what? Vachier Sindarov, the youngest player of the Candidates Tournament, he says, no way, I'm going backwards. I only know forwards. I'm going to sacrifice a knight for one pawn, then grab a second pawn. He's down a piece, down a knight. He has two pawns for it and a check. But that check is a really, really dangerous one, because the king will have to move to d1 or e2. The third option would be to move and block with the knight. The e4 knight cannot block because of the pin, so the only way you can keep your king without moving away and still having the chance to castle is to block with this knight move. But it just feels like things are opening up very quickly, and the white king is the uncastled king. I don't feel very safe about this king situation. If a rook gets to the d file or the bishop is coming to c6, putting pressure on a knight that's pinned, this is absolutely scary stuff. Wow.
It's really very interesting, and I completely I'm with you on this. That knight d2, with stuck between a rock and a hard place, do you lose all rights to castle for the rest of the game and put your king in danger, or do you further invite bigger pins at the central open lines with a move like knight going back to d2, bishop c6, rook d8, no hope of actually getting the king to safety anytime soon? I think Pragg will opt for one of the two king moves, but when you're not prepared in this line, that's such a tough choice to make. Where do you really move as you're playing this through? Bishop takes knight would be a big threat. You simply move the queen over, attack e3. You're still not allowing the short castle to happen. Rook comes to d8, very, very dangerous. By the way, he does take a decision, Anna, as you were discussing. I was expecting him to make a move with the king. You don't want your pieces to come in your own way, to get pinned like that early on. He slides it over, keeping the diagonal of the bishop open. King to d1, but I can only imagine that this would not have been an easy choice, because he's walking into an open d line, inviting further checks into the position.
Yeah, like how brave is it to step into a file that's just about to open up for your opponent's rooks? The pawn, I believe, will be captured on e3 for what you're saying, Tanya, that this king is their main target, and the rook can give a check, or maybe according to the computer, why not give up even more material with pawn to b5, which will vacate the square for the bishop to then attack this knight, and then your other rook could come to d8 perhaps. This is absolutely crazy. Black is down a piece, but the house is on fire. This is the game between two of the tournament leaders. 20-year-old Vachier Sindarov against 20-year-old Praggnanandhaa, and they are absolutely going for it. One of them will lose this game.
It's the feeling that you get. You look at this position, right? You're down heavy material. You're going for your opponent's king. And I don't think this is a 0.0 position. Ignore the evaluation bar. Screaming for white here. Because again, for a human player to defend this position, to be precise in where you place your pieces is so incredibly difficult, while it's easier to play with black. I'll point out one more thing. Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. Give that check on the king to d1. And maybe it's not the best line in the position, but the point is that I don't think king c1 is a good escape route. And also, you've just played king d1, and the bar confirms it. You've just played king to d1. Do you have it in you to now put that king on e2? How difficult is that as a mindset? But I think king c1 and your idea becomes even that much more powerful to go b5 once the king slides over. And then suddenly bishop b7, rook c8. In fact, this might just be lost for Pragg if he's not careful in the next few moves.
Yeah, this is so dangerous. In fact, probably it's more than dangerous. Even the evaluation bar down a piece is saying that black not only has compensation, but black is possibly winning. This is huge. And you are so right, Tanya, that after a rook check, who would now willingly walk back to the square that you didn't choose a move ago? Like, this is so complicated, and apparently that's the only good move for white. Like the best move and the only one that keeps the advantage is to now block your own bishop, play the delayed bonclad by playing king to e2. How likely that this is going to happen in the game?
It's really tough, and you might play it through process of elimination if you get to this position. But the point is that you've only let black improve the position of the rook by not playing that move earlier. So even if he finds it when he comes to this position, if it were to happen, I think Pragg has it in mind to run to the queen side. He wants to play king c1 and try to hold that. Otherwise, it's hard to justify the move king to d1.
And if he does run toward the queen side, then pawn to b5, sacrificing material again, is a huge move. All the pieces of black will suddenly be attacking, bishop coming to the long diagonal, rook coming to the c file. And how do you escape? There's nowhere to run with the white king. There's nowhere to hide.
No way to run, nowhere to hide. And Anna, this is, again, I think this game and the FIDE Wei Yi game, super exciting. I think there's also no way to hide from Blue Bomb scoring another draw today because the position is incredibly level. It's one of those boards that we haven't checked up. And maybe we just quickly take a look into that. I know he's gained so many fans, and Anna, his whole story of making it to the candidates has been an incredible one, winning the Grand Swiss, qualifying via the Grand Swiss to the tournament. And then he's spoken about the difficulties in sponsorship. He didn't have a trainer. He didn't have a second. And through crowdfunding and sort of approaching and putting that story out, his federation stepping in, raising funds to be able to have a trainer, a second, and then going and having the performance he did in Tata Steel, showing the benefits of that and being able to put it. I think I really am somewhere in my heart rooting for Blue Bomb to do well, just because it's incredible to hear, this kind of a drive and what it takes at this stage and how difficult it is for the players. It looks like this game as well against Andrei Asipenko. Look at the position. Absolutely symmetrical. This might be a 3-on-3 draw. Is Blue Bomb going to be the new Anish Kateryna?
I mean, he's so far doing really well to score another draw, as you have highlighted, Tanya. And yes, he has so many fans, including us. Like, we are all rooting for Matthias, I think. And everyone loves the good underdog story. It was so heartwarming also what you have mentioned about how he didn't have a team. He didn't have the funds to have a team or help from anyone. And then through crowdfunding and his federation stepping in, it's really just... everyone wants to root for someone like him, right? It's so wholesome, it's heartwarming, it's touching, and he is an unmovable target. He is an unmovable object when it comes to him playing with the white or the black pieces. No one so far has gotten anywhere near getting Matthias in any danger. He's been solid, he's been really well prepared, and I think this, again, might be heading toward a draw, but it's not a bad sign of someone who is one of the lower rated players in the field. Both Andrei Yesipenko and Matthias Bilbao are the only two players below the rating 2,700. Of course, they are still incredibly strong players, and I think they will both score wins. I don't think that Matthias will do a perfect score of 14 draws. I'm afraid he's going to spoil it by winning a game or two, because he's very capable of that.
That's a happy kind of spoiler for him if that was to happen. I think it's Grandmaster Peter Swidler who really rightly has been pointing out that Matthias's performance in the Tata Steel has been so impressive earlier this year as well, getting so many good positions against the absolute best in the world. So we'll see how he does. I think this one quite level, so we've been excused from paying too much attention to it. Not too many fireworks so far. Let's quickly check in with Hikaru and Anish, because I think we'll move on from that as well pretty fast, as not much has changed, Anna, in that. Before we head over to our women section right there, ideas, by the way, I have some semi-bad news for you. There was no opposite side castling in this one, Anna.
Oh, it's a pity, because it was so promising. If we can just do a quick recap, we were really praising Anish Giri for playing Queen to D7 earlier in the game, which is a novelty. We are seeing so many new ideas today, and it's not easy to come up with anything new in chess when there's millions of games, if not billions, in the database. So novelty by Anish Giri, threatening castle queenside, but it didn't happen. Later on, the game went in a more solid direction. The knight jumped to d4. This is where we left the game. And after bishop to c5, the rook coming to that semi-open file, Anish steps away so that there's no discovered attacks against that bishop. The bishop went back to g2, so Hikaru is holding on to his pair of bishops. In the future, might push the f-pawn when it's safe to do so. And Anish chose to castle king side. I guess now, under the new circumstances, castling into a semi-open file with the rook already there and white having the pair of bishops was perhaps not as appealing to him, especially if white starts jumping around here. The knight can either capture the bishop or head toward c5. So he was somewhat discouraged from castling into that openness on the queen side and ends up going for the more solid choice. And we now reach the current position after rook coming to the semi-open file for black. It's very balanced, even though there's material imbalance. The pawn structure is different, but it's a dynamic balance thanks to this really strong hold on the d4 square, and white having a weakness on d3 that black is really trying to take advantage of. I like this position from black's perspective as much as I'm a fan of the pair of bishops.
I think you've broken that down perfectly. For white, it's going to be about perhaps winning another bishop on the board with either capturing it immediately, but that would open up the A line, sort of allowing Anish an active rook without having to move it even once in the game. I think more likely he jumps in with the knight attacking the black queen on c5 and wins it that way. I will say that, yes, there's a d3 weakness and the d4 square, which is beautifully controlled, but because of the bishop pair, it gives also enough counterplay for white. You come back rook c3, you double up on the c line, you're looking at an eventual minority attack with b4, b5. Let's say you go back rook c3 or rook c4. I like rook c4 as well, Anna, in this position. I just realized I'm actually threatening to take the knight on d4 and just remove that square advantage that black has. I wonder if we might even see a repetition with queen d7, rook c5, but very unlikely.
Yeah, this would definitely be an improvement for white, and maybe not right now, but at some point these pawns will start marching too. So this is certainly, I think, a really promising idea for Hikaru to place the rook on c4 the way you said. You trade first the knight on c5 for black's bishop, and then when the rook needs to retreat, you don't go to c3 or c1, but rather choose this more active square and threaten to, well, you will give up your pair of bishops, but what remains on the board will be that the pawn structure is changed. You no longer have a weakness on d4. Your d3 pawn is now safe, and these pawns will start marching at some point. So this would be, I think, quite some progress for Hikaru, and I don't think Anish will want to allow this, but I wonder how do you avoid it? Maybe when the rook is here, you need to challenge the rook, as weird as it is, to push that rook back play something super active. Now I'm looking at the engine, so these are not my moves. I'm not this brave, but the computer is brave and defends Anish's position with active moves.
I love this idea because you're still playing against that light squared bishop. You don't allow the bishop takes knight trade. I would guess that Anish is pretty pleased with the opening outcome against Hikaru in this one. It's not been a lot of trouble, and it again brings you back to Hikaru's storyline that has been, he's actually not had a good position in the candidates so far. In game one, under massive pressure pretty much throughout against Fabi, he had that one moment of opportunity with king to c7, didn't grab it, but the reality is he was sort of suffering the entire game. Yesterday as well, a difficult position from the start, slightly west against Vachier, went on to defend it in a difficult pawn down, rook pawn ending, and I think he showed his endgame technique class, known as the best defender in the world in that for a reason. But he kind of hasn't had a position so far where you feel like Hikaru is pushing for more here. I would love to see it happen in this game, but I think it's still a far way off, Anna. And we saw a featured chat earlier say that, the matchups today is pure chess joy. And I completely agree. The only other thing that is pure joy for me on this broadcast is watching Anna go bananas. So I'm going to pull up a bird's eye view because I know there's one such game, Anna, that's going to get you really excited. And that is where we left Bibisara's board. And look at that. It is the second board from the right there. Zhu Jin, Bibisara, bottom row in red there. It's a red hot position right now. That b3 pawn remains alive. The bishop has been planted on c2. It is really anyone's game. I see that the bar, although in our women's section, all four boards, was preferring white, except Vaishali and Muzichuk being completely level. But I think, Anna, this is where we need to head.
This is an absolutely crazy game, and it has been crazy from the very beginning. If we do just a very quick action replay on how that pawn ended up on b3 and who among our viewers was right, because we asked you earlier when that pawn landed on b3, that was like so long ago. Let me try to find it. Move 10. Black is up a pawn, but doesn't want to keep her extra pawn because that would lead to a really active position for white. You can take that pawn or push in the center, but the pawn itself doesn't matter too much when it comes to how active white's pieces are. And both Zhu Jin and Bibisara are trying to sacrifice pawns for activity and not win pawns. They are not greedy like me. I'm collecting pawns usually and then try to defend. This is the complete opposite strategy. So they are not wanting to go for that. Bibisara sacrifices the pawn back, but that pawn, this is move 10. No one is touching that pawn. Watch that pawn. Don't look at anything else. Just keep looking at that pawn. And why is no one touching the pawn? We don't exactly know. But it just stays there, and it stays there forever as if it was completely untouchable. Neither black moves the pawn nor white wants to take it. And what happened later, that b3 pawn is just there forever. Now after bishop f5, the rook comes back, attacking the pawn, but I don't think white ever wants to take it. In any case, now it's protected. We are on move 19, with the pawn being now a passed pawn. How exciting is it? No, the pawn could have been captured 10 moves ago, and now it's a passed pawn for black. But the problem for Bibisara is not the pawn. It's what's left when we look at the remaining pieces of black. King in the center of the board, cannot castle, both rooks have been moved. The position is opening up. White has great control of the center, an open file as well. This position is about to blow wide open, even more wide open. So it's really troublesome when it comes to how do you finish development for Bibisara, and how do you get your king into a safer location, Tanya? This is looking terrifying if you look at it from black's perspective and what might be coming in just a few moves time.
Up a pawn, but no piece activity so far, right? I can imagine the dark squared bishop landing on g7, putting pressure on d4. I also noticed, Anna, a question mark appear when queen c1 was played, and it did surprise me, this move as well. It felt more natural to put the queen on d2 and get the rook on the open line and try to just put pressure, because the point is that black cannot actually go e6 ever. You'll have this really powerful d5 move. You're not allowing black a free hand to go bishop g7 because e7 will be tender otherwise. And if we just back up, queen c1 was the move of choice. The evaluation still prefers Zhu Jin's position. But I do see the question mark and I kind of understand it. So I'm not sure what her plan was. It doesn't make sense that you play queen c1 and then put the queen on d2 to get the rook out. So she definitely has a different approach, a different strategy here. Your question about the b3 pawn, I will say it's not safe forever. I can imagine not in too far a future, white might think about trading the bishops with bishop to d3 and winning that b3 pawn eventually. You don't need to rush with it. It's not going anywhere. It's gone far enough on the b3 square. I still feel that white needs to get that last remaining toy into the nursery. You have to get that rook from a1 into the game. So I'm just wondering if Zhu Jin, the hardest thing to do as a chess player is accept your mistake. I don't even know if she thinks it's a mistake because she might just have a different move in her mind, a different plan in her head.
Yeah, you're so right that this is very strange. Why would you pick that square over a more natural square that allows your rook to come out and finish development? I love how you phrased it as bring your last toy to the nursery. Are you quoting, by the way, Jacob Aagaard's book, where there's, I think, an entire chapter on bringing your toys to the nursery or something along the lines? I love that book. It's about attacking skills
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, it's one of the few books where I was like, oh my god, like I'm learning so much about attacking because I'm not an attacking chess player. So to me, that was like my Bible for learning attacking chess.
So I don't know if it was that book or if it was Thinking Outside the Box, because that's my other book that I absolutely love, which is Thinking Inside the Box even. It's a beautiful book, but I'm not sure if this quote, maybe chat can tell me if it's in the book or not, but it's something that's been used before quite a few times. And it kind of makes perfect sense, right? Because all these pieces at the end of it, they're the toys that you play with, and the board can be your nursery. So I've always liked to use this phrase. I'm not sure what are the origins of it. I won't be surprised if it is Jacob Aagaard's a quote. He's been a coach to the Indian team as well. Fantastic books there. But Anna, for me, it feels like after Queen C1, I'd love to see if it's not the move that we're suggesting with getting the rook out. What else does Zhu Jin have in mind? How else is she building the pressure? You don't want to trade knights with knight e5. d5 just feels like a little premature to me because d5, knight a5, the rook is nicely lined up to put pressure on c4 as well. So what is next? You know, there's one thing I will say though about that I've picked up from Jacob Aagaard's book. A way to find the next move is often to ask yourself the question, what is my worst placed piece? And if you're white, you ask yourself that question, there's an answer staring at you, right? It's got to be the rook on a1. And that can often guide us to a plan when in need.
Yeah, that's very true. And it's a great way of thinking when you don't know what to do to try to improve your worst piece. But then the question comes about the earlier choice of Zhu Jin on choosing the c1 square for the queen rather than the d2 square. And it's so hard to admit a mistake like that during a game that you need to now go to where you could have gone a move ago. So essentially you're losing time. You're losing a tempo by having moved to c1 first and now to d2, but it's still the best move. So she has to admit that queen c1 was not the best choice. She needs to recognize that and correct it by moving the queen to d2. But I'm afraid that if she didn't choose that square a move ago, it was because she might have seen some ghost. She might have seen something where the queen is not standing well on d2. And it I think is something that is not really a problem. We don't see anything wrong with queen to d2, but it happens. I think we all have been there, Tanya, where we see something literally ghosts. That is some kind of a variation where you feel like your queen will be misplaced. I can't even guess what that would be like on how maybe if this pawn goes to h5 and then but the queen on c1 is on the same diagonal. I can't guess what she sees, but it is ghosts. It's not on the board. This move is good even now.
All right, well, I think we leave Zhu Jin to answer that question, to show us the path forward with queen c1, or maybe then just retrace her steps and then find this other plan that we're mentioning about. By the way, another player that needs to make a big decision with the queen, Anna, is Fabiano Caruana. Maybe we just bring up our bird's eye view first and then jump over to that, because actually I'm gonna pass the ball to you to pick from two boards that are absolute chaos right now. And I think these are the two boards that most people want to check out simply because they're the most exciting one. And those are the top two boards we've got on our top row right there. Praggnanandhaa's king in the center, up a piece. A pawn has been picked up. Praggnanandhaa ignored that pawn on e3 and went on to develop the bishop. The one right next to that, Fabi's queen was attacked, as you can see highlighted in yellow. He just made the decision to fall back with the queen to b3. And right now, Fabi is up 2 pawns. And also, to boot, a big advantage. I'm going to say one thing, though. Anna, if I think of players who are super good at grabbing pawns and then just, converting that, because proving initiative can be incredibly hard at that level as well, if you're not too accurate. I think Fabi is just up-class top on that. So I wonder if this might be that storyline here where he's gone greedy. And now for Wei Yi, it's not so easy to find the way anymore with the bishop trapped on h3.
It could very well be the case. And we were praising a lot earlier Wei Yi's choice. He came up today, he came to the board with a really interesting novelty, a double pawn sacrifice. And it was even going to be 3 pawns that he was willing to give up for initiative. But at some point, as you said, his preparation also stopped. And maybe he made a few inaccurate moves, especially in the moment after rook to g1, when Fabi is threatening to push g4. The computer really wanted to retreat the bishop so that you don't allow that the black bishop gets logged in. But he didn't. He castled instead, allowing g4. And from here on, it does feel like white, with the extra 2 pawns and also this situation here that rook g3 is a major threat to trap and pick up the bishop. I'm so curious how will he deal with this. Will he play knight f6? But we see the blue arrow, and blue arrow always means that that's the only move that would be decent here for black. Everything else is worse. How? Why? What is going on, Tanya? Queen c7.
Anna, it's as tough for me to answer these questions as it is for anyone. And I think we are trying to figure that out. The blue arrow does say that queen c7, which means that the difference between the evaluation of queen c7 and the next best move is quite massive. So the question is, this doesn't directly stop rook g3. You're not threatening a sacrifice on c3. And I'm trying to work out that after rook g3, which seems to win the bishop, and it's not an absolute disaster of a move, the only idea, let's try to work this out, Anna. Rook takes bishop. You don't have a way to defend it. What does he have in mind? What does our favorite silicon friend here want to do for rook g3? Is the big... Okay, you've spotted it. What is it, Anna? Give it to us.
I did not. I made the mistake of seeing what the engine says, and now I cannot unsee it. Because, of course, the engine doesn't care that that bishop is hanging. It always just wants to push the h-pawn. It's just so crazy because, yes, you allow your bishop to be taken, but then you take the pawn, and then it's a fork that will win the piece back. Obvious, of course, easy chess. But this part is not that difficult. I think the part that's even more difficult is that h5 will be opening up the position toward your king. So to willingly go into this, but this is the only way in which you can keep your bishop alive. And now the rook goes over to the king side, protecting the bishop. This pawn is also hanging because of the pin, by the way. So this is absolutely crazy to want to open up the g5, but this is the only chance to keep the bishop alive, or at least trade it for something.
I would be just so impressed. It's clear Wei is out of the book, right? If he finds this pattern of taking the queen out, because you need to find the resource of h5. If you find that resource, you're super happy getting your queen out of the way and getting the other rook into the game, right? Rook b8 coming in with a tempo. And that's your big idea next. So queen c7 makes a lot of sense, but only if you spot this pattern with h5. And I'm going to say it's not easy, even at the absolute elite level, to have this idea. It's not the most human way to defend that piece.
No,
for me,
and what I think, sorry for cutting you off there, but I thought that if he does spot h5, it's more human to push h5 before the bishop is in the air. Like, you could push h5 now and say, okay, I'm going to trade that pawn and then my bishop is safe. But apparently pushing h5 immediately is not good, because white will not take the pawn, but instead push d5, the pawn to d4, attack the rook, try to chase it away from the 5th rank, and only then take on h5. And here, Tanya, guess what's the best move for black?
Oh my gosh, you're really putting me on a spot. I was hoping you wouldn't ask
What would
me,
be
but
the
because you
craziest
asked,
move you can see? Tell me the craziest one. Don't
it would be
calculate it.
to take the pawn on g4 and say, because if I had to move my rook, maybe I would just move it and he wouldn't ask me that question. Is it pawn takes pawn or something ridiculous like that?
Pawn takes pawn is the second best move, and the other crazy move, there are two crazy moves here, you are right, is rook takes knight. The best move for black for some reason. So it's not enough to be 2 pawns down. You also want to sacrifice your rook for a knight, be down an exchange, be down 2 pawns on top of it to then be able to capture this pawn with the bishop. And white is better, but not completely winning. So this is absolutely crazy. I don't think that we're going to see this on the board, but Wei Yi has to find a way to get the bishop somewhere safe, somewhere out of here. How?
You know, if h5 doesn't work and you spot these kind of issues, to me, what looks very natural is to go knight to f6. It's an idea that we had discussed earlier, putting pressure on g4 as well. I don't know how worried I am about g5, but I want to say not that much because at least I know my bishop is safe then. I haven't, of course, I don't know what my reaction to g5 will be, but at least I can capture that pawn if I don't have anything better. Rook g3 is met by bishop takes pawn as well. So if queen c7, h5 is a miss, I would be tempted to think about knight f6 as being on Wei Yi's radar. I have to say though, Anna, that suddenly it feels that Wei Yi is probably feeling the pressure because, you know, there's d4, an idea you mentioned, which completes development next. The bishop on h3 is out of squares right now. So I wonder if it's Wei Yi whose time it is to be very, very careful and very precise.
I think it is. I think it is his turn. But is it too late? Is it too late to be precise? Because the evaluation bar is already showing quite a pleasant advantage to white, which wasn't the case earlier. The double pawn sacrifice that Wei Yi chose as a surprise, a novelty for today's game, is really interesting, but he didn't exactly remember his analysis, or he didn't analyze it to the depth of which the game went, because after rook g1, he really had to retreat the bishop. So I think the mistake goes back to move 15, and ever since he didn't move the bishop back, it is a lot harder for black to have enough compensation for the 2 pawns that he sacrificed and also not lose the bishop at the same time.
It's incredible, this game, and just every move now for both these sides so incredibly hard to play as well, and both are taking their time. And as we wait for Wei Yi's decision, does he go queen c7, maybe goes h5, and that goes all wrong very quickly. I want to quickly go over to the Pragg Sindarov board. These are 2 players who are on 1.5 alongside Fabiano Caruana. They're both players with first round wins as well, and the position is wild. So if we just quickly bring our bird's eye view up and then switch to that, just take a zoomed out view of what's happening, and there we have it. We left it last when king to d1 was played, and it surprised us because we thought king d1, what does Pragg, if we just back up a couple of moves, Anna, after king d1, it felt like, what does Pragg have in mind here to the idea of pawn takes pawn? And he actually shows us the way. After sliding the king over, pawn takes pawn would have been met by a nasty check on d8, not an easy response to that. So instead of having to deal with this, Pragg's idea was to just not care about pawns, which seems like it's the theme of the day. You know, Philidor is rolling over his grave today, I think. And he said that pawns are the souls of chess, and it just feels like everyone's playing soulless chess today, giving up pawns after pawns. Pawn takes pawn, the bishop comes out to d3, lining itself against the black queen. And look at what Sindarov played, okay? Mr. Cool guy here right now. Your queen is lined up against the bishop. You know you need to move it. You just move it to another square where it remains lined up against the bishop. The point is that you're hitting the g2 pawn, and he's saying you don't have a great knight jump anywhere. For example, knight d6, queen takes pawn, probably just wins the game for black. And that's game over. And if you fall back with the knight to g3, preventing that threat, then black has f5. And I think after pawn takes pawn, the game just continues. You know, Sindarov down a piece. He's chilling. He's saying, I'm playing for compensation. Bishop comes out to d7. Rook lines itself up to d8. We might even, I want everyone to keep an eye on the a pawn in this game. It's far off. It's on a7. But we might see this pawn eventually marching up the board with a5, a4. This is not going for checkmate, but playing for long-term compensation as black.
This is just such an incredible game in all senses. To see a piece sacrifice like this by Sindarov, the youngest player in the candidates, few months younger than Praggnanandhaa. I shouldn't call Pragg anyone but old. They are the two youngest, of course. But how brave is this to go for a long-term piece sacrifice, Tanya? This is not something where an immediate concrete line will win more material back. He has 2 pawns to compensate for the piece that he has given up. And it really is that, I think what you were saying, how even because of these pawn pushes, how that pass pawn will be creating compensation too. So it's 2 pawns, but one of them is a pass pawn. The white king is in the middle of the board. What an exciting position, and how fun it is to see this between 2 of the tournament leaders. Like, they are just absolutely going all in.
And 2 youngsters, right? Relatively with lesser experience than the veterans as well. I mean, Pragg has played the candidates before. For Sindarov, what a year 2025 was. Just incredible. He picked up a bunch of rating. I think it was absolutely the breakout year for Sindarov, winning the World Cup, winning so many events along the way. I think he gained... I'm not even sure, but a lot of rating, found his way into the candidates, playing it for the first time and not shying away from any opportunity to try to play for that win. I think he does view Pragg as an opponent that he wants to create his chances with. They're compatriots in terms of their ages. They are rivals. It's a rivalry that we're going to be seeing played out on the lines of Magnus, Fabi eventually, where, these youngsters, whether it's Nodebek, it's Vachier, it's Gukesh, it's Pragg, it's the American youngsters, Andy Woodward, so many of them that we can name right now, that we'll be seeing on the world's biggest stage for the next decade. So I think they view this as an opportunity to get a fight against each other. And this is one of those games. And it's not too soon to say that I can't imagine any universe, because someone mentioned Doctor Strange in our chat earlier. I saw that featured chat. Can't imagine any universe in which this one ends in a draw, Anna.
I agree with you, fully agree that this is going to be a decisive result. I think you already called it at the start of the broadcast that when you look at the pairings, these are the 2 tournament leaders, but none of them are going to go for anything solid. I think this is even wild, just even crazier than what we could have predicted. We predicted fighting chess. We predicted taking risks, going for something aggressive, but this is even crazier. It's a piece. A full knight that Vachier Sindarov sacrificed for 2 pawns, and it really is going to be the pawn pushes that will make this pawn, one of his pawns, strong, the pass pawn. The fact that the white king is in the middle of the board, but you can't really attack the white king. So it's not about the attack against the king anymore. It's really this long-term compensation with the pair of bishops and the passed pawn.
And I believe the clock will play a massive role. 24 moves to be made for time control here. And although both of them are at a 1 hour mark, this is the kind of position that requires time investment in pretty much every single move you play from here on, right? There's no easy trades. There's no liquidation, no endgame play. Every move, again, a high cost move potentially for both sides. So it just feels that balancing the clock with all these ideas, we're in for a really fun one. Speaking of the actual moves on the board, there's a big threat, right? G2 pawn, queen takes pawn is coming up. How does Pragg want to respond to that? Because I also just realized he can grab on e3 immediately, right? Because the queen suddenly defends the pawn from the other side of the board. So why not just keep the knight where it is and go pawn takes pawn?
That is a great point, Tanya, and it's definitely one of the moves that he'll be considering. He already has been thinking for 15 minutes. This is a really critical decision, and he's taking his time to make the right call because it's so messy. But you are absolutely right that we have been looking at the knight jumps for the discovered attack, but he could also defend the pawn by capturing on e3. It might transpose if black plays pawn to f5, I'm thinking, because this would be then with a different move order, the same kind of position. So maybe we're heading this way no matter what. But I'm just loving it. No matter what happens, this is going to be a very sharp game. I don't know if I played the best moves for either white or black, but these are just some of the ideas that we might be seeing. If not f5, No, I guess f5 you will want to play it because otherwise there is the threat of knight to d6. Now it would win material. So if the pawn is not hanging, you do need to push your pawn. The knight doesn't really have many good squares if you don't want to drop g2. So knight to g3. It's I guess this is more or less a forced sequence with one move order or the other.
I want to also point out, doubling down on what you just said, Anna, that f5 is very crucial because at some point you have to be careful and watch out for a move like queen to a4. It's maybe not possible in this position because g2 is hanging, but f5 not only kicks the knight, but connects the black queen to the rook, fighting against any double attacks in the position. So tactics everywhere needs full board awareness. This one does. I did see a feature chat saying that Pragg will win this, and I want to ask like them to elaborate on that. What makes them feel it? Because I think this is an incredibly difficult position for white to handle. Yes, you're up material, but with so many pieces still remaining, the two pawns, the a pawn going up, it just feels like slightly easier to find the next moves for black. You know you want your bishop on d7. You know the queen belongs on f6. The rook belongs to d8. The a pawn going forward. But it's not so clear how that pattern repeats for white. What is even the next move is hard to come up with.
That's very true, and it's a lot harder for white, even with the extra piece. It is a lot harder for Pragg to figure out how to make progress. The knights, I feel, are in particular very clumsy here because the queen is guarding all the dark squares here, and the pawn is taking away crucial squares as well. So I fully agree with you, Tanya, that yes, it is looking great to have an extra piece, but Sindarov has quite a lot of compensation for it. Usually 2 pawns are not enough. We must say that usually it takes at least 3 pawns to compensate for a knight or a bishop. That's the equivalent of a bishop or a knight. But here, there's more factors that help Sindarov be okay, even down a piece. It's the pair of bishops, it's this passed pawn, and it's easier for him to develop his pieces and make progress. So all the black pieces will be really active in just a few moves' time. And you're right, Tanya, that it's so much harder for Pragg to figure out what's the right way. And sometimes that's all it takes, in chess. It's a game between 2 human beings. And if it's a complex position, it says 0-0-0, by the way. The evaluation is complete equality according to the computer, but there's no way this is going to end in a draw. So if anyone has better practical chances, I agree with you, Tanya, that it's Sindarov for the fact that it's easier to find the moves for black. He also has more time. It's quite a significant time advantage already. So I think I'm looking at even a different time situation on my screen. On my screen, it's already 20 minutes up for Sindarov. I wonder how it's different to what I see on the broadcast, but it's some time advantage. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, time is, I guess, relative, but it is significant in a way. When you have a time control like in the candidates, no increment per move. This is only move 16, Tanya. For someone like Pragg, maybe he's not afraid of time trouble, but to be in time trouble shortly or soon enough in such a complex position is going to be tough. I wonder.
Absolutely. And yes, sorry.
Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I really wonder, how long will it take for him to even make a move now? Because he already has been thinking for nearly 20 minutes, and he still is not making a decision on how to react to queen to g6.
And it brings me to another one of our viewers who mentioned that Pragg has enough time on the clock. No need to panic right now. But we know that panic does set in not when you have those 1 or 2 minutes, but actually at this point, because it has to be managed from now on. You're basically not panicking till you are, and then it's too late otherwise. So there are a lot of heavy decisions for Pragg lying ahead here already. He's very aware of it. And I think every move, a tough one to make here. I am expecting him to take pawn takes pawn, and I think what he's thinking is the continuation beyond that. After pawn takes pawn, the knight gets pushed back, and let's say that black was to make a simple move like the a pawn moving forward. For Pragg, it's not the next move, but what happens? How is he solving the more strategic problem of no coordination in his pieces, and the minor piece that he's up doesn't have great squares? Knight e5 can always be met by a move like queen f6 as well. So it's not really getting you anywhere is the feeling that you have.
Yeah,
You know,
and
queen
that's
b2
really...
and suddenly, sorry, queen b2, just to finish this line, Anna, queen b2 and bishop d6 looks...
Wow. Yeah,
gone.
it's
You
winning
pull
on the
and you win.
spot. You're winning the piece back. So this is how quickly things can go wrong for Pragg if he doesn't play precisely. This is such a critical position. And you are right, Tanya, that he's not only considering how to deal with that hanging pawn on g2, but he's trying to figure out what will be the setup in a couple of moves time, because it's absolutely not clear for white how to make progress, while for black, the plan is a lot simpler. It's a really tough situation for Praggnanandhaa. Great chance for Sindarov, even being down a piece.
It's a critical moment, and Pragg's been in the thing for 21 minutes and might be for a little bit longer as he's feeling the pressure in this one. And Anna, while he's in the think tank, let's take a look at the rising star that is Praggnanandhaa and his road to the Candidates 2026.
If the 2026 World Championship is going to have an all-India flair, Praggnanandhaa will have to win the candidates. At one point, the second youngest grandmaster in history, Praggnanandhaa is representing not just himself or even a country at this tournament. He's representing a movement, the Indian youth movement that has produced one world champion already. As the winner of the 2025 FIDE circuit, Praggnanandhaa's consistent performance throughout the year has brought him here to his second candidates. Tata Steel was the biggest. The second youngest player at the candidates is a threat every time he sits at the board, and this year there's a sibling rivalry at play with his sister Vachier-Lagrave. Just how far can Praggnanandhaa go?
And there we have it for Praggnanandhaa. It is his second candidate's appearance. He did play in Toronto, finished in the middle, didn't have the best showing, but also lot of takeaways for him in that debut. Comes with a banging start this year in Cyprus, winning his first game against Anish and what looks like a big battle today against Sindarov, the sixth youngest to become a GM. We know that's been a race, but Pragg has often spoken about how that's not his priority. It's always been to improve the game and continuously become a stronger player. And of course, he's got his sister and his mother there in Cyprus, Vachier-Lagrave playing alongside him on that stage, and Pragg and Vachier-Lavrave's mother always there as a massive support system.
Tanya, this is just such an incredible storyline. I think it's the first pair of siblings that ever qualify to the candidates, Pragg and Vachier-Lagrave, both representing India and their family, of course. And how much does that mean that they are there together? You know, they're fighting together as brother and sister. I'm so rooting for both of them, but in this game, I'm a little worried for Pragg because of all the factors that we have mentioned. And he finally made a decision, and it's the move that you suggested, Tanya, to defend the pawn by capturing on e3 so that the queen is seeing the g2 square. And now f5, blue arrow appears, absolutely must move for Sindarov. He needs to find pawn to f5 because otherwise the discovered attack will be winning material. I'm pretty sure he will play f5, but the question is how fast he will make that move. Oh, we actually have breaking news by John.
That's right, folks. Really quickly. Well, actually, maybe not really quickly, because we might even want to go there almost immediately. We've got a double question mark on the board. The question I have is whether or not it's the computer's being harsh here, or whether it's going to be a turning point in the game. And that is Fabiano Caruana plays Wei Yi. The last move, knight to e5, apparently was not a very good one. It might even be game-ending.
Goodness me, John, thank you so much for breaking that blunder down. And Tanya, we have some huge move here for Fabiano. The blue arrow shows that if Fabiano takes the knight in the center, his position is winning. We looked at this game, just the move before. You know, we were talking about how Wei Yi sacrificed 2 pawns in the opening. It's his novelty. We were saying how cool it is, and everything was going well until this bishop got logged in. White is threatening to win it. We were looking at ways to get the bishop out of there. He plays knight to e5, a move that's apparently a losing move. Let's see, Tanya. We need to analyze, why is this a losing move?
Anna, that's the big question. But I think Fabi, the way he's sitting right now, I think he spotted it. 95, a massive blunder. And I took a quick look at what the computer suggests. And now it's not the most human, but I think for a player of Fabi's level, very findable. What Wei Yi set up was, it's against the idea of rook g3 because, okay, g4 can be hanging in certain lines, and that's what he's looking at. But the problem is knight takes knight, and that is what Fabi needs to find. But not just this. After the rook captures this knight, let's say you go rook takes knight here, Anna, and now rook g3, there's the move queen to a8, suddenly threatening a checkmate on h1. And we look at bishop takes knight in just a bit. So queen a8 would be just fantastic as a move because it's very hard to fight this threat now. But if you just back up, after rook takes, the move here is knight d1.
No.
Knight retreats are the hardest moves to find, but suddenly it's the queen that wins the bishop and not the rook. And you just end up losing an entire piece in this position.
You're already down 2 points. You cannot allow to lose a piece.
And to finish it off,
yeah.
To finish this off, if you capture with the bishop on e5, thinking that you control the g3 square, because that's the first thing that might come into anyone's mind, your pieces, loose pieces drop off, LPDO, remember that abbreviation. Suddenly the knight jumps, attacking that rook on c5, and the queen again opens up laterally, hitting that bishop on h3. And all Fabi has to figure out is that it's the queen that ends up winning the bishop and not the rook. And if he does that, he is looking at his second win at the candidates.
This is absolutely insane how we were focusing on how the rook is about to attack the bishop, but it's this queen, a long distance sniper that is about to pick up the bishop thanks to these tactical patterns. I love how after knight takes, rook takes, you gotta find a move that would normally look really ugly and you never really want to place your knight on the edge of the board, let alone retreat it to d1, but it's a winning move. If Fabi finds this sequence of moves, he's going to be getting a second win and be the sole leader of the tournament with 2.5 points out of 3 games. This is absolutely insane. And how beautiful is the other line, Tanya, when you said that after rook takes, the idea is that rook g3, Black is threatening checkmate on h1. This must be Wei Yi's idea. This is why he played knight e5, but he misses that the queen. It is going to be the queen and not the rook that will win the bishop. Ouch.
And a major ouchie on that one, but I'm going to blow your mind even more. Knight d1 is incredibly important. It is the only knight move that ends up winning that bishop. And let's just show everyone why. Again, of course, a lot easier for us because we've got the help of the evaluation bar. We've got the engine lines that we can turn on at any moment that we want, but this is too beautiful and it has to be shown. Anna, if you put that knight on b1, for example, and say, I'm still retreating and hitting that bishop, it looks ugly. But the point is, it really is ugly because suddenly queen c8 and there's a double attack on the bishop on c1 and the pawn on g4. And it's black that takes over the initiative. Similarly, if you were to, instead of the knight going on b1, and okay, move one done by Fabi. Knight takes knight.
Fabi sees it. He sees it. He's doing it.
We have to see knight d1, Anna. Anna going banana is my favorite part of the show, but you're completely right. Knight takes knight is on the board, Anna, and all he needs to do. So bishop takes knight is an easy spot. I think bishop takes knight, knight e4. You know, the double attack, the motives. This is elementary stuff. But the big question for me when this started was rook takes knight. And knight d1 was not on my radar.
No.
And rook takes knight, I just want to finish this. After knight to a4, which looks like a more active move, knight a4 or knight b5, whatever, let's go knight a4. Queen to d7. Again, you are that knight with your queen and you're hitting the g4 pawn. You're out of any trouble if you're Wei Yi right now. The big question is, has Fabi spotted knight d1?
I think so. I feel like you play 95 because you see all this. And you are Fabiano Caruana. You're the world number 3. You have won this before. He won the 2018 Candidates Tournament. He challenged Magnus Carlsen, and he had chances in that World Championship match. It went to tie breaks. So he is more than qualified to do it again. And goodness me, what a game this will be if he ends up playing after knight takes, rook takes.
My God.
Knight d1 to win a piece, and Wei Yi may as well resign in that position because he has no moves.
we might be looking at a miniature, or look at Wei Yi's face to understand that it's not only Fabi. I think Wei Yi has spotted it. By the way, thank God for John for taking us to this moment at this very, very critical point here, pointing out that 95 blunder right there. And look at Wei Yi. And he's a guy who's expressionless. You know, he's got icy nerves and you can never tell what's going on. But the last couple of seconds, you know, he realizes that this has gone all wrong. Wei Yi is about to lose the game.
This is insane, and the whole game has been crazy from that moment where Wei Yi goes for this novelty, sacrificing 2 pawns, and we were celebrating his position and saying how difficult it is for Fabi to play against an engine variation. You know, you're playing against something sharp and something that your opponent has prepared, and yet Fabi found all the best moves, and it was Wei Yi who made a mistake by not realizing how dangerous it was to allow Fabi's pawn push to g4 earlier in the game. If we just go back one last time to point out what happened while Wei Yi is contemplating his life probably and what happened earlier, he might be going back into that moment in his head as well, because it was a critical decision after rook g1 when Fabi is threatening pawn to g4. The bishop had to go back. The bishop has to go to g4 or to e6, and the game might have ended in a draw, because now that the bishop left, the king might want to walk to g2, and you can stop it by giving the check, pushing the king back, and this could have ended in a repetition of moves. But Wei Yi didn't sense the danger to that extent. He castles instead, and after he allowed g4, this has been going downhill. It's so much harder to find your way out of this.
I'm going to say this again. I've actually never seen so many emotions on Wei Yi's face. He's somebody who's just so calm and composed, whether he's on the winning side or the losing side, or he's made a brilliancy or a blunder on the board. But he knows it. He knows that he's just walked into a forced losing sequence of trades here. Knight e5 was nowhere close to the only move. You know, you had h5, the game still goes on. You had knight to f6, the game still goes on. You could have moved your queen, the game still goes on. It was a lot of choices, and he thought, Anna, and then knight e5, a big blunder. And if I had to guess, what he missed was not bishop takes knight, knight e4, but I think he had it in mind, rook takes knight, and setting up that queen sliding over. And none of that works now, because after he played the move, he realizes this devastating retreat that Fabi has. Fabi, he calculated it, he's left the chair, he's not sitting in front of Wei Yi, and he's about to be a piece up. Going 2.5 out of 3 at the candidates is massive. It's huge. It's a huge score to have.
It's absolutely incredible, and both players know it by now that this is a completely winning position for Fabiano Caruana. I agree with you, Tanya, that Wei Yi, you can see it on his face. As much as he has a poker face, this is really showing now the disappointment, the frustration. He played what he prepared. He found this really interesting novelty him and his team prepared. It was going really well, the start of the game for him, but he might have forgotten about the crucial moment where the bishop needs to retreat and not allow the pawn locking that bishop in, and now it's all over. There is no way to get out of this.
And you make a great point. You know, it's one thing is that you lose this game. The second thing is a fantastic preparation gone waste. A beautiful line that you had up your arsenal for the candidates has just completely gone to trash now. It can never be used again, because these are one game preparations, one game ideas. And then right out of getting out of the book, right out of getting out of your preparation, you blunder almost 2-3 moves into the game. And Wei Yi, he's a fantastic...
camera also is just like, you know, the camera cannot process what has just happened. Now we are back to 4K. No, wait a second. It's just such a tough moment. We are censoring the view because it's heartbreaking. This could be the final moment in the game. I think Wei Yi might be contemplating resignation. Tanya, what a heartbreak.
I would think that he will capture on e1, on e5, and if Fabi does retreat with the knight to d1, I do believe that that will be a thought that will be on Wei Yi's mind. That is this the moment that he just resigns and says, okay, this was a blunder, it was a miss, and he's on move 17. Could be one of the shortest games of the candidates in my recent memory, at least of the candidates. And look at that, you play knight e5. The thing is, you play knight e5, you've obviously seen knight takes knight. If you've paused and gone into a 7-minute think after that, it's you not thinking about the capture. It's you just realizing everything that's gone wrong in the position. Bishop takes knight, the knight jumps to the center of the board, the rook is attacked, the bishop is attacked. Rook takes knight, the knight retreating next to the king, the queen opens up a line to the bishop, and there's no way home.
There's absolutely no way home, and this is just so difficult to see. Even the reactions on Wei Yi's face, accepting the fate of this game, accepting what happened, and I would really not be surprised if he stops the clock and shakes Fabi's hand as soon as Fabi is back at the board, or maybe he will still play rook takes knight and wait for Fabi to find that knight retreat, knight to d1 that wins the game, because the bishop of black cannot escape. There is no way out of this. What an incredible game it has been from start to finish, but it is the Chinese grandmaster that blunders, and you are right, Tanya, it's also blundering. And
moment of truth, Anna. Moment of truth. It's all now. It's down to this.
Knight to d1 is winning on the spot. The world number 3 is about to win his second game at the Candidates Tournament. Will he play the knight retreat, and the queen is the one that will pick up the bishop on h3?
And how quickly will he play it? Has he found it already, or is this something that he still has to work out? Anna, he reaches up the knight. It comes back to d1. He does it.
Winning. He's completely winning. I think we might see resignation.
That's it. Game over. Caruana picks up his second win of the Candidates 2026 against Wei Yi, an 18-move miniature, finding the precise way forward, knight to d1, not a move you think would win, but it does if your name is Caruana.
What an incredible game this has been, and now you can see the analysis also on what was missed by Wei Yi. Oh, goodness me, let's listen in. Unfortunately, they are so quiet, of course, respecting the rest of the players in the playing venue. But you can see with the squares they are pointing at, which lines they are analyzing, and the pawn being pushed to g4. From that moment on, it really has been such a tough game for Wei Yi to find the best moves to stay in the game.
And you can see just how disappointing this has been for Wei Yi. Beautiful preparation, but Fabi navigating it to perfection. One blunder and takes the point. John, what a roller coaster of a game this was. And it's absolutely insane to imagine that Fabi has won his second game in 18 moves.
We delayed the break, and very rightly so. We had to see the conclusion of this one. Incredible preparation from Wei Yi. Let's not take away from an absolutely astounding piece of prep that we got to see play out over the board. But Caruana withstood the pressure magnificently and then came out the other side with some fantastic tactical ideas. And that means that in under 20 moves, Caruana wins his game. He goes up to 2.5 out of 3. That is the first game to finish in the open section and the first game to finish overall. We'll be back to cover the other 7 just after this. See you soon.
In that moment, remind us, was it relief? Was it exhilaration? Was it celebration? I mean, there was a month of chess that just ended in that final 10 seconds. How did you feel?
It was very stressed, but after winning this game, I was very happy, of course, like winning this title in this young age. Something which I really don't wait in this 2025, really. I was thinking like I should need to qualify for candidates. It's my biggest goal, but with win World Cup, I didn't expect really.
and you had some family members waiting for you.
Yeah.
What did that hug from mom feel like?
Yeah, it's my grandmother, and everyone was very happy because, like, in general, yeah, I think this time was already finished. I should need like more think about my next tournaments because memorize is very good, but I should need to repeat my results also. Yeah, but it was very good moments in general.
And finally, how has your life changed after winning the World Cup? Besides the fact that you're preparing for the candidates, can you get recognized walking down the street?
Yeah, of course. Like in Uzbekistan, everyone was like knows me, and it's very cool. People was coming to take photos, selfies, and it's very nice. And also like not only in Uzbekistan, and also like when I go to some tournaments, people really recognize me. It's very good. People from chess also like before I'm like a really strong prodigy, but right now I think I become from each tournament like elite player, and yeah, hopefully I will try my best in the candidates also.
Welcome everybody to the first ever and hopefully first of many Guess the Title player. I'm your host, International Master Levi Rosman. You might know me as Gotham Chess. And today I'm joined by 4 incredible judges. We have Anna, Dennis, Nemo, and Alireza, and they will try to guess, based on a series of questions, prompts, challenges, and more, which of these 4 aliens is a title chess player. We try not to figure anybody out by the sound of their voice. And the judges have decided today that they are going to be a team of 2. Who has the first question?
This feels so strange. I never thought I'd had 4 aliens looking at me like this. Okay, Dennis, do you have anything in mind that you want to ask them?
Just develop pieces.
Okay, yeah.
And make castle.
Who shall we start with? Player number 4. Show us how to develop some pieces in
I
castle.
need to really look at this carefully. Oh, they know some theory.
Okay.
Okay. Can we just see the castling movement from everyone? Just the last move.
What if the title player starts acting? Pretends not to know. Wow.
But very clear castle.
Ah, by the sleight of hand, huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, chess players are, the stronger you are, the better you can move. Whoa, that was like a nervous.
I was a little nervous in the middle.
All right, player 1, give us your best castling move.
I don't know if this says so much, actually.
That was very confident.
I was very confident.
Well, I don't know what you got out of that one, but hopefully, I mean, everybody knew how to castle. Nemo, Alireza, do you have a question you would like to ask? It doesn't have to be about the board. They can also write things down for you.
The way number 2 is standing, I'm sure it's too elegant for a chess player.
If every alien can please grab a whiteboard and write down 5 moves of the Italian game.
Wow. Okay, this will say a lot.
I don't think. Wait, is 4 ready? Oh.
They're scared. It's like Squid Game out here, you know?
1 is still writing something down.
4 is really looking at the other aliens.
Oh, I saw 1 look at 2. I saw 1 look at 2.
On the count of 3, please reveal your answers to the judges. There was no count. Player 1 was struggling deciding where we were deviating on move 5. Yeah. Player 1, can you show your whiteboard to the... It's a very high-level game, just couldn't decide, like, you know, should white play d3 or...
Okay, so number 4 is not doing the one, you know, with 2. They literally just put different moves. I feel like the title player is not number 4.
And I don't think it's number 3 because I can barely see from here, but I only see 3 rows of moves.
Yeah, maybe
and
the
you had,
question
well,
was
maybe it was vague because number 2. Yeah, maybe number 3 is because your question did say 5 moves, so it's a like white move, black
Ply,
move.
yeah,
like
instead
is it a set?
Maybe the title player is deliberately writing with poor notation. As Bain said, theatricality and deception.
Theatricality and deception.
Blood has been spilled at the FIDE Candidates 2026. Fabiano Caruana has emerged victorious over Wei Yi. That game has now finished. They've done the cat summoning ritual at the board. Pss, 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 pss. And every cat in a 5-mile radius is gravitating towards the venue. Still 7 games ongoing and a lot of spice to cover, to be fair. So let's hop straight back into the action. I don't think Anna and Tanya will complain if I suggest that Pragg Vachier might be where we go next. Over to you.
I think that's a great suggestion, John. And obviously all the cats are in Cyprus already. But what we are here for are these incredible chess moves. And what a game, what a win that was by Fabiano Caruana against Wei Yi, who unleashed a novelty in the opening, but it was his bishop on h3 that got into trouble with that incredible knight retreat. If you guys missed the game, you need to replay it, because that is so far probably the game of the tournament, and it makes Fabiano Caruana the sole leader of the Candidates Tournament after 3 rounds. Who will join him in the lead might be depending on this game, and this is the only game actually that matters, because Pragg and Sindarov are both on 1.5 points. And goodness me, Tanya, we have so much action to cover here as well, because Sindarov sacrificed a piece earlier, but now, even though he's done a piece, he is better. What has happened?
A lot to answer that shortly. I think definitely the Fabi Wei Yi game is at least the opening preparation gone wrong game of the year. Wei Yi starting, blitzing out those moves, sacrificing, and then Fabi winning in 19 moves, Anna, with the knight retreat to d1. Knight d1 wins your game at the Candidates with 19 moves. That was really something to watch, but absolutely precise there. I think I'm still reeling from what we just witnessed. Fabi's second win, and he's got so many fans rooting and cheering for him. But action is still on, so we focus on the other 2 leaders right now. Let's see who joins Fabi, if anyone. Anna, let's go back a little bit to understand why this is so much better for Black, or if it's even so much better for Black. Because I think everything that we spoke about, just how difficult this position is to handle as White, came to fruition here. F5 was a move that we were looking at. The knight did retreat. And then if we play on, the bishop goes back, hitting that pawn on e3. And in this moment, here, the move queen to c3 by Praggnanandhaa. And you know what? It looks like a move that you want to make. What his idea is to control that e5 square. Pragg wants to stop e5. He wants to control that point. And he wanted bishop takes pawn, which could then be followed with planting the queen on e5, hitting that bishop. You take control, you move your king. Eventually, after queen e5, the rooks connect. And you basically kill Black's development if you can get something on e5. But this is what Pragg missed, that Vachier, and I'm still trying to work it out, that Vachier in fact can ignore the whole thing. And the blue arrow suggests the best move, and Vachier finds the best move. He goes e5 in this position. And the whole point is that after knight takes e5, queen f6, a pin and win idea that we've been talking about in this game. Suddenly after knight takes pawn, queen f6, and there's nothing to be done. So in fact, Pragg's whole concept of stopping a key move came to nothing. And after e5, e4 is being threatened, and the whole initiative shifted to Vachier. It's advantage Sindarov right now.
This is absolutely incredible. And the way that queen to c3, as you said, is against the pawn push, but it cannot stop it. The pawn push happens regardless, with this major threat of the pawn fork that you pointed out, Tanya. And Pragg had to realize that he made a mistake, and he needs to deal with it. He needs to step out of that pawn fork, so he does. He retreats his bishop, so now e4 at least is not picking up a piece, but e4 still is such a strong move because it gains even more space in the center, chases the knight away, and I think the position could suddenly blow up with these pawn pushes. It is absolutely crazy, the position, because of the d file and this pin. You're gonna be losing material if you end up taking that pawn.
Exactly. So he does drop back with the knight. He doesn't go d4 because of the idea that you just demonstrated. The knight isn't stable there at all. He brings it back to d2, but one can feel that Pragg's very uncomfortable in the position right now. Black can continue piling up the pressure on the d file, or even keep attacking the e3 pawn. There is no coordination in White's pieces. There's a rook on h1, knight on g3. The other side, there are pieces, but where are they headed? The bishop, the queen, and the knight, no real targets. Meanwhile, For Sindarov, again, easy play. There's queen g5, rook d8, bring the bishop out, bring the other rook into the open lines. And I don't think it's a massive advantage, but I'm going to stick to what we said earlier, that it's just easier to be black here. It's easier to find the moves as black here.
Absolutely. And how crazy is it that the computer, the evaluation bar, is showing advantage for black with a piece down? Let's remember that Sindarov is down a piece and he has a better position being down a piece. So that's just how much initiative he has, how much compensation he has for the piece that he sacrificed. Because material-wise, it's only 2 pawns, and 2 pawns normally don't compensate for a knight or a bishop. But this is not just about the amount of the pawns, but all the factors that you have mentioned, Tanya. And I love those ideas, how you were describing about the rook move, the queen attacking the e3 pawn. They are all very natural and very strong moves. While for white, it is a lot harder to come up with something that can help solidify the position or make it somewhat safer for the white king. How do you get out of this? This is really tough for Pragg, and he's also really low on time when it comes to a time control that has no increment. He has 22 minutes left for another 19 moves in a crazy difficult and complex position.
Yeah, good luck getting out of this with 21 minutes on the clock and having so many moves to make right now. And the thing is, he's going to burn time on every single move. For Sindarov, he's up on the clock, easier to play. The initiative is there. But I look at Pragg on the camera, and it does feel like he's not as worried as at least I am feeling about his position right now, Anna, or as much as we're saying right now. He looks like he knows it's a difficult position, but calm and chill. You don't see the head in hands, usual, okay, what do I do next, panic setting in just yet.
You're right. And I feel like this is something we have also seen by the rest of the Indian prodigies and the world champion himself, Gukesh Dommaraju, this peace, this presence, even in difficult positions. I would love to hear your thoughts on this, but before I ask you more about the mindset of the Indian team and how they prepare mentally for such tough situations, I think we do have Mike Klein now next to the tournament leader, Fabiano Caruana. Over to you, Mike.
Thanks. We're here with Mr. +2. Fabiano Caruana won again today. His second win is white. Let me ask you, Wei Yi was playing very quickly out of the opening. Was there any fear that you were walking into some prep?
Yeah, I knew it was prep. And I felt a bit stupid that I wasn't really ready for this, or at least not appropriately ready. So, yeah, I was kicking myself in the opening. But I figured at some point I just have to go for it, and I didn't feel like my position should be bad. I mean, I knew queen a4, knight g5 is playable, and after knight b6, I mean, I should take the pawns, so I felt like, you know, if I don't misplay it massively, if I keep playing normal moves, probably I can keep an okay position. But I was trying to steer the game towards safety. That was my goal at that point.
And you've abandoned e4 so far. What was the big reason you're playing knight f3 in your first 2 games?
Well, I don't know if it worked or not. I mean, it worked in terms of the score. It maybe didn't work in terms of the positions I got. But yeah, just trying something a bit new.
You won with a backward knight move, which of course was a discovered attack on the bishop. Why are backward moves so hard to see in your estimation?
Yeah, it feels like the knight is just really good on c3, so you don't want to displace it. But when I played queen b3, I had this in mind, of course, that the queen can eye the bishop in various variations. So this was like one of the, let's say knight e5 was like one of the obvious moves that he could have played. But I never expected to see it happen. I mean, normally he's not making mistakes of this gravity. Unfortunately for him, it's not just a blunder where, you know, you lose, but maybe you have some chances to fight on. It's a blunder where you lose a piece immediately, and that's the entire game. You
have this big score against Wei Yi. I think you have 4 wins now against no losses lifetime. Why do you think you have Wei Yi's number?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the first time I beat him, he was very young. I think it was like 2015, Vachier-Lagrave. I caught him in some prep and won the game. But besides that, yeah, I don't know. He's a very tough player. I do find him difficult to play against.
And finally, kind of a crazy position today. Your king never got castled. There was a bishop on h3. Little bit of resemblance to freestyle chess, which you've played a lot this year. Do you think that freestyle can help your classical? And did you even think about that during the game, that connection?
I didn't think about that. I don't think it can hurt to practice chess in any way. Some players, they chose not to play the freestyle events. I understand, like, prioritizing classical chess, and maybe they, like players like Anish, for example, Maxime, they chose not to participate in these events, and I understand. But I always felt like this is good practice for me. It's a very personal thing, I think.
All right. At the time of this interview, tied for first. You could do no worse than tie for first going into tomorrow. Congratulations so far.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Our current sole leader on 2.5 after that victory against Wei Yi, that beautiful miniature that you see in the top row. I'm very pleased to see that we have various evaluation bars swinging one way and then the other, to be fair, across multiple boards here. So let's go ahead and maybe focus some of our attention back on the women's candidates, where we have yet to see a game finish, but several where ridiculous amounts of pressure are being applied. Back over to you folks. It's Anna and Tanya.
Thank you so much, John. And goodness me, what a round we have. Tanya, can we have you every single day? Because John said that you are our lucky charm. You are bringing these exciting fighting chess that we want to see. Yeah, exactly. John, please, everyone, chess.com. We want Tanya on our broadcast because we want this game to be always this exciting and aggressive.
I'll do my best. I mean, I love it. I love calling this with John and you, Anna. It's so much fun today on the broadcast with the amazing fighting chess that we're seeing across. And we've got our beautiful bird's eye view with all our 8 matches. Now 7 games remaining with a big win to Fabi. And I do believe that this is Fabi's best score at any candidates in the first 3 rounds. 2.5 out of 3. That's +2, winning 2 games. Before we're anywhere close to the halfway mark, Fabi making a good, strong case for his campaign here. But Sindarov as well, that's on the top left of our board, going all out with the black pieces. Meanwhile, Hikaru and Anish are still in the balance. A strategic fight from the start. We can still see the d4 square and the d3 pawn. These are dynamics that they're playing for. I have to say that with the light square bishop covering the weaknesses, it looks like Hikaru and Anish will quite likely end in a draw, but I still feel that Anish is probably happier of the two, given the d3 weakness and the d4 square. Blue Bomb Esipenko also steering towards a draw, I would say, sooner than the other one. And our women boards, Anna, quite fiery chess, especially those last 2 boards that we see. Zhu Jina versus Bibisara and Tanzongi versus Lagno. Absolute chaos on these 2 boards. I'm going to let you take the pick of where we go next.
It's just so difficult, Tanya. I would love to dive into all of those games, but I think when it comes to the women's section, Zhu Jina seemed like she had a really good chance earlier. She still might have, but I feel like the tides have turned a little bit in that game. We were analyzing it earlier. It's been an absolutely chaotic and exciting and fun game to follow, but somehow the last couple of moves weren't the best for white. I think it started going wrong a little bit when she chose the queen moves, queen to c1. Tanya, you were highlighting how it was a strange decision because it was more natural to place the queen on d2, and that allows for your last piece, your last inactive piece, to get into the game. Instead, for some reason, she chose the c1 square, and that went a little bit downhill for her because she still had to move the queen. Without moving the queen, the rook is not coming out, but she chose to stay on c1, pushes d5 instead, which gets a question mark, and now the position is super messy. Again, the pawn was attacked, knight comes back to protect it, but here comes another piece, 3 of Bibisara's pieces eyeing the c4 square. And how do you hold on to that pawn? We fast forward with bishop e5 being the response, and now h5. Like, how crazy this game is. There have been pawns hanging the whole game, but no one is pawn grabbing. But they're both going for the attack, and this h pawn is not only about the pawn pushes, but the square that it was occupying. The bishop wants to appear on that new diagonal, and all the white pieces are on that diagonal as a skewer. This is not looking that comfortable anymore, but she finds a way out of it by at least stepping to the long diagonal with the queen. Bishop h6 comes anyway, and now giving up the rook. Zhu Jina with the rook sacrifice so that Gotham Chess can Gotham Chess will have his moment in his daily report to scream that she sacrificed the rook. But is it good enough, Tanya? Is it good enough? The rook has been captured and we are reaching our current position after a double exclamation mark because Bibisara is also in for sacrificing. Guess what? She sacrificed the rook.
Don't stop, Anna. Keep going. I love it. I want it one more time. There's not enough rooks on the board for this, you know.
Can we sacrifice the remaining 2 rooks as well, please? What an incredible game. And just when I say that, there's a double question mark, a blunder by Zhu Jiner, bishop to h2. Apparently, if you don't continue sacrificing rooks, it's no longer good. I've spent way too long with Levi, by the way. I spent the entire pandemic commentating chess with Gotham Chess, aka Levi Roseman, on Hikaru's channel. So I miss those times, but
I can tell.
I don't miss screaming, sacrifice the rook!
Well, you had plenty of opportunities in this one, and maybe, who knows, we might get a few more of that coming in. But bishop h2, for me, this is really surprising that it's given a 2 question mark, a blunder, so to say, because the idea is clear. I think what Zhuzhina wants is to infiltrate with the queen on those dark squares, Anna. Queen h8 check is what feels like the big threat. And what Bibisara is saying, you know, you gave a rook, I gave my rook, my king is going to be absolutely safe on d7. I think this move queen g5, which is marked by our blue arrow saying it's the best move. If we play that, after queen to h8, which looks like it's a little dangerous, the king hides on d7 and basically says that I'm going to use your pawn as an umbrella, as a shield. e7 is covered. For example, if you slide over with queen f8, there's actually no threat. The b pawn can move forward. The bishop can slide back to g6 to defend f7 for a move if it's needed. And surprisingly, the d6 pawn is Black's king's best friend here, keeping everything guarded. So no open files. You know what's missing for the white pieces? You know what's that piece, Anna, that's missing for white's pieces? It's the rook!
It was sacrificed, Tanya. There's no turning back. They both sacrificed the rook. I fully agree with you, though, that the pawn on d6 is really the best friend of Bibisara's king. And it's thanks to that pawn that the black king is safe and sheltered, while the white king cannot say the same. The back rank is wide open and black is threatening to give checkmate because the bishop is covering the one and only square where the king could have gone to.
Incredible, right? And the thing is, I have to say, I mean, Bibisara is the top seed according to rating in the tournament. She's also had a fantastic story in her journey to the candidates. She qualified through the Grand Prix. And Anna, it was amazing to see that she made it to the Grand Prix because Lei Tingzhe did not get her visa on time to play. So it almost felt like stars are aligning. She got a fantastic showing in 2025, booked her spot, and had 2 games where she was the one who was pushing and felt like she's going to get the first win in the women's section. But now instead, she might be facing at the first decisive result on the wrong side of the table. You know, that b3 pawn that you were screaming, right now you're wondering if you're white, why didn't I pick this up in the first few moves? It was hanging for about 10 moves in this game. And that b3 pawn coupled with that beautiful bishop on c2, the black king, no particular attack. You know, yes, you can go rook g3, but what does that even get you? The black queen will infiltrate further. In this position, you might even be looking at a rook to g4, queen d2 ideas. Again, a check on the 8th rank is just simply a check. It gets you nowhere. The king hides on d7, and the b3 pawn, the attack on the white king on the back rank, is going to do all the talking. I actually think Bibisara is about to go, even Zhuzhina is about to go down to Bibisara.
I think so as well. And it really is a crazy story of this b3 pawn. And we were making a joke about it earlier for how long that pawn will stay on the board. And this pawn has stayed forever. And it was hanging forever. It could have been captured as early as move 10 when Bibisara chose to push the pawn there to sacrifice the pawn back, not interested in keeping her extra pawn, not interested in opening files and giving the initiative to white's pieces. So she pushes b3 and that pawn has been hanging for over 10 moves. As you said, Tanya, it was there up for grabs. Yeah, maybe Zhu Jiner didn't want to take it with the pawn, but guess what? After knight d2, now it's also the knight that's attacking the pawn, and no one cared. No one cared about that pawn. It just stayed there. I think I think this is perhaps some of those moments when we were wondering, like, okay, at some point, surely with the knight you will capture it, right? Because that improves your knight, it helps your pieces. But both players were really just so focused on playing aggressive chess, attacking, going for the initiative, that no one cared about the pawn. And it now, I think, is something that Zhu Jiner will be regretting. She played incredible chess. I think for a long time, this position was looking really scary for Bibisara, but the tables turned, I think, in that crucial moment that you highlighted earlier, Tanya, when the queen has the choice between going to d2 or c1. And for some mysterious reasons, we don't exactly know why, but Zhu Jiner chose to place the queen on c1, which doesn't allow the rook to develop. She must have seen some ghosts, because we don't see anything wrong with the natural queen to d2, allowing the rook to get into the game, and White's position is brilliant.
I just want to add to that. I think the way the game progressed, at least we can get into the minds of Zhu Jiner and understand why she made the move queen c1. Because if we go ahead, we saw her lining up a battery with the bishop and the queen. And I believe that was her plan. Push the knight away, plant the bishop at the center of the board, and put that queen behind the bishop on b2. And we saw that play out. It was her approach. It wasn't accurate in the position because, again, do you really want your queen on this not such a beautiful square of b2? It's not the piece that you want guarding against that b3 pawn. You never want to lose the potential of a queen for a job like that.
Yeah, and it takes so long. I think even if the concept itself is very creative to place your bishop and the queen on the long diagonal, it took way too long of a time. And Black, in the meantime, has played all these aggressive moves, attacking the c4 pawn and keeping the b3 pawn alive. So I think it was a bit too slow for how dynamic and how sharp and how concrete this position is. And essentially, with the bishop appearing on h6, she had to sacrifice the rook. But Bibisara, with the double exclamation mark, giving the rook back immediately to reach this position where it is no longer White who has any advantage, and bishop h2. This is the crucial moment where things go completely out of control for Zhu Jiner. Queen g5 was found by Bibisara. She has more time on the clock, and after, I think, rook g3 has not happened. I'm sorry, I'm clicking on my analysis board, but queen g5, this is still the current position, but such a tough situation for Zhu Jiner. Less time on the clock, really difficult to continue making moves, and I think you are right, Tanya, that Bibisara has a great chance to score her first win in the tournament.
And that also against the highest rated player, the world #2 in the field. So that's going to be interesting to watch if she converts it. I will though point out, I think knight takes pawn, that brilliancy was super important. The understanding that White's light squared bishop is more valuable than the rook because it's such a key defensive piece. It's only because that f1 bishop has disappeared from the board that now there are suddenly attacks against g2 and the back rank issues that we saw with the queen and the rook infiltrating in so many lines. So that's sort of a perception that you're not counting on the quantity of the points of a pieces, but the quality of it. Giving back that rook for that bishop, I think a brilliant choice by Bibisara there. And now she's the one who's going to be on the attack. Queen g5, another great move. Great find by her. Bibisara in the front foot in this one. And I want to take your attention to another board that I see the evaluation bar says Black is completely crushing it. And that's Kateryna Lagno against Tan Zhongyi, bottom left of our board. And if my math is correct, Black has an extra pawn in that position. Should we just take a quick look into this one before circling back to Pragg and Sindarov?
Absolutely. I think we need to check out why the advantage is quite significant for Kateryna Lagno. And I think, as you already highlighted, if we add up the number of pawns, that is one of the factors for sure, the extra pawn for Black. But also the pawns that are missing from White's position are somewhat concerning because they are the pawns from in front of the White king. And there's a queen on h3, there's a bishop sniping from the distance, and there's this knight as well that's heading toward the king. There might not be any immediate attacks, but having an extra pawn and the initiative is usually quite a good combo.
I can't agree more. You know, you have the material advantage. You're the one on the attack. Your king is much safer than your opponent's king. So I think all the trumps right now with Lagno. And we'll see if she manages to convert or not. With no rook landing on the H line, you're feeling quite safe and quite happy. A matter of technique, this one. Maybe ideas like doubling up on the E line, rook E7, rook E8. Again, just play with those rooks, as Anna would like you to. And we've seen the importance of that. Rook takes pawn is an idea, but I believe that just opens up a line for infiltration further.
And
Knight
also,
F4,
knight
that is
F4
stunning.
is a huge move. The pin over the third rank will pick up material because you are losing either your queen or the rook, and this is a checkmate threat, so not bad. That's why the pawn cannot be taken, and that's why Tang Zhongyi is taking a long thing here.
And that's why Kateryna Lagno played the very sneaky king h8 on the last move, because knight f4 would have otherwise been met by a queen check. Escaping from that fork, she set up a sneaky little trap here, Anna, with knight f4 as a threat. No checks on the board then.
That is absolutely brilliant. Stepping away from the diagonal where a check would save the day for white out of that knight fork. Now it really is a huge threat. Knight to f4. And what can white do about this? You either need to defend the queen or move the queen out of this location where it's completely undefended. Not an easy choice for Tang Zhongyi, but the one good thing that's on her side is that she at least has more time on the clock. It's only 3.5 minutes left for Kateryna Lagno, and this is only move 28. They need to make it to move 40 to get extra time. Luckily for the ladies, there's increment per move, but it's not much to get 30 seconds per move.
Still something to boot though, and I think for Lagno, having these 2 extra pawns, she's going to try to go all out. By the way, we do have a decision here by Tang Zhongyi. She's put her knight on c5, which defends the queen, at least fights against knight to f4. We'll keep an eye on this one, but let's zoom out and bring up our bird's eye view, because I get the feeling that there is a certain Anish Giri that might be taking over a little bit. Just a little bit something to play for. Feels like more spades. That's third board on the top. Anish versus Hikaru. Anish playing with the black pieces. You know, the D line to his power, to all his strengths. Hikaru's bishop really not playing in the game. The pawns are up forward, getting so much space. I don't know if it's enough or not, but it's definitely comfortable to be Anish on Anish's seat than it is to be on Hikaru's seat. Meanwhile, Blue Bomb, Esipen news. I think it's 5 versus 5. It's the same color bishop. Draw very, very likely in this one. Praggnanandhaa, Sindarov, a game for all 3 results.
Yeah, this is looking really promising for Anish Giri, as you highlighted, Tanya. This hasn't been an easy game for Hikaru, and it hasn't been an easy tournament for Hikaru Nakamura, who started with a loss against Fabiano Caruana, and yesterday in his game against Andrei Yesipenko, he had to fight really hard in a defensive position, essentially defending a worse rook endgame and earning a draw, but it's not a good sight when you are on the defensive now, also in your first game with the white pieces. And the reason why black has a better chance, we have been highlighting how this pawn structure is not really an easy one from white's perspective, because this is a backward pawn, it's a weakness, and your remaining minor piece is a light squared bishop. You wish you had a dark squared bishop, you wish you had a knight, but the only minor piece left for Hikaru is a really clumsy bishop facing a very strong knight. If that knight could land on d4 at some point in the game, that would be huge for Anish.
It does feel a little unpleasant to play if you're white, but I also want to point out that Hikaru has his own trumps here, right? He's kind of tied down the black knight and the black rook on c8 to defend those overextended pawns on c5 and b5. He's going to keep that pressure on and make sure that Anish doesn't achieve the idea that you're talking about of planting that knight on d4. It's a far way off, and that knight does need to defend the b5 pawn. So while more pleasant for black, you know, you are the ones with the pawn breaks here. f5 definitely more on the cards than f4 ever will be. c4 at the right time, creating a passer, more on the cards than any pawn break. I believe, Anna, if I had to, I do believe that Hikaru holds this one. I don't think it is such a disastrous position. I think he has his own counterplay. The bishop, a bad bishop, but even a bad bishop can be a good one when it's defending your weaknesses.
That's true. It's important in the defense, both on d3 and on h3. It's keeping the king safe as well. So I fully agree with you that it's not easy to make progress in this position, and it's slightly better only for Anish Giri, but definitely the easier position, definitely the easier side to play this middle game. And Hikaru again needs to play precisely to not lose today's game.
He has to. I think another loss by either Anish or Hikaru, their chances of making it to the World Championship, I think, to my head, it almost feels impossible after that. You know, they've lost game one, and they have to at least make sure that things are kept under control. But nothing is under control in our game, in our matchup of our, two leaders after round two, Pragg and Sindarov. That one continues to remain wild. And I would love to bring that up next. I'm so happy that we have it here because, Anna, this is a big moment. Queen has retreated to e7 and there's a threat on the board. Sindarov has set up the bishop slide to b4, winning that knight on d2. So Pragg needs to be just a little careful in handling that. There are a lot of pins, a lot of majors on that diagonal as well. The other thing is, even if you defend that, once the bishop lands on b4, the a pawn really starts moving forward as well. Let's say rook d1, bishop b4. You go back with your queen. Not sure what's a good square, b3 or b2. And now as black, do you want to go bishop to e6? I would be very tempted to push the a pawn as well. a5, it just consolidates the position. And you remain down a piece, but you're basically fighting against all the minors. The white knights are dead. The white bishop is dead. The rooks are disconnected. Pragg cannot be happy with the material advantage that he has here.
He certainly is not happy. It's such a difficult position to play. And again, just to emphasize what we have already said many times, but it is the fact that Sindarov sacrificed a piece, a knight, for 2 pawns, and 2 pawns usually do not compensate. But it's all the factors that Tanya has mentioned that makes this position incredibly difficult to play from Pragg's perspective. Even if he's given another couple of moves, it's not really obvious. How do you improve your position? What can be a way for white to regroup his pieces, to maneuver in a way that it would be more useful? Probably the knights would be the first ones to look at. If you could get your knight to d4 or to f4, somewhere more active, if you could get the king out, but the d2 knight is always hanging, so it's not easy to step out and connect the rooks. It's quite a tough situation, and also quite significant, the time advantage of Sindarov on top of everything.
And Black's plan is so much easier to decipher while we're struggling to find Pragg improving his position. And I think it's not just us, it's Pragg himself, which is why he keeps burning the clock. The next two moves for Sindarov, bishop d7, a4. Allowed, the pawn will go to a3. So you don't even have the time for the maneuver of the knight e2, knight f4, knight d5, which will be the dream because the a-pawn's just really ramming up the board right now. I do really think that Pragg is in big trouble in this game, maybe even more from a human perspective than the bar indicates.
I agree with you. I agree that if the bar is showing advantage with a piece down, that's already a really good sign for the player that has that situation. And to add to it, the psychological factor on how much pressure there is on Pragg, on the time situation, and how much harder it is for him to make good moves. None of his moves are obvious. Some of the moves that the computer suggests are moves like whether it's knight e2 or knight h5, but to try to maneuver the knight, but it also feels very slow. So to figure out, like, do you have time really to get the knight somewhere else? He'll need to try, and I think he will. Maybe at least that part of the plan for white is not that difficult, but his current position, we're still here. We're still in the moment where Sindarov has just retreated with queen to e7, threatening bishop b4, threatening to win the knight, and the rook goes to e2. So it was a question between this square and this square to defend the d2 knight. And rook d1 was better than rook e2, but it's not an easy choice. And Pragg chooses the worst option.
The worst option, but the more human one, because you want that rook to also be connected to the e3 pawn.
Welcome back, everybody. We had a little bit of a blip there, as I'm sure you are all aware now. Whenever something like that happens, we blame Bic. So Bic, for goodness sake, sort yourself out. Hopefully he's heard that and everything will be fine with the broadcast from now onwards. We also have the great Bluebaum draw streak continuing. He drew with Esipenko while we were down. But other than that, we are back into the action with Anna and Tanya. Take it away, folks.
Thank you so much, John. And of course, it's always Bic's fault. Bic, how dare? He's not even on the team for this show, but it's always his fault. Now, we do have that draw. I think before we continue with the rest of the games, Tanya, you have called it. You said that Bluebaum is heading for the streak. Will we see a couple of more draws?
It's so tricky with Bluebaum, right? Because he is on paper the guy who needs to be targeted in this tournament. But he's an exceptionally solid player. He's just a very strong grandmaster. And the thing with a player like Matthias is that you come at him, you try to take those risks. If he gets that opportunity, if you overpush, we might even see him break that draw streak, playing complete spoilers to some of the big favorites. But 3 draws out of 3 rounds, I think he's got reasons to be pleased with himself in this candidate's debut of his. And he's one player, I think in every tier list, he was at the bottom of it. But every single grandmaster, every single player who made that list mentioned that, you know, Bluebaum, extremely solid, extremely difficult to defeat.
And he's proving it to be very difficult for anyone to defeat him. I would still predict that he's going to win a game or 2, if not more. I think it could happen what you mentioned, Tanya, that if his opponents push too much, or there's any chance given, he will take it because he's really strong and has very well prepared for the tournament, did really well in Wei-Kanze.
And Anna, it's not just the fact that he's had 3 draws. He's actually not been in any trouble in these 3 games. He's had very confident holds as well. And I want to just put it out there that when 2024 candidates happened, no one expected Gukesh to win. He was one of the bottom seeds, if not the last seed. Probably one of the he was one of the last 2 or 3 seeds in the tournament. And there was absolutely no tier list where people thought that he will go on to become the winner of candidates and, you know, go on to win the title as well. So Bluebaum's story is still being written. I don't know if we'll get the Bluebaum sweep of 14 out of 14, but I think he's going to have some main character energy in Cyprus.
I think so too. I agree with you. And someone who hasn't had an easy time drawing even his yesterday's game is Hikaru Nakamura. He lost in the first round against Fabiano Caruana, and yesterday too, he had to defend the worst position against Andrei Yesipenko. How is it gonna turn out for him today against Anish Giri? We see the evaluation bar level. It's in the very middle. And are we heading to further simplifications, further trades in that game? Tanya, should we quickly check that before we go back to our main clash between the tournament leaders, Pragg and Sindarov?
Let's do it, Anna. The last move that has been played, the queen landing on a4. I do think that trades on c4 would just lead to an immediate draw offer with everything hoovered off the board. None of the pawns really remaining. 4v4 on one side, all of the queen side gone. I still think that's the most likely. I would almost say that I think Hikaru and Anish are just both happy with this outcome. I don't think neither is so perturbed about it. The queen falls back to e7. Does that leave the c4 pawn hanging? It doesn't, because the e4 pawn is also soft for white. So pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, the knight lands on c5, and this would be a positionally better trade for black.
Yeah, and for that reason, Hikaru will most likely not take the pawn on c4, but play something else. And what could that something else be? Maybe it could be along the lines of improving his queen. He could try to put pressure on the black pieces, or queen a3 to go on this diagonal is another idea.
I think that's a great point with queen a5, because queen e7 unpins the rook on c7. So pawn takes pawn could be the one that's on Anish's radar next. Queen a5 doubles down on that pin, so still maintaining some tension. Just doesn't feel like there's enough juice in this position left.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Anish can always bring his other rook to the c file as well to double down on the defense of the rook and on the defense of the pawn as well. So this is a very balanced position. that is likely heading toward a more peaceful territory, but it's nothing concrete that would lead to a draw. And I think still both players can try and probably will. On Hikaru's side, there's quite some time advantage, and a reminder that there is no bonus time, there is no increment in the open section until they reach move 40. So 9.5 minutes is all that's left for Anish Giri for his remaining 8 moves. Maybe this is not that difficult in terms of the nature of the position, but there's still some pressure when it comes to the time management. But Tanya, I think we do need to head back to that top board because everything is on the line between Praggnanandhaa and Vachier-Sindarov. If you're just joining us, Sindarov is down a piece because he wanted to be down a piece. He sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns. Both players are somewhere. Oh no, here we are. I was like, wait, they're both away? Is the refreshment area so cool? You know, the snacks are amazing. No one is sitting at the board, but no, we have the players. They are right here. And this has been so far a really difficult game for Pragg. Up a piece, but all his pieces are scattered around. There is no harmony.
Well, if anyone's just joining us, the first thing I'd recommend you to do is go check out Fabi's miniature 19-move win against Wei Yi with the last move that's going to absolutely stun your brains. So do that. And right after that, come straight back into Praggnanandhaa trying to survive the Sindarov onslaught. Like you mentioned, the coordination is a big problem for the white pieces. And by the way, everything that we were talking about has played out in the position. You know, the easy flow with Sindarov, getting the queen and the bishop lined up so that the a-pawn can start moving up the board. The black rook on d8, meanwhile. Pragg has just gone back to queen b2. I don't know, maybe we just start from where we left it. I think it's just been a couple of moves since rook e2, Anna. Rook e2 happened. We saw bishop b4 hitting the queen. Queen falls back to b2. The knight on d2 is defended and Sindarov's on the think. The biggest factor here, I really feel that lots of twists and turns lie ahead simply given the clock situation. It's 18-14 in an absolute chaotic position where black has to keep playing for the initiative. It's not easy to be Pragg either. You know, where are your pieces headed? a5. I'll point out one more thing to watch out for. I don't know when this will come, but given the white king position, b5 is something you have to watch out for. And I believe we've got some breaking news with John coming in.
Exactly right, folks. And this time I've got news on 2 fronts. So first of all, in the women's candidates, we have Vaishali, who has drawn against Anna Muzychuk. But I'm going to bring you a little bit more news as well. We have a huge turnaround in the game between Kateryna Lagno and Tan Zhongyi. And I suspect we'll want to check that out shortly. Back to you.
I love how John just leaves us on this cliffhanger. He doesn't tell us what is the huge news. And now we have to, oh my goodness, this is a massive turnaround. Last time we checked, Lagno was crushing and crashing through.
She was completely winning. After king h8, we were saying how Kateryna is up a pawn and also has the initiative. This is all you want in chess, you know. Everything was looking great for Kateryna, threatening knight f4, a knight fork that would pick up even more material. So how did Tan Zhongyi get out of this? We're going to fast forward a little bit. She made a move that wasn't even good, apparently, but the position is so complex that Katya didn't find the best way to proceed. g4, apparently, was a really strong move, according to the computer, threatening pawn to g3. Like, what a pawn that would be to push the bishop back to the back rank. White is hanging in by a thread. That would have been huge. But instead of g4, she plays rook a to d8, which gives away some of the advantage. That's a very human move, so it's hard to criticize it, and both of them are playing inaccurate moves because this position is extremely difficult and complex. I'm gonna fast forward to our current situation because a lot has happened since, but the main situation is this moment here with a rook sacrifice, which is the theme of the day. I cannot wait for the Gotham Chess recap. Rook takes bishop, rook takes, and now I thought that it was with the idea of the knight fork, but you need to give this check to pick up the rook in the right way. Wow, what a turn of events. Now white is up a piece. So rook takes c7. This pattern has been missed by Kateryna, apparently, and it all came with a force. Knight d4 was a tempo on the queen, and now the rook is captured she's trying to stay in the game, but it's not easy with the piece down now. And after f5, the queen is attacking the knight on h5.
And the pawn on f5, both falling with the check. The one idea that you have to be careful about with that knight is that the rook can slide over to h6, so watch out for that pin. Although I think even that's not clear because white will have two minor pieces and a rook in that case. So you're probably right, Anna, that queen takes knight is in fact a threat in the position. If you go back one move, in this position, instead of queen to f7, a lot cleaner for Tan would have been just to take the pawn on g5 after the topsy-turvy game that we've just had. And in fact, after rook h6, even get more greedy and pick up the pawn on f5 with that knight hitting the rook on h6. But queen f7, I think, is so tempting that you just want to make that move, you know. You want to bring your queen into that attack, into that hit of the f5 and the h5 knight. She did it, losing a little bit of her advantage, but Tan's back in the game. And how... what a turnaround this has been. Lagno missing the tactics in a time scramble.
It's absolutely crazy, but it was such a complex position. And you are right, they were both under huge time pressure. This is move 41. So this is the first time they can breathe, they can take their time. But the last couple of moves in a crazy complex position were all played under huge time pressure. And I think that is the reason why Kateryna ended up blundering that tactical pattern and is now defending a position with a piece down. This is not the piece down of Sindarov. This is not what you want. And unfortunately for Katya, even after queen to f7, it wasn't the best move for white, but it is still quite an unpleasant move to face. And she's trying to figure out what to do. She's going to end up losing one of her pawns at the least, even if you come to h6 and try to set up a discovered attack. Oh, actually, I've just blundered, apparently, because queen takes f5. Simply trading the queens in your upper piece, the g5 pawn is still hanging, and there's nothing with the discovered attack. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm doing a monologue while there is a result, and Bibisara has won her game against Zhu Jinner.
And it was a fantastic conversion in the end. We see that endgame. And for Zhu Jinner, the top-rated player, the world #2, after getting too close to winning position, goes down in game 3. And Bibisara, 3 times World Blitz champion, getting her first win at her candidate's debut against the one that matters with the black pieces. A happy day for Bibisara.
Very happy day indeed. And is it going to be a happy day for Kateryna Lagno? It's not looking that promising anymore. In fact, she might end up losing a game where she was winning a couple of moves ago. What a turnaround of events, and huge chance for Tang Zhongyi to score her first win at the Candidates Tournament. I think now that the dust has is setting in now after the time pressure and the time control has been reached in this game, Tanya, we could go back to our top clash in the open section where Sindarov is down a piece, but it's because he sacrificed a piece against Praggnanandhaa, and what a crazy position that is still on the board.
And we've got 2 decisive results that have happened so far, 2 draws with 4 games remaining. And I don't think, Anna, we're going to stop with only 2 decisive games this time. You know, we started the candidates with 3 wins by the white pieces in the open. Then we had a much quieter day 2 with all 8 games ending in a draw. And I wonder if we might even have more than 3 decisive games today. One that looks very likely to head in that direction. Let's bring that up. Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces top left of our screen as Hikaru and Anish still very much in the balance and very likely headed towards that draw. Here we are. The A-pawn has moved forward. Sindarov now activating the rook with a rook lift. And I have a feeling he wants to plant it on the C line, Anna. Get that rook to C6. He's setting up the idea of B5. And it might be time for white to start thinking about planting his own knight on D4. But then again, an idea that you mentioned a while back. How stable is that knight? With points like rook D6, F4 always to keep in mind here.
Very true. And as you called it, Praggnanandhaa has just made your move knight to d4, and it is the best move in the position. According to the blue arrow, for Sindarov to keep his advantage, he needs to push g6. This is one of those moves that looks a lot more logical than some of the other blue arrows of today, because the pawn on f5 is hanging. It makes a lot of sense to push your pawn, protect it, and look at that beautiful pawn chain connect 4. David Howell would love it. So I think if not for anyone else, but Sindarov needs to push g6 for David.
If David was here, he'd already call it a Sindarov win if Sindarov was to go g6. You know, you get connect 4 on the board and that's all you need to do. But I love that idea. Again, it's the kind of move that just passes the ball to Pragg. Pragg hasn't really achieved anything much over the last course of couple of moves. It's not really big improvement. He's playing against plans of Sindarov. I'm going to say it again, and I think in this game, clock will be the big factor. We're on move 27. 13 moves to be made, both players under the 10-minute mark.
Under the 10-minute mark and with no increment on the clock until they reach move 40, so very different time control
it's gonna get fun.
in the open. This is going to be huge, and I agree with you that after pawn to g6 and the connect 4, it is winning for David, and I think it might be winning for Sindarov just for the fact how hard it is for Pragg to continue making moves that are okay, that are not losing on the spot. And earlier, when the knight was getting into trouble on d2, he had the choice between going to d1 with the rook or to e2. And e2 looked like the more human move, but because the rook is sitting on e2, he cannot move his knight from g3 to a more nice-looking situation. If only you could maneuver that knight somewhere where it would make sense, you know, knight on f4, hopping onto d5. Suddenly, white could be playing for something too, activity. But it's not the case. The pieces are so clumsy. They are stepping on each other. All of them are scrambled and scattered around white. So how do you make progress in such a situation? Black's moves are a lot more obvious.
Well, right now, Sindarov has decided a different approach. He didn't get the connect 4 just yet. He defends the f5 pawn with his queen. Also looks really nice to me, you know. You bring the queen out, you protect that pawn. You're eyeing the rook sliding over to either b6 or d6. f4, always a threat to watch out for. He might even throw in an h-pawn push to dislodge that knight from g3. Sindarov's playing all over the board. He's playing all field control here. You know, one move on the left flank, the other on the right flank, just showing full board dominance. Meanwhile, for Pragg, again, to your point, the queen can't move because rook takes knight hangs now. So you don't have a queen b3 because the e3 pawn is pinned. If the knight moves away from d4, the black rook slides over to c6 and hits the c4 pawn. The bishop on c2 really doesn't have any great squares. The knight on g3 doesn't have any great squares. The rook on e2 stuck to defending that e3 pawn. It's as if all of Pragg's pieces are in their ideal position, and every move makes it more unpleasant, makes it more difficult to execute because you feel you're misplacing them.
Yeah, like how do you even make a move now that you are calling out all those pieces and that they really don't have anywhere to go? Maybe the only piece we haven't named and might be okay to move is the king, to at least step out of that diagonal. But, you know, who would want to place the king on an open file where the opponent's rook might appear and win your queens, you know? It's not an easy one, but he played it. And this is the best move. He has done it. It's the best one, even if it's looking scary, but he had to find king to b2, and he has played it.
He's hoping to get that king as quickly to a2 and saying that once again, your a-pawn is my shield, my umbrella, and at least my rook can then finally come into the game, and hopefully I'll have enough time to execute that. Very scary move to play. Pragg does it. I do see the knight b5 resource. By the way, Sindarov is ready with his response. Look at the speed with which he wants to play because he wants to put pressure on Pragg's clock as well.
Yeah, he was about to make a move and now he's taking a second look, double checking his variation, his calculation probably, because it is a really critical position. And he is sensing that he's got the initiative, even if the evaluation bar is in the very middle. Oh, we do have breaking news by John again. John, welcome back.
Thank you very much, folks. Yes, we do have some updated news. Now, admittedly, it's very much been an even keel as far as the evaluation has been for a while, although there were some interesting moves earlier on. Hikaru, Nakamura and Anish Giri has ended peacefully.
Thank you, John. We hoped you would bring us another blunder, but there was no blunder in the game between Hikaru and Anish Giri. It ends in a very fair draw. And that leaves Hikaru and Anish so far winless in the Candidates Tournament.
And meanwhile, we had our first women candidates decisive result today with Bibisara taking down Zhu Jina. So a win in the women's section. And we've had one by Fabiano Caruana against Wei Yi. And this one, super exciting. By the way, Sindarov has slowed down. He hasn't rushed with his decision. I did see him moving his pen around to check what move number he's on, how many moves need to be made. Because of course the pressure is on him as well. He's ready now and he's pushing the h-pawn. And it's coming down. He's done everything on the left flank and h5 with the idea to dislodge the knight on g3 up next.
I like this a lot. I know that the computer doesn't agree. I know the computer and David Howe wanted the connect 4, but this is very human to go with the 6th rank open for the rook, the queen on g5, h5 ready to push that pawn all the way to h4 and claim that this knight has barely anywhere to go. You're going to have to retreat to f1 or h1. This is not the knight retreat of Fabiano Caruana. This is not winning or even holding at all. The knight is going to be having nowhere to go from then on. This is so dangerous, so scary, and yet the computer says it's still 0-0-0, Tanya. The evaluation.
It's honestly the kind of 0.0 that you don't even think about. You know, you take that bar and you chuck it out of the window. You just say, I'm going to watch this beauty unfold, this chaos unfold, because these are two players with a heartbeat. We can't expect 100% accuracy by them with minutes left on the clock. King placed on a2. This is what we were expecting. Now Sindarov can actually shift his attention to the other side, line up the rook against the queen. And every move has its own consequences. Rook b6, I thought knight b5 would be a resource to block that file, but that would leave a really nice e6 square for the black bishop to land on and start attacking the c4 pawn. It just feels, again, you know, these ideas just flow for Sindarov. He's also looking at h4. First, just push that knight away, push that knight back, further make it retreat before you go on the flank. All very pleasant moves. Sindarov, he just needs to make one thing. He goes for h4. He's going to force that knight on f1. Not a happy piece at all. He keeps up the pace on the clock. I think the clock, he wants to put pressure there.
And he's doing so. He is up a little bit on the clock and certainly putting a lot of pressure on Pragg over the board with this h4 move, chasing the knight away, as you called it, Tanya. I think your plan is so promising, placing the rook on the file where the queen is. And if the knight moves, as you already explained, then the bishop will be hitting the c4 pawn and everything is collapsing for white. So really difficult for Pragg to keep everything under the defense. Bishop to d7, another logical move, because you do want to push this pawn and help with the bishop here. Also taking away the b5 square from the knight. It makes perfect sense. The rook can then come to the a file if you ever want to. I'm not sure that would be the best way to play, because the a pawn is an umbrella, as you called it, for the white king to hide under. But this is so sharp. Moves are coming in very quickly in the time trouble. Rook on d1. The rook comes to c8, putting pressure and hitting the c4 pawn, which is now hanging. It might not be tempting to take it because of the pin on the diagonal, but still it is pressure again on Pragg.
9 moves, under 5 minutes for both, and no increment. Just sit with that for a moment and look at the position that we have in front of us. Absolute mess for both players. There is material imbalance, there's positional imbalance, king's on opposite side, white king not feeling safe, has to find a precise move. And look at it, you can see Pragg, he's trying to be fast because he knows that he'll be left with seconds for those last couple of moves. He needs to pace this out really accurately. He's brought his rook finally into the game, and I think it might be time for Sindarov to line up his own rook against the white queen. Keep putting pressure. Bishop takes knight, bishop c5. 2 threats always to be very careful about. Not just that, you defend the bishop, and now a4, a3 is coming up next. Sindarov is putting immense pressure on Praggnanandhaa right now.
Huge pressure indeed, and so many more moves to be played. Again, for everyone joining, the time control for the open section has no increment until you reach move 40. So this is the final minutes for both players. No more time. 3.5 minutes for Praggnanandhaa, 4.5 minutes for Sindarov, and they still have to play 8 more moves in a crazy complex position.
And far more complex for Pragg to handle than Sindarov. Anna, I think we're setting ourselves up for some blunders in this game. He goes c5, and look at that, the bar goes down and goes down big. Bishop takes pawn would just hit the queen. Pragg is relying on a check on b3, but that just feels like you're creating bigger problems after that. You've opened up so many lines.
Just as you called it, Tanya, Praggnanandhaa cracks under pressure and he is sacrificing a pawn, but in the wrong moment. It is not the right idea. For everything that you have explained, that black king will be safe on h7, while everything is opening up for black's rooks. Bishop takes c5 is quite a move, and I think Sindarov will play it after some calculation. He's making sure that he's not missing some kind of a trickery here.
He realizes the importance of balancing the clock as well. I think he wants to make the move as quickly as possible. Bishop takes pawn is just so natural. What Pragg has set up is bishop check and then bring the knight forward to c4 to hit the rook. He wants that construction. As Sindarov's reaching out for the pawn, I would be surprised if he takes it with the rook. And as I say that, he goes rook takes pawn.
And apparently it's still fine. Bishop takes was the better choice, but rook takes c5 is the second best. So Sindarov going for a different strategy, but still looking very promising for him. This check is nothing because the king will go to h7, and after knight c4, the rook will probably just stay here chilling on a6. So it is improving Pragg's pieces, but now it is already 3 pawns to compensate for the sacrificed piece of Sindarov, and it is initiative black. Both on the clock and over the board, black is pressing.
This is not good news for Indian fans at all, because Pragg is looking to stabilize his pieces with the setup, but there's no stability to be found in this position. Bishop lands on b3, there'll always be a4 pushing that out. Black's rooks are active. Very smart choice by Sindarov. Pragg was expecting bishop takes pawn. Sindarov takes a different route and forces Pragg into another thing.
And that is huge. It is still 7 more moves to be played before they reach the time control. Pragg is going down to his final 2 minutes.
He leans in, he's trying to figure out how can he just keep things under control until move 40. The thing is, you not only want to reach move 40, you want to reach it in a way that there's a game left. Being completely lost and reaching move 40 doesn't mean anything. Pragg, he's about to make his decision. He gives a check with the queen.
Which is apparently, again, not the best move. That queen on the same diagonal as the king is not a good idea. The black king will step out either to h8 or h7. The king is safe on the h file. And for now, there is no bishop e6 because of the knight on d4. But how safe is that knight on d4? If black gets away to even sacrifice something for it or chase it away, then bishop e6 will be an issue. Or bishop c6 at some point. There's got to be something on that diagonal with tactics.
It's tactics everywhere. Pragg needs to be careful. Don't go queen to f7. Rook takes bishop. Bishop e6 would lose the game on the spot. Queen f7 is such an attractive move to infiltrate, but there's tactics. Pushing that knight. Did he do it? Queen f7. Oh my God.
Rook takes it immediately. Sindarov with the brilliance in winning.
This is game over. Unbelievable as Pragg realizes. Knight takes rook, bishop e6 check, winning the queen. And Sindarov had put this up, he had set this up, and Pragg falls straight into it. He goes back with the king, the rook cannot be picked up, but this is completely lost now.
And Sindarov can pick up the knight as well, because when you take with the rook, the bishop will capture the rook with a discover check. Vachier Sindarov is completely winning. The youngest player in the Candidates Tournament is about to join Fabiano Caruana in the lead. What a game!
Unbelievable. What a game and what a day of chess this has been. Sindarov knows he's so close to picking up that second win. I think he's going to pick up that second minor piece as well. Rook takes knight. There's nothing stopping him right now. No attack on the black king, which will hide safely on h7. And it's all fired down the board on the B line. Praggnanandhaa is busted.
Completely busted. This has been a huge game and it's been so complex, and in the heat of the time pressure, Praggnanandhaa has blundered that beautiful idea with the rook sacrifice, which has been the theme of the day. The rook is captured with a discover check, so there is no time for white to take the bishop. The king has to move, and now black can even pick up the e3 pawn if he wants to.
It's unbelievable. Praggnanandhaa down to 40 seconds, but this is what we were talking about. You can reach the 40 move mark, but what's the point of getting there when the position is completely lost? For Sindarov, I think, again, just going on 2.5, if he's able to finish it, time pressure indeed is a weird thing, but it is part of the sport. It is a factor. The 17th piece, as we call it in commentary, the clock, it needs to be handled well. And here we see a very complex game. And I have to say, Sindarov played it brilliantly, taking his chances, going into this dynamic, imbalanced position, and then striking with rook takes knight. And that blunder didn't come out of nowhere. It was constant pressure on Pragg that made him crack.
Huge pressure indeed throughout the entire game, from the moment that Sindarov chose to sacrifice a knight for 2 pawns as early as in the opening. This has been a very aggressive approach by Sindarov, and he is getting rewarded for it. Now, after the trade of pieces, we have a position that is somewhat more simplified, but with so many pawns for black as extra material, and there goes the handshake.
And we have a result!
Sindarov wins.
And just like that, goes on 2.5 out of 3, joining Fabiano Caruana. And for Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces, he's disappointed. Such a tough game under so much pressure, and wasn't able to hold on in this one. And what a fight this was, and a very deserving victory for Sindarov.
A huge game. You're a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM. So I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move, a bad move, or a decent move.
Okay, okay.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So what's a good idea?
It's ridiculous.
That's it.
This is ridiculous.
I know it.
A lot of people fall for that.
I know you want to flag me, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go sometimes with my intuition, sometimes with the magic of this board.
I think we need to try to bring the pieces back.
No way, Aman! Take that!
There's just no way this works.
I calculated it till the end.
I mean, I have to, you know, out of respect for the move.
I got it. It's not a good move to take it. Is it queen h6? It's queen h6 first. Of course I knew it.
What? I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna.
Thank you, Aman.
Good game.
What do you mean, good game?
Good game.
It's the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0 against me lifetime.
Yes. Does that make me a grandmaster?
Hey guys, if I make this in one go, we're gonna launch a no ads plan.
How do you feel for this tournament?
Yeah, it's obvious that I didn't have so much time. I've been working on chess as I usually do, but preparing directly for the candidates, for specific opponents, it's a different thing. So I didn't have so much time for that, and I'll try to catch up during the tournament.
And tell us about when you first heard the news that Humpy Kinnear was considering not coming. What were your emotions like, and were you thinking it could be a real possibility that you'd play?
Yeah, I had so many thoughts in my head, because actually last year I had a great year. I won 2 Grand Prix and I was very close to qualifying through that path. Then I won Norway Chess, and I was fighting after that for the last spot, for the FIDE circuit spot, until the very last day, literally, at the World Rapid and Blitz Championships, and I barely missed it. I had very mixed feelings, like, was it a good year because of so many successes? Or was it like a bad year because I didn't qualify to the main tournament, to the candidates? And yeah, it took me some time to live with these thoughts. And finally I was like, okay, this year I'm not there. I'll try to make it for the next cycle. And then I believe it was March 16, if I'm not mistaken, when I read Humpy's interviews, and that she's not sure whether she would play or she wouldn't. And I knew I was like the first resort. So I didn't know what to think about it, because I'm actually sad for Humpy, because she deserved this place, and we have known each other for for a very long period of time. I think it will be funny to mention that we played our first game in 1997. It's like 29 years ago. So yeah, a lot of respect to Humpy and sad that all this happened, but at the same time, I'm happy that I'm here and that I will play these candidates.
Hey folks, forget chess being down, let's talk about chess up. Chess.com supports our fellow game changer, the record-breaking company taking the chess world by storm with their new and improved Chess Up 2. This physical electronic board syncs to your Chess.com account, letting you play rated games which you can then save and analyze on Chess.com. With built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and touch-sensitive pieces, it supports players of all levels, and over 1 million Chess.com games have already been played on the platform. And now we're hooking you up with 10% off when you use the code CHESS. So head over to playchessup.com or use !ChessUp in chat to unlock this limited time offer. Welcome back to the 2026 FIDE Candidates, everybody. As you can tell, Vachier Sindarov's aura was just too strong for the stream, but now that his game is over, it looks like we are back and ready for business. I would love to talk to you a bit more, except I'm going to spoil it this time. Kateryna Lagno somehow is back to winning her game. Tanya, Anna, I've literally got no idea what to expect anymore. Please take us through what's going on.
Wow, that is breaking news, John, even without you saying breaking news for once. How on earth that game, Tang Zhongyi against Kateryna Lagno, we've been analyzing this game before. Lagno had a great position earlier, but then she blundered and she was down a piece. But now, currently, the situation is that Queen takes d5 by Tang Zhongyi was a huge blunder. And look at the graphics at the very bottom of our screen, how the advantage of white, well, thank you so much to Pragg for Lagno winning Pragg and the rest of the featured chat. But when the featured chat is not blocking the graphics, we can see that the advantage of white was all the way up the winning advantage until this final moment by Tang Zhongyi, where she has blundered into this knight fork. What a brilliant move. It looks like the pawn can capture that knight, but then, Tanya, we have this incredible attack and the king cannot escape the checks, apparently. If you go queen to f3, pawn to g4, attacking the queen and sacrificing the queen for rook to h3. Checkmate, move of the day if this happens. What?
That is stunning. You know, it's been an up and down stream with tech issues. It's been an up and down day on this board, and this will be all the way up if we see g4 happen. I mean, this is an incredible line, and I think she's seen it. Rook h6 on the board. Now, King G3 is the only move. If you just go back on the analysis board, that knight had to be taken. It was a fork. And King G3 is the only move. You can't block anything. You would just lose the game. The rook would fall. And at this moment, you have to play queen check. But I do believe Anna G4 would run into queen takes pawn. So queen D3 is absolutely important. You can't go G4. Queen takes pawn would change the tables, turn it around one more time. But queen D3, queen F3, and G4. Anna, has Kateryna Lagno, has she seen this? Has she seen the idea of queen takes queen? Let's have that on the board. You've got to show it. You can't start with arrows right now. Queen takes queen and rook H3. Do you think she's seen this?
Checkmate with one piece remaining. It's the only piece left for Kateryna Lagno, but it's gonna be delivering checkmate. Today has been the day of rook sacrifices. Gotham Chess is loving it, but we also love our queen sacrifice, which is winning the game. What a move, G4.
What on earth? And I will point out that just a few moves ago, it could have been a completely different narrative. First, Kateryna Lagno is losing, then she's winning. Then it's Tan Zhongyi who takes over. And now it is checkmates away, moves away from checkmate if G4 is found. You give up everything and a pawn and a rook delivering a mate because the white king is boxed up and trapped by its own pieces. The pawn, bishop, and the rook taking away any squares. Has Lagno seen this is the question.
I think she might have very well seen it. And the good news on top of everything for Lagno is that she finally has time to think if she hasn't seen it yet. But I would suspect that Kateryna Lagno is very well aware of the fact that the tables have turned completely and she is winning again with an incredible pawn push that simply gives up the queen for a rook H3 checkmate that cannot be prevented. You have to give up the queen to keep the game going with a move like rook H2, but this is a queen up for only two minor pieces and the king is still a target. What a game, Tanya. Incredible. This is the current position, rook H6 check, but there is no deviation, as you said. Like the only other move is bishop to H4, but that's just a free piece.
And I'll just add to that, there's only one move that white has in this position, and the fact that Tan Zhongyi keeps thinking on that move, I don't believe bishop h4 is a resource. That just allows rook takes bishop and mate will follow anyways. She can only move the king up. I don't know about Lagno, but it feels like Tan Zhongyi.
Tanya, the only advantage of this bishop sacrifice is that finally the king will be attacking the rook, so we cannot go for that brilliant attack anymore. And also, there's a square on f2. Yeah, the same line wouldn't work, but you are right that it leads to a different trouble. So I think she sees that in both cases, her king is boxed in and is going to end up losing the game. There's several ways in which black can win. Rook g4 check, rook takes f4. There's plenty of options, queen g1. I mean, you name it. It looks like a lot of moves are winning for black. And Tan Zhongyi might be contemplating what had gone wrong. How did she end up from a piece up being now completely lost?
She lets the clock tick more and more down. And the thing is that she could have an hour on the clock and it wouldn't matter. She's dead lost here. For Kateryna Lagno, the more Tan Zhongyi thinks, the more certain it becomes that she feels that there's something in this position. So, you know, you get even more confident. You find it if you haven't already. But I think Lagno knows it. She's an extremely strong player. She's a blitz monster. She knows she has enough time on the clock to work it out. Multiple-time world champion in blitz there. And right now, we might see g4, we might see bishop h4, but whatever might happen, the result is now certain. I don't believe there can be more twists and turns in this game. I think now the win is within Lagno's grasp, no matter what is chosen by Tan Zhongyi in this position after rook h6 check and knight f4. What a brilliant move. And let's just go back one more move, Anna, because before this blunder, it could have been completely different. What Lagno had to do was pick up the knight with a check, give up the queen with an idea that we had discussed earlier, rook to h6. You sacrifice the queen, but look at what you have in return. You have two minor pieces and a rook, which, do the math, comes to 11 points versus 9, and that would just mean an advantage. It would be advantage Tan Zhongyi. But instead, a huge blunder, queen takes pawn, and Lagno pouncing on it with knight f4.
If anything we have learned about today and about chess in general. You gotta sacrifice the rook, you gotta sacrifice the queen, you gotta sacrifice the piece. Because if you don't, you're losing. It has been so insane, today's rounds, and everyone who held onto material ends up losing their games.
I would say though, don't try this at home. All these giving up your rooks and queens, Anna, it is, it is a double-edged sword, but incredibly played off today at the Candidates Day. And we were talking about this. I think we're going to have at least 4 decisive games in this round 3. 2 in the women, 2 in the open, and one game still on. Knight f4 on the board, which has been picked up. Pawn takes knight has been played. The check is on the board. Tan Zhongyi, what will she decide? Bishop h4 only delays the inevitable.
Yeah, and the fact that Lagno played knight f4 with just 1 minute and 49 seconds spent, she sees it. If you play knight f4, it's because you see it. You don't give up the knight for nothing. You give it up because you see the whole variation until the end. So she knows it, she sees it, and this is going to be an incredible game for Kateryna Lagno. But we do have Mike Klein on the ground with the now tournament leader, Vachier Sindarov.
Thanks. We're once again joined by Grandmaster Vachier Sindarov. You are leading the tournament +2 in your first 3 games. Is this a dream start for you?
Yeah, probably. I didn't wait the start, but it's a very good start, and I'm very happy from my games.
In your game, you sacrificed the knight on b4. You didn't have to. Did you consider in the moment that that was a brave choice? Did you know you were undertaking some risk at that moment?
If really, I was thinking like if I don't take this pawn on b4, he will just outplay me, and when I took, I have something like. I mean, his position is not easy. Maybe he has better position, but it's not easy to play. And I was thinking like, okay, I will do something in time trouble. And yeah, it works.
Well, let's talk about time trouble. You found rook takes c2 right away, distracting the knight away from e6. What were your thoughts when you played it on board? Did you know you were going to win at that moment?
If really, like after he plays c5, rook c5, I was like already thinking, okay, I'm very close to win. Just need to play. Just need to play in full focus, and it's impossible to survive this position next 4 moves, which next 4 or 6 moves, like with 2 minutes. So I was really already think like, okay, I need to be just play with full focus, and this game is just mine.
It sounds like you lost track of what move number you're on. Is that right?
Sorry?
Did you lose track of how many moves you had to make?
Yeah. But okay, still I have more time, and for me it was better if we'll be. I mean, if we play a little bit more. But okay, he just missed this rook c2. But anyway, I think his position is impossible to save.
Yeah, it was. And finally, the no increment in the first time control certainly makes it fun as fans, but are you a fan of this time control? Because it produced a lot of fun chess in your game today.
It's very interesting, but also it's very hard. So you need to always, think about your time, because with plus 30 seconds, you will always have time to think, but here it's impossible to spend a lot of time in normal positions, so you need to play faster, and for someone it's not easy.
All right, youngest player in the field is still tied for first place. Congratulations going forward.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Congratulations to Vachier Sindarov, but we have no time to talk about his win because Kateryna Lagno is also winning. She has sacrificed her queen. She pushes g4, which is a brilliant move to set up a rook checkmate on h3. Tang Zhongyi parries the threat, but giving up her queen to save the king. Tanya, what an incredible game.
What a fantastic sequence of moves there, and just the confidence and the speed with which Lagno played g4. She had worked it all out, Anna, and now forcing Tan Zhongyi to give up the queen. Otherwise, you just get checkmated, lose on the spot. I think Tan will continue to fight, but probably not for much longer. Let's show this checkmate, because we can't show it enough number of times. And Anna, I think the kind of chess that we've had today, it sort of just motivated everyone watching, inspired everyone watching to go and get some blitz and some bullet games on chess.com, sacrificing pieces, even if it's a dubious sacrifice.
Yeah, today definitely has been the day for sacrificing pieces, sacrificing rooks, and sacrificing even queens for a beautiful checkmate. What a move this is. G4, pushing a pawn when your queen is hanging and it wins on the spot. Kateryna Lagno played it after barely thinking for any second. She saw it all the way from the moment she gave up her knight with knight to f4. And this is the only way Tang Zhongyi can keep the game going. But how much of a chance do you have when all you have left are two minor pieces facing the opponent's queen? I think both king takes and pawn takes are a huge advantage for Kateryna, who is on her way to win her first game at the Candidates Tournament.
And I think what Tang Zhongyi is hoping for is that she's going to pick up the f3 pawn and try to set up some sort of a fortress. But a fortress cannot exist in this kind of a position because you've got pawns on the left flank that the queen's going to start picking up one by one. You know, she picks that rook up with the pawn. Knight takes pawn is what I'm expecting. And the black queen will slide over either to c2 or to e2, just putting pressure on those two pawns. And I believe that there is absolutely no hope of having a fortress in this position. We're going to see Kateryna demonstrate some good technique. But really, that move, knight f4, pouncing on that opportunity, finding g4. Because as you said, Anna, you don't play knight f4. You don't sacrifice that knight until you've seen the idea of g4, rook h3.
It was such a brilliant tactical pattern. Kateryna Lagno sees it. Former world champion in speed chess, but will she become a challenger for the overall crown in classical chess? This could be the start of a great event for Kateryna. She certainly has an incredible chance to win this game now. It has been quite the roller coaster. She was winning earlier and then she was losing, but in the time pressure earlier is what was the cost, I think, of some of those mistakes. We don't exactly know how Tang Zhongyi missed the idea that Katya found, although now that I'm looking at the time, Tang Zhongyi went down on time again. So some of this could have been due to the pressure on the clock, but what an incredible, brilliant sacrifice by Lagno. Nice sacrifice and then queen sacrifice.
I think Tang Zhongyi just completely missed the idea of knight f4. She would never have taken that pawn on d5 if she would have spotted this tactical trick, which was found by Kateryna. And it's a day in the women's section where, you know, giants have fallen. You got Zhu Jina, who's the top seed, who's world number 2. She goes down to debutante Bibisara. And then you've got the 2024 Toronto Candidates, a women's winner who challenged Wenjun in the World Championship match. Tang Zhongyi about to lose her first game in the tournament to Lagno, and it was such a roller coaster fight, you know, a point that could have been her own, but it just felt like the last blunder was made by her and it was too costly. No coming back from this one.
No coming back indeed. And I think on the other board in the women's section between Alexandra Goryachkina and Divya Dashmukh, it's not as exciting as this one, but Goryachkina does have an extra pawn in a rook endgame against Divya Dashmukh that she probably will try to grind into a full point, and she can now take on a7 if she wants to, but that will give up her b3 pawn. So I would think she might be considering it, or instead of rook takes a7, she can play with rook b7 to guard the pawn and keep the b3 pawn on the board.
And these are the only two final games remaining of the day. We've already had 3 decisive results, 2 in the open, a piece each to white and black, with Praggnanandhaa going down to Sindarov. And we had Fabi with a 19-move miniature win against Wei Yi. Meanwhile, we saw Bibisara crash through Zhu Jina with the black pieces. That's on our bottom row right there. Beautifully executed opposite color bishop endgame. And Tang Zhongyi about to go down to Lagno. And I think it doesn't stop there. It might be a day of 5 decisive games, as you're mentioning. Goryachkina, she is such a beast when it comes to these kind of techniques. You know, her longtime trainer. I believe that she's... Do we know who her second is at Cyprus?
I'm not sure who is helping her in Cyprus. That's a good question to our team on the ground, if they can help us out, because we have been informed about some of the seconds and coaches that are in Cyprus, but I don't know who is helping Goryachkina. Good question. What about Divya? Do you have some information for us on Team India and who is helping Divya and Vaishali?
Well, I do know that, in the past, Divya has spoken about that she's worked with Grandmaster Chaba Balog as well as Grandmaster Abhimanyu Puranik from India. I think they were huge help to her in her World Cup win, and what a win that was. She had a fantastic streak in that tournament, taking down such big names, including Tan Zhongyi, including Zhu Jina, and of course, defeating Humpy in the finals there. For Vaishali, I did see a photo with Pranesh, Grandmaster Pranesh, in the venue. I do know that Vaibhav Suri, another Grandmaster from India, who's really known for his opening preparation, is helping out Pragg. He's been his second for a long time. But it's also so important to have those members of the team present with you on site. It's not just about the chess prep, but your friends, people you feel good around, people who uplift you and keep a good mood, especially when it's such a marathon of an event. And I know that Pranesh is a very close friend of both Vaishali and Praggnanandhaa.
That's great to have as an insider knowledge. And I agree with you fully that it's so important that they're not only helping with the analysis and the preparation, but that the spirits are high, there's good energy, good vibes. And it has been, I think, always the story with everyone at the very top of the chess world, that they have a great team and it's people that have chess knowledge and chess expertise, but also they're there to lift the players up, to root for them, to cheer on them, and to keep the spirits high always. Now, in terms of this game for Divya, Tanya, how do you see this rook endgame, and what would you say would be the probability of Goryachkina winning this rook endgame?
She's the reigning world rapid champion, and I've seen her grind down these end games in such high-class ways. I think it's way harder for Divya to defend this, and I think that's the question, right? It's more difficult to defend this than to show good technique here, because you can play this on forever. Like you mentioned, a7 is attacked very often. The pawns will get traded. The king will march up towards the queen side and then start assisting. It says that it's a big advantage, and I believe that's also because Divya's king is not super happy on h6. White will have a free hand of step-by-step getting closer towards the queen side. Maybe we can make some moves and see from a human perspective how this could develop, Anna.
I would love to do that, Tanya, but I think a game that might be closer to a finish is the other ongoing game in the women's section. So we might head there first and then go back to the rook end game, because Kateryna Lagno might be just moments away from winning her first game at the Candidates Tournament. This has been an incredible, brilliant sacrifice earlier. A knight sacrifice and then a full queen being sacrificed by Lagno for a beautiful checkmate attack. And now she's up a queen against two minor pieces. Not much left for Tan Zhongyi. Unfortunately for her, there are no tricks left.
She's down a pawn and a queen on the board. The h-pawn will move up the board. You just simply defend the f5 pawn, which is now under attack. I don't even believe it can be picked up, because knight takes pawn will be met by queen d5 check. So it's not even a real threat on the board right now. And I agree with you. Probably just moments away from Tan resigning in this one. She does go for the idea of bringing the queen, attacking f4. The bishop's overloaded. You defend it from g3. Queen d2 check picks up the other b4 pawn. So you're going to end up either losing f4 or b4. You know what, Anna? This might be the moment. This might be the moment that Tan Zhongyi just realizes that there's no chance in this. There's no fortress to be built here.
I agree with you that she might resign because of the motives that you have mentioned, that the b pawn or the f pawn will fall, and that is just way too much. A queen and two extra pawns, two pass pawns for black. This has been such an exciting game. Lagno had a great chance out of the opening and in the middle game, but then Tan Zhongyi found the tactical pattern that Lagno blundered, but then she blundered back, and it's a resignation by Tan Zhongyi. Kateryna Lagno wins with a brilliant knight and queen sacrifice to get her first win in Cyprus today.
And an absolute roller coaster of a game this one was, up and down. We saw the bar, we saw the graphics showing that it was Tan winning, Lagno winning, Tan winning, Lagno winning. It was favors were passed, blunders were made, but a beautiful tactical find in the end by Lagno, finishing it off, taking down the 2024 Candidates Women winner, Tan Zhongyi.
What an incredible game it has been. probably the most exciting game, and today has had so many sacrifices, piece sacrifices, rook sacrifices, but this one featured a queen sacrifice for a checkmate. Incredible fight, and Kateryna Lagno with a well-earned win. Now we are left with this one final game, Tanya, the last game of round 3 between Alexandra Goryachkina and Divya Deshmukh. They are the last 2 players at the playing venue. And can Divya Deshmukh defend this rook endgame is the main question.
I will be very surprised if Divya manages to save this one. I think she needs a lot of help from Goryachkina, and she would need a very bad technique from Goryachkina's end. And I mean, Alexandra, she is such an incredibly strong player. I do believe she won the candidates, I want to say in 2019, but we'll need a confirmation on that. I think it was 2019 candidates. She's somebody, I think she knows how to do this. One of the very principled ideas in these kind of endgames is you can keep the b pawn alive with rook b7, but you could also simply swap those off, Anna, if you just go rook takes pawn, and just to demonstrate the overall plan. While black is kind of stuck and can only make rook moves, you'll bring your king closer, you'll go king g2, you can start with a5 or king g2, rook a3, a5. And I just want to demonstrate a concept here. Eventually, you'll go rook a4, king f3. Let's say you go rook to a2. And something similar like this will happen, and king e3. And eventually, white will push the f-pawn 2 steps forward, march the king up closer to that pawn, and winning the g-pawn. By the way, she's gone for a different approach, but winning the g-pawn gives you nothing, and white is fast. What Goryachkina has done has gone for the former approach that we were talking about, where she's kept more pawns on the board. Divya, I would have taken the pawn on a7 and gone for this one concept that I do know. She's gone a5 now. And now it's time to bring the king into the game, if you're Alexandra.
I think that's what she will do. The king is already on g2. And as you already said, the main problem for Divya is the location of her king. She cannot move. The king is in complete stalemate, but you cannot sacrifice the rook with any stalemate ideas because the pawns can move. So the king is stuck, but the black pawns can move, unfortunately for Divya. So the problem will be that she is gonna run out of useful moves while white can and will improve her position.
I'm still gonna say that I'm slightly surprised by Goryachkina's choice to not take on a7, because now she has to work to create that passer. I don't know if she wants to go b4 and pawn takes pawn, rook takes pawn. I'm not convinced about that. Yes, you get a lateral rook placement, which is considered good because your king can then go and hide in front of the rook if after b4 you take the pawn. But it just feels like that allows black the chance to get his own king into the game. If you go king f1 here, Divya will surely put her rook on c2 and not make it so easy to get the king on the second rank.
Yeah, I agree with you that it is making it harder, and she might have to push b4 at some point to create that pass pawn. King f1 here seems very logical to start going in the direction of the queen side, and so she has just played it, but you're right that black could try to stop it by placing the rook on the second rank, but then the a pawn will be a target with rook b5 or rook a7. Then Goryachkina can go and attack the a pawn. So maybe she'll end up trading it. Let's catch up with the game because it's a check on the back rank that Divya has played after king to f1.
Off topic, but I want to ask you this question. What for you was more spectacular? Watching Vaishali's queen takes h3, a queen sacrifice to save the day yesterday on move 40? Or was it that the queen sacrifice that we just saw by Lagno with g4?
Wow, this is such a tough question because both of them were so impressive. To give up a queen for a pawn in Vaishali's game to save the day, and today to push a pawn and give up a queen, I think they are both just so brilliant. And it's not very often that you see games like this back to back. And that's all happening in the women's section of the Candidates Tournament. So yeah, we have seen knight sacrifices today in the open section and rook sacrifices, and they were brilliant. But it is the ladies who are bringing the queen sacrifices to everyone's entertainment.
I have to say, that Bibisara's game against Zhu Jina, the one where you mentioned the crazy rook sacrifices, Anna, which you were absolutely loving. I wish there were more rooks to be given just so we could have more of your reactions there, was brilliantly executed. While Lagno's end was beautiful in its own way, setting up the mate, but I think Bibisara played a fantastic game after a difficult, crazy opening. She had that rook g8 preparation idea. She kept the b3 pawn alive, gave up her rooks at the right moment, and finished it off in style. It's been a tough day in the women's section for the Chinese players.
Very tough day indeed. And it could also be a tough day for Team India, unfortunately, if Divya will not manage to defend this rook endgame. Pragg has lost against Sindarov. So it has been tough for all the fans of Indian players. Only Vaishali has scored so far a draw against Anna Muzichuk in today's round. Chess is tough, Tanya, especially if you're playing the Candidates Tournament where everyone wants that win so badly. It's only the first place that matters, as you said. Who will be the challenger of the world champion?
It really is. And the thing about this tournament is that you can't start thinking about it right now because it's such a long event, right? And the closer you get to it, the more concerning it gets, the more pressure rises, the more your nerves come into play. And they still have so many rounds remaining. I mean, we're just in round 3, 14 rounds to be played. There are a couple of rest days in the middle, but it's the kind of tournaments where rest days go faster than the games themselves.
Absolutely. And we do need to go fast to Cyprus because Mike is now with Bibisara, who has won her first game today. And now that we have heard, at least confirmed by Grandmaster Peter Leko, she's part of a power couple. Sindarov and Bibisara both won their games today at the Candidates Tournament. Let's hear from Bibisara.
Thanks, guys. We're the Grandmaster Bibisara Asabayeva, who now leads the women's section, the first decisive game. The game today was very imbalanced. Were you eager to see such a fighting game?
Yeah, it was very interesting and sharp game, and I'm happy that I won with black pieces. It's always pleasant, and yeah, that's all.
Were there any moments in the game where, I think all 3 results were possible, we have to be fair. Were there moments that you feared?
Yes, I don't like my position when I play d5, but then she made few mistakes and I start liking my position, and I'm happy that games end in my favor.
You've got to be happy with your tournament standing too, being the leader right now. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, it's the long tournament, so after 3 rounds, it's too early to say something about it.
And finally, the World Championship was in your country 3 years ago, the Open World Championship. Did you go to that? And if so, what were your feelings about one day maybe being on that stage in the women's version?
Yeah, it feels amazing. Also, of course, I was there. Also, I played a Rapid and Blitz tournament, which my mom made in Kazakhstan. And also, I played against best of the world in that tournament. Played Arjuna Rigaisi, Vladimir Kramnik, Levon Aronin, and many more strong chess players. So yeah, maybe one day.
Okay, and I know I'm prognosticating here, but if you ever play a Women's World Championship, either this one or in 5 or 10 years, would you like it to be in your home country, or is that a little bit too much stress?
I don't know. It will be a lot of stress, but maybe for our country that will be amazing. Also, I won one of the World Blitz titles in Almaty.
You'll play anywhere, I guess, if you qualify.
Of course.
All right, good luck going forward the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you so much, Mike, for the interview, and congratulations to Bibisara for winning her first game at the Candidates Tournament. She's one of the leaders in the women's section. And will Goryachkina join her in the lead and join Kateryna Lagno as well? It's looking promising in this rook endgame where it's an extra pawn for Goryachkina, but the main factor that's decisive is the lack of mobility for Divya's king. It's completely stuck.
And she was almost forced to let the white king up the board. You never have the option to go g5 because then there's a check on the 6th rank and then white just ends up winning that g pawn. So without that, like you mentioned, the king isn't going back anytime soon. She keeps checking. I wonder if this is the moment where Goryachkina decides to place her king. I don't think she can afford to give up the pawns just yet. There's no passer on the left flank. I'd be surprised if she comes back, King f4 feels like the move that you want to make. Eventually, again, Anna, she needs to find a way to create a passer on the left flank sooner or later. It's the way you win this position. So either via b4 or rook b5, trading the a and the b pawn, we'll see that happen.
Absolutely. I think she's just waiting for the right moment to do so. She activated her king first. Now, again, for Divya, the only piece she can move is the rook, which is really sad. You know, that's the only piece. You cannot do anything else but wait with the rook, move it somewhere. And then I believe that we're going to see what you have already mentioned, either b4 or rook to b5 to create a passed pawn for white on the queen's side.
Yeah, and the silver lining in that is that, you know, when you've got few choices to make, it's few chances of going wrong as well. She's got to move the rook, and I feel Divya would want to keep it active on the third rank, not allowing the white king any more further space to go up. Rook d3 feels like the move that you want to make here. I'm expecting eventually, maybe on the very next move, because white has maximized the position of the king, that we're going to see a trade of the A and the B pawn. And that'll be step one right now in that attempt to win the game.
That will be indeed. And thank you so much, by the way, to the Raiders joining us from Title Tuesday. It is absolutely a huge event to follow every Tuesday, and the coverage, I've been loving it. I'm always watching whenever I can, but today I couldn't. I had to miss it. But I'm enjoying your company, Tanya, and I'm enjoying the games that the players are bringing on in the Candidates Tournament, both in the open section and the women's section. We have had piece sacrifices, multiple rook sacrifices, and a queen sacrifice to crown the day. And this is our final ongoing game, a very nice and insightful rook end game. We can learn a lot from these instructive rook end games. Because of this king for Divya, unfortunately, the chances of holding it are very slim.
I'm going to also add to that, you know, the four even decisive games that we've had already, 3 wins have come for the black pieces and only 1 from the white pieces. On day 1 of the candidates, we had 3 white wins. So finally, a good day for the black pieces.
Very true, very true. And in what a style those games have been won. Everyone has been very generous giving up pieces, and only the players who gave up material won their games. So lesson learned. So hold on to your pieces. Don't be greedy. Give them up. No, actually, don't. No, don't. This has been very dangerous, but it's amazing to see the bravery, the risk-taking, and the insane sacrifices, the tactical patterns that we learned today. What can we expect here? Yeah, sorry, Tanya. Go ahead, please.
No, please finish. What can we expect?
I was just going to ask you about this rook end game in terms of what we already mentioned, that will we see now rook b5 or b4, or do you think that Goryachkina is going to still wait? But I'm not sure what other waiting moves she can do, because she does want to keep the king cut on the 7th rank, so she probably will not wait forever.
She's done everything else that she can in this position, so you have to make a new plan now. You know, the white king all the way from h2 has advanced to f4. You can't go further because the pawns are weak. So I'm expecting that. And because a rook pawn ending is every commentator's dream, I have to ask you, Anna, you know, of course, we are commentators, but also for me, at least, primarily a chess player and also a big chess fan, right? We love this game. By the way, she is going for the idea as we speak where the A and the B pawn will be traded. And this is the step where you create a passer for yourself. You said that you haven't made a tier list, and I won't ask you for an entire tier list, but if you had to put an S tier for both the open and the women's section, what names are you adding to that?
Oh, wow, putting me on the spot, because we are looking at a rook end game that is a little more slow than the rest of the action we had today. Oh, it's not easy at all. And the problem is we have seen, well, problem or advantage, because we have seen already some really insane action, proving players in incredible shape, some of them showing not just the level of preparation, but also their sharpness, the way they find these incredibly hidden opportunities too, because some of the tactical patterns that we saw today, they are not obvious at all. So I feel like that the players in both events that are leading for a reason. I think we have a Fabiano Caruana who is in really good shape. he was named as one of the main favorites, but he's also proving it over the board in the first 3 rounds. He's on 2.5 points for a reason. And Vachier-Sindarov, I'm not surprised that he's leading to. For him, I think this was also the colors in the first couple of rounds. He has 3 wide games out of the first 4 rounds, which is not a bad thing to start with. You know, all the players will have the same amount of games with white and black pieces, but for some players it's at the start, for others it comes later. For Sindarov, I think he's really making the most of those games, and today he won with the black pieces. So this is really scary, Vachier-Sindarov's performance, I feel like. And in the women's section, oh gosh, I think there is a lot more wide open, because some of the players that I would have predicted to do well, for instance, Zhu Jinner, she had 2 winning positions in the first 2 rounds, but she drew those games, and today she lost to Bibisara. So that game was insane as well, and super roller coaster. I don't know what to predict there. I think this is still wide open, but Bibisara and Kateryna Lagno are leading, and Goryachkina is likely to join them.
Yeah, I love that breakdown, although you did dodge the question very professionally, I have to say. But you did mention the 2 names of the leaders that we have going into round 4 in the Open, with Sindarov and Fabi playing it very safe, Aviana. But I agree with everything that you said, especially around the women's tournament. I think it's just so hard to take a call right now. I think what is clear to me is that Zhu Jinner, I would have picked her as one of my favorites going into the event, simply because of the 2025 run that she's had, and just have been so impressed by her. But I think Candidates is so much about the form that you come into the tournament with. You know, what's the form that you're in there, and maybe experience matters as well to some extent. But tell that to this guy Vachier, whose first Candidates it is. So it's all a bit mixed up. I think for Zhu Jinner and Hikaru, I will say one thing. I think I would love to see Zhu Jinner and Hikaru find their form and their rhythm, and like get back to their A game, so that the race can heat up. Very nicely put by you, that Fabi proving why he is S tier on all those lists, and why he is somebody that people have so many expectations from in this candidate. I will say that I was not thinking Sindarov would go 2.5 out of 3. You told me this at the start of the Candidates, I would take a bet on that. So super impressive. Yes, he's the World Cup winner, and he's had a fantastic 2025, some amazing runs, picked up a bunch of rating in the year, skyrocketed, overtaken Notterbeck a couple of times in the rating in their national rivalry as well. But 2.5 out of 3, for me, that's a phenomenal start by Sindarov.
It's absolutely an incredible start. And someone else who started really well with a queen sacrifice today is Kateryna Lagno. Let's go over to Mike in Cyprus, who is right now with the tournament leader, one of the tournament leaders of the Women's Candidates Tournament, Kateryna Lagno.
Thanks. We're here with Grandmaster Kateryna Lagno, who is tied for the lead in the women's candidates due to a very double-edged game, shall we say. You mentioned that your tactic at the end, your queen sack, was kind of like Puzzle Rush. Do you do Puzzle Rush?
Yeah, sometimes I do it, but usually it doesn't happen in a classical game. So I was very surprised that she went and she didn't see this tactic.
I was surprised to hear you say you were close to resigning. Is that just something you said, or were you actually contemplating resigning at some point in the game?
Well, but I blundered the bishop in one move. So I will never resign if I don't have a reason to resign. But here I was really sad and disappointed, and the position was hopeless. But okay, she was like playing too fast, and she didn't take. She could calm down a little bit, take her time, but she was, probably she was also very stressed. So that's why she was keeping playing after move 40 very quickly, and that's why she blundered a few things.
And finally, you don't know this, but the chess.com analysis engine gave you double exclamations for both your knight e3 sack and your knight f4 sack. I think you were shortchanged on the queen sack. You only got 1 exclamation mark, but was this the craziest game you've played at a Candidates?
Probably, yeah, but unfortunately it was not a clean win, let's say, yeah, because we blundered many things. So I will try to play better next time.
You got the win. You're leading the tournament. You go home happy. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you so much, Mike, and congratulations to Kateryna, one of the leaders of the Women's Candidates Tournament. Will Goryachkina join? And it will be also her first win today. She's definitely getting closer to it. Tanya, let's have a look at some of the latest moves in this very instructive rook endgame. As you already called it, it was necessary to trade the B pawn for the A pawn so that white can create a passed pawn. And sometimes these rook endgames are not enough, the extra pawn. But in this case, this is not just about the pawn, but also the very unfortunate situation of the black king that has been stuck on h6 for a very long time in this game.
And you know, this rook pawn endgame, it reminds me of yesterday's Hikaru versus Asipenko matchup, where Hikaru was on the side of what Divya Deshmukh is right now, on the defense, down a pawn. But a massive difference in that position was that Asipenko's f pawn was on f4, which gave Hikaru a lot of counterplay to actually attack the pawns on the king side. And he very confidently showed how to hold it. For Goryachkina, the structure that she has, the king placement, it is absolutely ideal to convert this position, and her technique is monstrous, Anna. I have played against her a few times, and you know, it's always been a case. I would say that she's not an instinctively or an intuitively one for attack and tactics and craziness on the board, but strategically, positionally, her understanding is top class, and she just knows how to grind down positions. The games I've played against her, I didn't even realize. It's one of those cases where you don't even realize what you played wrong, and suddenly you're in a lost endgame or a lost position. So I do think that she knows. And look at that. She goes king to e5, and her idea is that she's just giving up the f3 pawn. She wants to get her king to f6 next and set that king up on a mating attack and also start pushing her own a pawn. But this is interesting. Let's see this through. Rook takes pawn. What is actually happening here? So rook takes pawn. No, yeah, king f6.
Threatening checkmate, and you either have to give a check or move the king to h7 to not get checkmated. But in that case, the g5 square is available for the white king and this check as well. So either rook a7 or king g5. If king g5 first, you are threatening to pick up the g6 pawn with this check next move. So even if black takes the f3 pawn, after this check, king has to go to g8 or h8, and in both cases, this is threatening checkmate. Black can and will pick up the g3 pawn with a check, but then the f5 or h5 pawns are also hanging, and this still is the winning pass pawn, the a pass pawn, while the h5 pawn is also a target.
This is quite interesting that this position is winning, because with the a pawn, usually the h pawn is not enough to have like an extra h pawn if black gets a good defensive structure. By the way, we see a new score sheet. That's how long this game has gone for. All the columns in the score sheet have been filled. We are on move number 60, so that explains a lot. And a big fight here. So king h7, I believe she's gone king f6. She's going for the most direct approach.
Will she go for king to g5 with the idea of rook a7, or is she going to play rook a7 first? But that doesn't lead anywhere. If the king goes back here, you will have to end up, I think, forcing this idea that you get your king to g5 and try to trade your pawns for black's pawns with a pass pawn on the a file and the h5 pawn as a future target. So I think this is where the game is heading. Very interesting, and it's interesting that Goryachkina is slowing down here. They cannot really spend that long on this rook endgame when it comes to thinking, by the way, because these are the final minutes in the game. There's a 30-second increment per move, but other than that, it's 6 minutes for Goryachkina, 2.5 minutes for Divya Deshmukh. So this is the final stage of the game, the last couple of minutes. I'm expecting king to g5 by Goryachkina, and we could analyze this line again, Tanya. King g5, the rook captures the f3 pawn, check here, and then I think we're going to see this line where white picks up the g and f pawns, but later this h pawn will not survive either. I think since it's a bit of a slow moment we might get our final break if we are lucky. Joan, are we lucky?
I can confirm we are indeed lucky. Obviously, everyone's been waiting to hear me bring us to break, but on a more neutral note, we have had 2 decisive results in the Open. We've had 2 decisive results in the women's, and we might get an additional decisive result here as well. Over half the games potentially decisive today is a big deal, and we're not going to get every day like this in the candidates, so it's absolutely incredible. So tune in a couple of minutes, and we will find out if there is any way back for Divya Deshmukh, but at the moment it looks like we could get that 5th decisive result. See you in a couple.
Strongest engine in the world or strongest human second in the world? Which would be a better helper for the candidates?
Strongest human second, you're basically saying Magnus, yeah?
Basically.
So Magnus or like
some sort of Leela or advanced stockfish or something.
That no one else has.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would probably say Magnus but to be very honest, I don't think, left like too much impact, but I'll pick Magnus anyways because he has had so much experience at the top. But I don't think like engine, what we have, and a little more powerful engine will make a huge difference. I don't really think so.
All right, score 1 for the humans. If you had to ban yourself from one distraction during the candidates, what would you pick?
Probably peeling off my knights.
Do you do that during the game or in between?
Yeah, I do it during the game too. But it's just something that sometimes I don't even notice.
Who was the last person you spoke to before leaving for the candidates, and what did that person say?
My dad. Yeah, I said play well. When I left home, my dad was the last person to meet. So.
As well he should. And of course, we can't forget about your mom, who's become a fixture at these tournaments. What does having her here do for you?
Yeah, I think it's really important to have someone who knows you, but also not really like about chess, to have this emotional support, and she does it really well, and she also takes care of everything else, so I don't really have to bother about anything. It's just I can just focus on the game.
Would you say she's a 2800 at motherhood?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, much more.
Your brain is a supercomputer, capable of millions and millions of complex calculations and decisions. But your brain needs exercise, practice to keep it sharp and incisive. Chess puzzles are a great way to work out your brain, building pattern recognition, critical thinking, and memory. Doing puzzles every day makes your mind fit, helping you build creativity, problem solving, and memory skills. Puzzles on chess.com featuring hundreds of thousands of original, beautiful problems tailored to your level. Whether you've never played before or you're a veteran, whatever level you're at, chess.com's coach will help explain both the puzzle and the solution so you learn as you go. Most importantly, chess.com puzzles are fun. Find interesting, beautiful solutions while building streaks, leveling up, and competing with friends. Try puzzles today on chess.com and give your brain the exercise it's craving.
Of course, you've had months to prepare for most of your competitors. Which of these ladies have you gotten historically pretty good positions against? And are there any of them that you've struggled to get a good position against?
Actually, I think one of my best score was against Hampi. But now I don't know, because with other players we don't play a lot of games. And about bad position, I think it's not depend on which opponent I play, it depends on which form I am and am I sick on the tournament or not.
So I'm guessing you did not do this, but when you heard Hampi's interview, did you want to call her on the phone and make sure she came?
I don't know. To be honest, I thought that she will not withdraw from the tournament. I was pretty sure in this, but okay, it's her decision, so I respect it.
And what about you? There's obviously been some distractions regarding this tournament. Has it affected your preparation at all?
I have some fun, it's actually not fun, but for now it's fun stories because I celebrate my birthday in Dubai, and after 2 days, 28 February, I need to go to the camp, training camp, and they were starting everything in the world, and all flights are cancelled, and it was really hard to fly from there, and at some moment I even just sit on a bus to go to the Amman, and this road takes 12 hours or more, and then I have night in the airport to have a flight to Istanbul. So yeah, for the first these days I was thinking about will this tournament be cancelled or not, but then I think everything become better, and now I think here is okay, we need to play finally.
Welcome back to the final game of round 3 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. We are watching Alexandra Goryachkina attempting to convert a position against Divya Deshmukh. The position has continued to progress, and it's beginning to look like there might be no way out in this position for Black, which would give us a fantastic number of decisive results in this game. Now, of course, the hardest games to win sometimes are the games that are won on paper, so let's go ahead and see if there is any way out. But I think it's fair to say, Tanya, Anna, that we're probably safe in this regard. There's no hidden resource here that we're likely to miss.
I completely agree with that.
John, you've jinxed
Really?
it. As you said it. As
my
you said it.
goodness.
Are you kidding
Question mark
me?
with Goryachkina. If there was a way to go wrong, it seems she found it. Oh no. But don't worry, it's back. King h7 was also not the best move. This has been such a long game. This is like the 5th hour of play. Of course there will be mistakes. They are humans, they make mistakes. To check, rook a7 check. Will Goryachkina go back with the rook, because that's the only way for her to get the winning advantage back.
Hang on, why am I still on the screen? Get me out of here before I jinx something else. What are you doing? Get me out.
It's always John's fault, apparently, jinxing it.
What a moment to come back to this game, but this was a golden opportunity. But the thing is that Divya had no idea that that was the one chance that she was given. And she had to go all out. She had to start snapping up the pawns on the king's side. Instead, she sticks to routine. And now Goryachkina needs to find the right path. And I have a feeling that she will now. The idea of getting the king back and picking up that pawn on g6, and she does.
She doesn't get the check. She plays king to f7, which is not the right way to continue. Now rook takes f3 for Divya Deshmukh is equal. She is back in the game.
So Divya needs to snap up the pawns, and the whole idea relies on, and she does it. She goes rook takes pawn. Is she back? Is this a big turnaround? Now you pick up g6. It has to be you pick up g6. She's going for it. But you're overloaded, right? The black rook, the pawn moves forward.
What a move
She's
to trade
liquidating.
further pawns.
Oh my goodness. Is Divya about to hold this? Is she about to hold this endgame?
it really seems to be the case. Just when we said that everything was on track for Goryachkina to win her first game and join the leaders of the Women's Candidates Tournament, she made a mistake and didn't find the right follow-up back in this rook endgame. F4, what a great move by Divya Dashmukh to trade another pair of pawns. And wow, Tanya, I think she's saving it. I think she is saving a really tough rook endgame.
She saves it if she finds the right way forward, right? Because Goryachkina has this resource of lining up the rook. If pawn takes pawn, it's a draw on the spot. You handshakes, you get up, that's draw. Rook f6 is the one move that's a little tricky right now. And the point is that now Divya needs to pick up the g3 pawn, give up the f4 pawn, and find the move rook to g4. It's the only move. Everything else loses in that position. Has Divya done it? Right now, f4 on the board.
Okay, so she is taking on g3. She's heading in this. Yeah, she's heading in this direction. Will we see rook g4? Only way to hold. Only way for Divya Dashmukh to save the day after rook takes f4. Will she find it?
She has to. It's honestly a move that is superhuman and supernatural at this point, because if you were not to do that, you move your rook anywhere. The white rook steps up, starts attacking on h5. Moment of truth. Divya goes rook g4. She saves the endgame. It ends in a draw right there. White can't capture the rook because the black pawn queens as well. And I think Divya senses this moment. She doesn't go for it. Does she? Has she? No, she
hasn't made a move yet. This is it. The question whether she will save the day or not. The blue arrow suggesting that it's the only way for Divya Dashmukh to save this rook endgame. She has to play rook g4. Every other move loses.
Every move loses on the spot. For Divya, after rook g4, the white rook steps up to attack h5, you pick up the h4 pawn. If the rook trades, Divya's pawn is strong enough to queen. Otherwise, you lose the a pawn. But Divya has to calculate this move and find it. It's her only chance, Anna. And it will literally be, snatching a draw out of the jaws of the defeated. She does it. Divya finds rook
g4 on the board. The only way, and Divya Dashmukh is saving this game from a really tough position. This is already move 68. They have been playing for 5 hours, and she has done it. Rook g4, the only way. If the rooks are traded, both players have a pass pawn that are promoting in 4 moves time. There will be 2 new queens on the board.
It was the only move, and she finds it. The one opportunity, and now you just simply pick up the pawn. You fight against the checkmating threat. And the a pawn goes up the board. The black king will step up, freeing up the black rook to get into defense. Divya Dashmukh with a miraculous save in this round.
Huge save by Divya. She still has to play king to h6, but that's a more likely move than some of the earlier moves she had to find. The king will be protecting the pawn so that then the rook can go and stop white's passed pawn from promotion. What an incredible fight.
It's amazing. And it is like that in chess, you really have to play on, fight it out till the very last move. And Divya showing in a dead lost position, absolutely busted in the endgame, kept the game going, got one opportunity and takes it. Rook a4 coming up next. Eventually, if needed, the black rook can even give itself up in some positions for that pawn, and the black king and pawn will secure the draw. I think Goryachkina realizes it as well, that she's just let go. And the thing is, at the candidates, these half points matter so much. It's more than any other tournament.
They matter extremely much, as you have highlighted. King to f6, Goryachkina is still making moves, but you can see it on her body language that she knows that she has missed a huge chance to win her first game today. She had it, and she was playing it so well, so clinical for a long time until that final moment when John jinxed it. Oh boy.
We're putting this on John. It's on John's fault.
I mean, big for all the production issues, the stream dropping, but the jinxing the players, that's always the commentator's curse.
And actually, I want to point one thing out in this position, that Divya might just move the rook away and start pushing her h-pawn. So it might even be Alexandra at some point who has to give up her a-pawn to get into defense. Divya, what's the clock situation? She's got about 3 minutes on the clock. She's ahead on it as well. She picks up the rook, places it behind the white pawn, the correct spot, and h4 coming up next.
And you are right that Goryachkina will need to get somewhere in a different location with the rook, move around, perhaps go back to the back rank to threaten checkmate and go behind the pass pawn of Divya. But Divya, with more time on the clock and now equal amount of pawns, she has saved a really difficult rook endgame. Goryachkina, rook to b5, the rook is heading to the back rank for a final threat of checkmate. You can push the pawn now, and when the rook goes to the back rank, the king will run away from the threat of checkmate. This must be so disappointing for Goryachkina to have spoiled a very much clean pawn-up rook endgame where Divya's king was stuck. She couldn't do anything.
And also a game where Goryachkina was putting pressure from the start. You know, she converted a slight advantage to a material advantage. And for all we know, she might have to be on the defense, giving up a pawn of her own right now to stop that h-pawn from going ahead. The king comes back to f5, h3. You can just keep pushing that pawn. And for Divya, this is a new lease in her life at the candidates, at the run of the candidates. She's about to lose the h-pawn for the a-pawn. Handshakes incoming very soon.
I think you're right. I think we are witnessing the final moments in this game. Disappointment for Alexandra, for Goryachkina, but huge escape and save by Divya Dashmukh in this rook endgame that was lost with a pawn down and a king stuck on h6, but it is no longer the case. You can see the frustration on Goryachkina. She will probably play another move or two, but these are the final moments before the handshake. She attacks the h-pawn of Divya, giving up her own pawn on a5.
And that is very annoying as a player, right? You play this beautiful technique till the end. And I think, Anna, the idea we were discussing of bringing the king back, slowly but surely picking up the g and the f and the h-pawn, having those two passes. And I have to say, Goryachkina's technique usually is so on point. So for me, really surprising. I wonder if she missed the f4 resource or what happened. And these things do happen at the top level as well, you know, where after 5-6 hours of play, your brain does tend to get foggy. But for Goryachkina, this one's going to hurt because these points matter. These are the half points that end up adding up at the end of the race of the candidates.
Absolutely. I think this will be, unfortunately for her, a really painful result and something that she will need to forget. And for Divya, huge save. And maybe this is the boost she needs for her run at the Candidates Tournament. Now the pawn is about to be picked up on h3. Divya can push the pawn, but white will give a check and capture that pawn. And I think we will see the two ladies shaking hands in just a moment once the pawn is captured. Divya gives a check. Who will offer a draw?
Or maybe the king goes back twice and king versus king is what we're going to see, and nobody will need to offer draw. We'll see an eye contact between the two players and hands will be put forward as that's played out right now. Rook takes rook, king takes rook. What a save by Divya Deshmukh. One opportunity and she grabbed it.
Huge save by the Indian Grandmaster. Disappointment for Goryachkina. A game that lasted for 81 moves ends in a draw. Huge fight between these two ladies, which finishes day 3 for us. And I think we do need to bring you back, Jon Snow. You can no longer jinx what's happening on the board.
I almost don't want to say anything in case someone stumbles on their way out of the playing hall at this point. That was absolutely wild. Divya Dashmukh saving that game. I'm not saying that she might get me a drink the next time we're at the same tournament together, but wow. I'm used to Cast a Curse being in all sorts of esports. I didn't normally expect it to apply to chess. What an amazing day of games we've had overall. It's 4 decisive results instead of 5, but Tanya, being objective, it really has been a fun day.
It's been a fun day, and it's not just the 4 decisive results that you're talking about, John. It's been just the kind of games that we've had all around, right? Absolute roller coasters of battles, even the draws that we saw right now with Alexandra Goryachkina so close to taking that point as well. And then while Anish and Hikaru kept in the balance, I have to say the 2 games won in the open by Fabi and by Sindarov. Chef's kiss today. What a day of chess. Fantastic all throughout. 4 decisive games, 3 won by Black.
Bibisara and Lagno currently joint leaders in the women's candidates after today's round. That must be a fantastic feeling. How are we judging this scoreboard, Anna? How are you feeling about things now that round 3 is concluded?
It has been an absolute roller coaster. Kateryna Lagno's game especially has had everything in it. Tang Zhongyi could be leading the tournament also, but instead she's at the very bottom after having missed this incredible sacrifice that Kateryna just absolutely beautifully spotted. A knight sacrifice then leading to a queen sacrifice. We have seen so many sacrifices today, but I think the trophy goes to Kateryna Lagno for giving up everything for a rook checkmate. Much deserved win there, and she's leading the tournament with Bibisara, Asavoyeva. Goryachkina could be a joint leader too, but Divya Deshmukh saves the day and makes a draw in a really tough rook endgame.
It's really difficult to give the game of the day anywhere else. It's not just about a sacrifice. We're going to do one after another after another. It was incredibly beautiful. Levy's going to have such a good time with the recap. There is no doubt about that. Let's take a look now at the pairings in the open section, round 3. 2 decisive results here. We had wins for Sindarov and Caruana. Anna, let's go back to you first for this one. How do you feel the open went?
It has been such an incredible day in both sections, and what we see here, the results, Fabiano Caruana with a miniature. He won his game in less than 20 moves in a game where Wei Yi surprised him in the opening, but it was that beautiful knight retreat that gave Fabiano the full point, and Vachier Sindarov giving up a piece against Praggnanandhaa and going all in. Much deserved victory for him as well. They are the 2 leaders of the tournament, 1 point ahead of the field.
2 really fun contrasting stories there for them, Tanya. You had Fabiano just fighting against some amazing preparation, only to start winning 3 or 4 moves out of it after surviving the onslaught for so long. And then we had Sindarov positionally giving up a piece and weathering the storm until he had an opportunity to win. Both of those games are going to be studied in detail.
I think you could write an entire book on each of these 2 games, especially the Sindarov one. I have to say that Fabi, brilliant finish. Yes, it was a miniature, but so much of it also relied on that move blunder that Wei Yi made at the end. But also, let's not forget, for Fabi to just navigate his way through this opening preparation could not have been easy. But for me, I was just so impressed with the way Sindarov sacrificed a piece simply for initiative. And John, I think, as a chess player, for me, that is absolutely stunning and beautiful to watch, where there's no checkmate or an immediate loss that you're looking at, or it's not tactics, a sequence of moves that ends the game immediately. He just kept piling the pressure. He just made sure that none of Pragg's pieces ever came into the game. He just kept taking more and more squares away from him, 1 move at a time. And I think the way he executed his piece sacrifice, you spoke about game of the day, for me, it would be a fight between the power couple, Sindarov and Bibisara's win, and maybe both of them are rooting for each other.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I mean, both games were fantastic to watch. We had so many to choose from today as well. So a huge thank you to you guys on the panel, to everyone behind the scenes, and everyone who has been watching today. This is just round 3. The Candidates is a very long tournament. It's a brutal one. And we will be back here same time, same place tomorrow. So we look forward to seeing you then. Are we going to see some more unbelievable games? Are we going to have a sole leader in either section? Are we going to S-tier Cast a Curse? Even more endgames. We'll find out when we're back tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Take care.